Chapter 234. Xiao Yan was silent for a long time. The hilt of the long saber was burning red. Mu Qing let out a loud shout. He let go of one hand and hung for a while with the other. He didn't dare to hold on for too long and grabbed again. But his palms were already emitting white smoke. Although he was far away, he was still able to see the smoke. The others also seemed to have smelled the smell of burnt meat. Hua Qing casually released a silver butterfly. The silver butterfly flapped its wings. After flying for a few dozen feet, it was not even a third of the distance to Mu Qing. He turned into a wisp of silver vapor. He vanished into thin air. Xiao Yan knew that he was showing off. The necromancer butterfly could not help either. A dead end was not worth risking one's life to try. Mu Qing also saw the process of the silver butterfly disappearing. His expression gradually became one of despair. He understood. Now, firstly, no one had the ability to save him. Secondly, no one believed him, especially when he had been struck by lightning in every possible way. Xiao Yan wouldn't risk his life to help him. However, although he was in despair, he was still unwilling to give up. Mu Qing gritted his teeth and shouted, "It doesn't matter if you don't believe me. I won't fall down just like that." As he spoke, he exerted more strength in his hands, as if he wanted to spin in the air and stand on the hilt. Unexpectedly, his body had just risen a few inches when he suddenly sank back down. Mu Qing looked down, and his eyes reflected the countless wraiths that had been melted into blood red. Their twisted faces and limbs were stuck to his legs and body, pulling him down. These vengeful spirits were originally dissolved in the flowing magma, but they suddenly emerged and hung on his lower body one after another. They were incomparably heavy and scalding hot, like adding oil to a fire and adding snow to snow. Mu Qing was about to go crazy, scram. In the past few hundred years, it was not that he had never been on the verge of death. But that was because he'd suffered heavy injuries, and dying in the lava was 1,000 times more terrifying than dying from injuries. When he thought about how he was going to transform into a strand of smoke and vanish without a trace like the lifeless necro butterfly, he was utterly unable to accept it. Finally, Mu Qing's hands reached their limit. His fingers loosened slightly, and he could no longer hold on. There was nothing under the knife, he had fallen. A figure fell towards the blazing inferno pond below. Ah! However, even though he cried out miserably, after his body fell for a distance, he suddenly stopped in mid-air and hung in mid-air. Mu Qing was still in a state of shock. Half of his scalp was numb, but his instincts were still there. He quickly touched his body. It turned out that a piece of white silk was wrapped around his waist. It was naturally Wuxia. However, the palace Xiao Yan resided in wasn't close to the cliff he fell from. Wuxia couldn't even reach over before, so how could he pull him back after he fell for a while? Mu Qing looked up and was surprised to find that Xiao Yan was not on the roof of the palace at all. He was right above him. Previously, Mu Qing had nailed the long saber into the rock and held on to the hilt for a while. Xiao Yan was currently kneeling on the hilt of the saber. Xiao Yan hurriedly retracted Wuxia while looking down. Seeing that he was safe and sound, he let out a sigh of relief and said, "Good, good, I made it in time." Mu Qing murmured. "Crown Prince?" That moment just now had been too exciting, so much so that his brain was still a bit muddled. Such a long distance, with nothing but rolling lava in the middle and no other footholds. Xiao Yan could at most jump halfway, so how did he get here? In the distance, Feng Xian's voice came over. "Your Highness. Are you guys alright?" Mu Qing looked towards the direction of the voice. On the roof of the palace, only Hua Cheng and Feng Xian stood. Hua Cheng crossed his arms and stared at them, as if he was confirming Xiao Yan's safety. He didn't care about anything else. And in the middle of the line between the palace and where he fell from the cliff, a pitch-black longsword stood coldly in the incessantly flowing scarlet lava. Maiden Heart. So that's how it was. Mu Qin finally understood how Xia Lian got here. With Xia Lian's jumping ability, he could at most jump halfway. He couldn't directly jump from the safe roof of the palace to where he fell to save him. Therefore, Xia Lian first threw out the Maiden Heart and placed the sword in the middle of the lava, using it as a foothold. Then, using the Maiden Heart as a starting point, he jumped onto Feng Xian's sword. At the moment of imminent peril, he threw out Wuxia, barely managing to catch him. Xia Lian said, "Just now, I was trying to think of a way. There really wasn't anything useful here, so I spent some time. You were too impatient. Don't act recklessly. If you act recklessly, you'll fall even faster." Mu Qin originally thought Xia Lian's silence was because he was hesitating on whether or not to save him. However, it turned out he was actually thinking about how to save him. Fortunately, the situation just now was so critical, yet Xia Lian could still think calmly. The beads of sweat on his forehead became even denser. Raising his head, Xia Lian extended a hand towards him. Beaming, he said, "In short, although it was a bit late, this hand isn't too late, right?" He didn't know if it was because he had held on to the hilt for too long, but Mu Qin unexpectedly felt his arm become incomparably heavy, unable to lift it up. Xia Lian once again extended his hand downwards and said, "Get up." Mu Qin finally grabbed onto his hand. His entire arm was faintly trembling. Xia Lian exerted strength and pulled him up. Together, the two of them stood on the hilt of Mu Qin's longsword. Xia Lian turned around and waved towards the rooftop. "San Lang, success." Hua Qing said, "All right, Gij, come back now, immediately." Xia Lian replied, "All right, I'll come back immediately." He then turned his head to ask Mu Qin, "Can you still jump? If you can't, how about I carry you?" Mu Qin's lips moved before he said. Xia Lian observed his expression and decisively said, "I'll carry you." As he said this, he grabbed onto Xia Lian's back. In the past, Mu Qin probably would have secretly rolled his eyes and told him not to grab onto him like this. It was disrespectful, but now, he couldn't say anything. Just as Xia Lian was about to jump up, who knew that right at this moment, the two of them simultaneously felt their feet sway. Unfortunately, the long sword that had been nailed into the rock didn't loosen earlier or later. Instead, it just had to loosen now. Hua Cheng's expression abruptly changed as he shouted, "Gij!" This time, it was two figures that fell towards the crimson pool of fire. Even when this kind of fire was burning his buttocks, Xia Lian was still able to rapidly think. He said, "I'm fine." He flipped a few times in midair before grabbing onto the longsword in the air. Using both hands, he once again nailed the longsword into the rock. With a dang sound, beads of fire splashed out, extremely dazzling. Outside of Xia Lian's protective spiritual aura, these fire particles were like fragmented golden sand. However, if this layer of protective spiritual aura disappeared, even a speck of fire would be able to burn a hole through a living person. Wuxia lifted Mu Qin up. Xia Lian solemnly said to him, "This longsword can't bear the weight of two grown men for too long. It can't go on like this. Between the two of us, only one can stay here." Mu Qin slightly regained his senses and said, "You mean," Xia Lian said, "you don't need to stay." Mu Qin's pupils slightly contracted. Before he could open his mouth, Xia Lian had already grabbed him and forcefully tossed him upwards. He shouted, "Watch carefully." After Mu Qin was tossed over the cliff, he discovered that he was flying towards the place where Fragrant Heart stood. Calming his mind, he flipped in the air and landed on the hilt of Fragrant Heart's sword. Only now did he understand why Xia Lian had tossed him up first. Because, at this distance, perhaps Xia Lian could directly jump over from the hilt of the long sword that had moved several meters downwards. However, he couldn't. For him, this distance was too far. He had borrowed the force of Xia Lian's throw to be able to come up. Feng Xian wiped off his cold sweat and said, "Fortunately, your highness reacted quickly." Hua Cheng's expression was solemn as he looked down and said, "Gidge. If you still didn't come back, I would have directly gone down to find you." His tone carried a hint of warning. Xia Lian hurriedly said, "I'm coming up right now. The situation isn't too bad, it can't be considered difficult to deal with. I can jump over by myself, so don't come down." Only then did Hua Cheng's expression soften a bit. However, he still didn't take his eyes off Xia Lian. Feng Xian looked at him and couldn't help but say, "It's quite unexpected." Hua Cheng didn't even turn his head. Without the slightest bit of curiosity, he said, "What?" Feng Xian scratched his head and said, "I thought that you had a lot of opinions about Mu Qing and felt that he wasn't worth saving. You would oppose His Highness saving him and not let him go." Only then did Hua Cheng glance at him and say, "Half wrong, half right." "Ah." Hua Cheng said, "The first part of your sentence is correct. I indeed feel that he isn't worth saving. What he does has nothing to do with me." Looking at his indifferent expression, Feng Xian blushed with shame. "You're too direct." Furthermore, when he thought about the possibility that this person also had the same attitude towards him, he felt even more ashamed. Hua Cheng sneered. After pausing for a moment, he continued, "However, His Highness's choice is up to him alone. I will never oppose it." Feng Xian had never heard such words before. Men didn't even have such feelings towards women, let alone men. He only felt that if Xia Lian heard this, he would definitely be in trouble again. Not knowing what kind of expression he should show, he could only say, "Ah. That's how it is." Hua Cheng turned his head and stared at Xia Lian, who was observing his surroundings amidst the flames and thinking of countermeasures. He faintly smiled and said, "Moreover, I already knew that he would do that." On the other side, Xia Lian said, "Mu Qing, hurry up and go up to the roof. Don't run anymore. If there's anything, we can talk about it later." Only then did Mu Qing react. If he didn't leave his heart, Xia Lian wouldn't have a place to take his next step. Forcing himself to think calmly, he prepared to return to the roof. Unexpectedly, just as he stood up, Xia Lian suddenly shouted from below, "Who is it?" Xia Lian stood on the blade, silently gathering strength. Suddenly, the flame waterfall behind him parted, and a pair of hands reached out from the waterfall and grabbed him. That thing had clearly come out from the flame waterfall, yet those hands were terrifyingly cold. Xia Lian shivered and heard Hua Cheng say from above, "Your Highness." That pair of hands tightly hugged Xia Lian, bringing him down from the blade. Xia Lian's face was filled with shock. Meanwhile, the people above clearly saw what was grabbing him from behind. That person was dressed in white and his face wore a half-crying, half-smiling mask. It looked like he was happy and sad at the same time. By Wuxiang. Ruo Xie sensed danger and spontaneously flew upwards, leaping past Mu Qing's eyes. Mu Qing subconsciously grabbed onto it, but the force coming from the other end of the white silk was too great. Not only did he fail to grab onto it, but it also dragged him down. Xia Lian rapidly descended amidst the madly flying sparks. He heard that thing laugh next to his ear, "Ha ha 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 ha. Naive. Too naive, Xian Lu. Did you think that it would be so easy to get the best of both worlds?" Below him was a scorching heat wave, yet in his heart, he felt his blood run cold. Between the two heavens of ice and fire, Xia Lian raised his head and looked up. Above him, amidst the flames and light that filled the dome, he unexpectedly saw a faintly discernible red shadow approaching. Hua Cheng had also jumped down. Chapter 236. At this moment at the same time, the three of them felt a scorching wave coming from below. They shouted in unison, "Be careful," and sped up. 7 to 8 pillars of fire soared into the sky. Looking down, even more lava vengeful spirits had gathered. Xiao Yan said, Feng Xian, give Mu Qing to me. Without another word, Feng Xian threw Mu Qing to Xiao Yan, who was on his back. Mu Qing said, quickly kill them. So annoying. Feng Xian said, I don't need you to say more. He drew his bow and shot a chain of arrows. The attack range of his weapon was much greater than Xiao Yan and Feng Xian's attacks. The explosion sent the scarlet waves flying high into the air, and screams could be heard continuously. Xiao Yan said, beautifully done. On his back, Mu Qing said, it's all right. The vengeful spirits were filled with resentment and disgust for a while. He swam further ahead. They worked together to breathe fire upward. After a few rumbling sounds, Xiao Yan said, the bridge in front of us has been burnt down by them. They want to cut off our path. Feng Xian cursed, fuck me. Of all the things they could have done, why did they have to harm others? I don't think you can come out of the magma in another 8,000 years. He raised his bow. The lava wraiths dispersed. Xiao Yan said, stop scolding and get ready. He was going to jump. 1, 2, 3. The first step was to accumulate energy to accelerate, and the second step was to calculate the number of steps. 3 figures leaped into the air and leaped over the gap in the bridge. He landed on the opposite side. He continued to run. The bridge was meant to be used to pass through the sky, so it was only natural that the slope of the bridge would gradually rise. But the more Xiao Yan ran, the lighter his body became. It's been a long time since the 3 of us did this. Mu Qing said, do you mean to fight side by side like this, or to run for our lives together? Xiao Yan replied, both. Feng Xian, this happens all the time. Xiao Yan, is that so? However, there were some things that one's state of mind would be completely different when spoken about and not spoken about. Xiao Yan laughed out loud. His eyes were constantly looking all around, but he didn't see a single red shadow. He couldn't help but feel a little impatient as he called out, San Lang. His voice reverberated in the spacious underground cave, but no one answered. Xiao Yan licked his dry lips. Behind him, Mu Qing saw him looking around. After a moment of silence, he said, Your Highness, do you really like him? Xiao Yan didn't expect him to suddenly ask this question. Ah. Ha. Ah. Although he had a blank expression on his face, his ears were slowly turning red. Seeing his expression, Mu Qing was speechless. After hesitating for a moment, he said, I didn't mean to scare you, but I have to remind you. Have you ever thought that, maybe only the 2 of us were sent to the bridge, and blood rained probing flower, wasn't? Feng Xian replied, isn't that obvious? Since there are only the 2 of you here, he must have been sent somewhere else. Only after saying that did he realize what Mu Qing meant. He wasn't saying that Hua Cheng had been teleported somewhere else. Instead, he was saying that, perhaps Hua Cheng had fallen into the lava pool. Xiao Yan licked his lips and said, how is this possible? Mu Qing said, don't think it's impossible. Bloodrain Tanhua was indeed a desperate ghost king, but so was Bai Wuxiang. Furthermore, he was the first desperate ghost king, the master of Bronze Cauldron Mountain. This is his territory, his home ground with the strongest magic power. Feng Xian glared at Mu Qing and scolded, shut up. What's wrong with you? Can't you say something nice at this time? He's Bloodrain Tanhua. As expected, Mu Qing didn't say anything. But he still tried to explain, I just feel that we have to think about what to do in case of such a situation. In Xiao Yan's mind, the abnormally bright red dot in Hua Cheng's pale palm appeared. He didn't know what to say. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly stopped. Feng Xian almost bumped into him. What's wrong? As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized that he didn't need to ask anymore. In front of him, in the air, there were thousands of silver lights flashing like stars. It was as if someone in the sky had knocked over a treasure box filled with silver powder. Xiao Yan put Mu Qing down and walked forward. He stretched out his hand and lightly touched a slightly larger silver light in the air. Once he touched it, he held it in his hand and slowly brought it to his eyes. The other two also went forward to take a look. Feng Xian said, This is, Mu Qing directly said, a fragment of the necromancy butterfly. Feng Xian glared at him angrily, probably because he felt that he was being too direct. Xiao Yan's hand trembled slightly. He held the fragment of the butterfly's wing that was emitting a faint silver light and let out a breath. Feng Xian scratched his head and said, Think on the bright side. At least he didn't really fall into the magma pool. He must have been here before, right? Mu Qing pointed to the side and said, Then he fought with someone here. What a big fight. Xiao Yan looked in the direction he was pointing and widened his eyes slightly. The rocks in all directions were covered with countless terrifying sword marks. Those were fatal sword marks. Every blade cut into the bone. It wasn't that Xiao Yan hadn't seen Hua Cheng use a sword before, but his style had always been relaxed and indifferent. Rather than saying he was using a weapon, it was more like he was playing with a knife. These sword marks were filled with killing intent. One could well imagine how formidable his opponent was and how dangerous this battle was. He didn't say a word and just crouched down to take a look. There weren't any signs of falling on the bridge, and there weren't any resentful spirits gathered below the bridge. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. He got up and ran forward. Behind him, Feng Xian carried Mu Qing on his back and chased after him. Your Highness. Xiao Yan held his breath. That was because he didn't want to hear the sound of his rapid and unsteady breathing. Disorderly breathing was a big taboo for martial artists. Not only would it increase the burden on the body, it would also disturb the rhythm of one's heart. However, holding his breath was useless. His hands and feet were trembling. As he ran, he even sprained his ankle and almost fell down the bridge. Feng Xian and Mu Qing both shouted and told him to be careful. Suddenly, Xiao Yan said, What's that sound? Xiao Yan stopped again and turned his head. Did you guys hear it? Is there some kind of sound? Feng Xian and Mu Qing both said, Yes. Yes. It was the sound of weapons clashing and the bombardment of mana. The body of the heavenly bridge was faintly trembling. In the darkness ahead, there was light flashing and flickering. There were people fighting in front of him. Xiao Yan tumbled and crawled forward. Behind him, Feng Xian muttered, Fuck me. May all the gods and Buddhas bless us. I hope it's not Blood Rain Tanhua. Otherwise, I'm afraid he'll go crazy. Mu Qing said, Less nonsense. Even if all the gods and Buddhas bless us, we won't be able to protect ourselves. Hurry up and catch up. Look at how he's stumbling as he runs. Don't let him fall on his face before he even sees anyone. Xiao Yan forgot to hold his breath. Just like that, he listened to his own disorderly breathing as he ran for 5 or 6 kilometers. He made a few huge turns. Finally, after he made the last turn, his eyes suddenly lit up. At the end of the floating heavenly bridge, a red-clothed person and a white-clothed person were engaged in a fierce battle. The red-clothed person held a slender silver-colored scimitar in his hand. His figure was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing like lightning. It was Hua Cheng. He wasn't smiling anymore. Instead, he was completely focused. His expression was bitingly cold. On his handsome and pale cheeks, there was a bright red bloodstain. Amidst the bitingly cold, it added a bit of brilliance. The white-clothed person was naturally by Wuxia. In his hand was a long sword that he had obtained from an unknown place. His face was still half crying, half smiling, sorrowful. However, that mask was a little different from the one Xiao Yan had seen before. It was split open in the middle. That crack was extremely large. It couldn't be ignored. It split from the center of his forehead all the way to his cheeks. It seemed like it would collapse at any moment. The movement techniques of the two people moved away immediately. Demonic chi soared into the sky. Their attacks had the force of 1,000 caddies, piercing through the heavens. Sword chi and saber winds danced wildly. The dead spirit butterflies above and the lava wraiths below were also in a stalemate. They screamed at each other, and it was as if they could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Every time they exchanged blows, the lava pool would explode into raging waves several zhang high. The others couldn't get close at all. Feng Xian and Mu Qing followed behind. They were so shocked by this scene that their feet were nailed to the ground, unable to move a single step. No martial god would be able to watch such a battle scene without their hearts skipping a beat. Once he saw that Hua Cheng was safe and sound, Xia Lian's heart that had been hanging high finally fell to the ground. He simply wanted to lie down on the ground and scream, but he forced himself to endure. When experts exchanged blows, victory and defeat could be decided in an instant. Moreover, this was a battle between two impassible ghost kings of the present age. Far behind Bai Wuxiang stood a figure. It was the imperial advisor. He was naturally brought here by Bai Wuxiang. Seeing that Xia Lian and the others had arrived, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, he didn't dare to rashly make a sound. Unexpectedly, Hua Cheng had already noticed the people who had arrived. His frost-like cold and focused expression slowly melted away. Finally, he smiled and said, "It seems like you failed again. His Highness is here. The people he brought with him are all present." Xia Lian couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, "San Lang." Hua Cheng tilted his head slightly and replied, "Older brother." After replying, his tone turned into a warning as he said, "Older brother, the next time you make yourself fall down, I'll be angry." Xia Lian also said, "The next time you jump down, I'll be even angrier." Hearing this, Hua Cheng's expression froze for a moment. It seemed that Xia Lian's words had truly caused him to feel fear. Moreover, when he faced Bai Wuxiang, he didn't reveal this kind of fear. Bai Wuxiang took advantage of the situation and advanced. The one he hit was Hua Cheng, but his words were directed at Xia Lian. "Xianlu, aren't the two of you being too complacent? Are you looking down on me too much?" Chapter 237. That was the sound of a weapon breaking. Everyone hurriedly looked towards the direction of the sound. They saw that the scimitar in Hua Cheng's hand was unscathed. The long sword that Bai Wuxiang was holding was blocked by Hua Cheng's backhand, but it was broken in two. The eyes on the hilt of the misfortune blade looked at Xia Lian and kept rolling around, as if it had performed in front of Xia Lian. Its heart was filled with joy. Hua Cheng laughed and said calmly, "It's fine. Brother doesn't have to worry." He asked Bai Wuxiang, "Why should I care about you?" Bai Wuxiang snorted. The imperial tutor couldn't hold it in anymore. Afraid that he would anger his opponent, he said, "Young man, don't be too arrogant." Who knew, Hua Cheng's next sentence was even more unbridled. Holding the saber in one hand, showing off his ability, facing Bai Wuxiang, he smiled and said, "After all, when all's said and done, you're just a rotten old man full of jealousy." Not only did the imperial tutor not even have the strength to reprimand him for his fake smile, Feng Xian and Mu Qing were both stupefied. This person was too daring. Who would dare to say this in front of either Jun Wu or Bai Wuxiang? However, they had to admit only Hua Cheng dared to say this. Because, perhaps only after he said this, Jun Wu or Bai Wuxiang still couldn't do anything to him. Mu Qing came down and took a few steps. He muttered, "No wonder in the past, when it came to the blood-rain Tanhua, Jun Wu always said to avoid it if possible and not to face it." At this moment, a white shadow flashed and blocked in front of the misfortune blade. Xia Lian's eyes were sharp and saw the thing clearly. He said, "San Lang, don't cut that." It was the fetus spirit. He saw it clearly, so did Hua Cheng. The tip of the saber tilted and retracted freely, changing from a slash to a flick, sending the white thing flying away. Feng Xian's pupils shrank in an instant. Seeing that the fetus spirit wasn't cut in half, he came back to his senses and said, "Come over quickly." The direction in which the fetus spirit was sent flying by Hua Cheng was heading towards him. Feng Xian went forward to pick it up. There weren't many strands of hair on its head to begin with, and when he shouted, it all stood up. Its throat gurgled, and it bit wildly, refusing to let him pick it up. Feng Xian couldn't help but say angrily, "Fuck. You stick to him whenever you see him and bite whenever you see me. Who exactly is your father?" Mu Qing suddenly said, "Have you ever treated him as your son? Did you ever call him by his name properly?" Hearing this, Feng Xian was stunned and said, On the other side, Xiao Yan couldn't just watch the battle without moving. He hurriedly said, "You two be careful, I'll go up and take a look." Mu Qing whispered, "Be careful. Don't forget, you still have two." Xiao Yan was slightly startled. He subconsciously touched his neck and felt the cursed shackle. But for some reason, he felt that Bai Wuxiang would not use the curse to threaten him. Without another word, he rushed forward and saw that the red and white figures were fighting fiercely. After observing for a moment, he judged that it would be difficult for him to rashly join the battle. Ruoxi waved his hand and pulled the Imperial Preceptor over, saying, "Master. Are you all right?" The Imperial Tutor wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, "I'm fine." Xiao Yan asked, "Why are you sweating so much if you're fine?" The Imperial Preceptor said, "Isn't it because I was scared by that blood rain Tanhua?" At this time, he heard Feng Xian and Mu Qing cry out in alarm. Xiao Yan raised his head and looked over, only to see Bai Wuxiang's hands slightly drooping. One of his arms had already been injured. He turned his palm over and looked at the blood all over it. He sighed and smiled. "It's been many years since someone could injure me to this degree." Xiao Yan had a bad premonition and said, "Master, is he angry?" The Imperial Preceptor could be said to be the person who understood Bai Wuxiang the most in this world. He said, "No, it's worse than him being angry. He is happy." Pausing, Bai Wuxiang turned towards Hua Cheng and asked with interest, "That scimitar of yours, was it refined from that eye you lost?" Hua Cheng clearly had no interest in answering, but Xiao Yan's heart suddenly jumped. From the first time he saw misfortune, he knew that this scimitar was definitely not ordinary. He also had a 60% guess that it might have been refined from Hua Cheng's lost eye. Bai Wuxiang's tone was so certain. Could it really be so? The Imperial Preceptor's brows slightly furrowed. After a moment, he suddenly said, "I remember." Xiao Yan asked, "Remember what?" The Imperial Preceptor said, "I remember. I heard them talk about something before. A few hundred years ago, a malicious ghost came to Bronze Cauldron Mountain." Mu Qing said, "The number of malicious ghosts that came to Bronze Cauldron Mountain was at least several tens of thousands." The Imperial Preceptor said, "Don't interrupt. That malicious ghost became a ghost for a very short period of time. It was very young, and when it came, it was about to vanish into thin air. But for some reason, it persisted and floated here." For some reason, Xiao Yan's heart was beating wildly. He said, "Vanish into thin air. Why?" The Imperial Preceptor said, "It seemed to be heavily injured, and its soul was almost scattered. Its consciousness wasn't very clear either. But as it floated around, it kept repeating that it wouldn't leave, it wouldn't leave. Maybe it was because it had an unfulfilled wish. In short, that year when Bronze Cauldron Mountain was opened, an accident happened. When Xiao Yan heard it wouldn't leave, his heart inexplicably softened. He then asked, "What accident?" Not only did tens of thousands of ghosts gather in Bronze Cauldron Mountain, but there was also a group of living people who mistakenly entered the forbidden area. "What?" The imperial preceptor said, the bronze cauldron was filled with demons and ghosts. Normal people couldn't escape at all, and could only be used as nourishment. But for some reason, that malicious ghost brought along a large group of living people and escaped for many days. In the end, it was surrounded by tens of thousands of ghosts and forced to a dead end. It was about to be devoured along with the living people. Xiao Yan knew that this lonely wandering wild ghost was definitely Hua Cheng. He said, and then? Is there any way to escape and be saved? The imperial preceptor said, there is. Refine a blood vessel and kill our way out. Mu Qing still couldn't help but interrupt, then the safest sacrifice, isn't it? Isn't it those living people who fell into a desperate situation? Feng Xian and Mu Qing looked at Hua Cheng, who was completely focused on the fierce battle with Bai Wuxiang. Could it be that he, Xiao Yan, also held his breath? The imperial preceptor said, yes, he made his move. Feng Xian and Mu Qing's expressions became indescribable. Xiao Yan, however, didn't move, waiting for the imperial preceptor to continue. As expected, the imperial preceptor said, he made his move. He suddenly went crazy and dug out one of his eyes. The imperial preceptor said, that malicious ghost almost attacked those living people, but for some reason, he didn't move in the end. Instead, he used one of his eyes as the price to refine a blood vessel. But that malicious ghost was originally holding on to his last breath. After digging out his eye, he should have completely fallen apart. But for some reason, he was stimulated by something and became completely awake. I don't know what evil vessel he refined, but it actually survived that battle. Also, there's something strange. Xiao Yan forced himself to calm down. What is it? The imperial preceptor said, it said that after that battle, a heaven's tribulation descended from the heavens and struck Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Do you know what this means? What else was there to say? The heavens' tribulation descended, which meant that the heavens felt that someone in Bronze Cauldron Mountain had the qualifications to ascend. Xiao Yan grabbed the imperial preceptor and said, Who? Who ascended? The imperial preceptor said, I only heard it from others. But in the heavenly court, none of the heavenly officials came from Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Either what I heard is completely false, or the person who ascended jumped down and rejected the heavenly court. Mu Qing couldn't accept it at all, ascended as a ghost. Is there really such a thing? And he rejected the ascension and jumped down himself. It can't be him, right? He had just entered Bronze Cauldron Mountain at that time, he hadn't reached the pinnacle yet, right? Jumping down like that, there's no telling if he'll live or die, right? Why did he do it? How could he do it to this extent? Suddenly, Xiao Yan heard Bai Wuxiang sigh, Xian Lu, you have a very loyal follower. Before he finished, a face of sorrow and joy suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan didn't expect Bai Wuxiang to be able to get so close to him in an instant. His image was clearly reflected in the eyes of Bai Wuxiang. Wuxia's hair stood on end, it wanted to attack, but in the end, it shrank back. But it couldn't be blamed, because Wuxia had always been very smart. When it judged that its attack was useless, it would give up. Bai Wuxiang seemed to smile, because the sorrow and joy face split even wider. In the next moment, the blade of misfortune swept past his neck. But it was a step too late, Bai Wuxiang had already dodged. He suddenly appeared at the highest point of the skycrossing bridge, raised his hand slightly, and said, Don't be nervous, I'm just taking back my thing. In his hand, there was a long sword that was completely black, like cold jade, with a silver heart piercing through the heart of the sword. Xiao Yan subconsciously touched his back, and sure enough, the maiden heart that he was carrying was gone. The maiden heart was originally Prince Wu Yong's sword. Bai Wuxiang took away the sword that originally belonged to him. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. The deathly white mask peeled off bit by bit, and finally completely fell off, revealing the face behind the mask. That white robe also turned into a white armor in the burning flames. Finally, Bai Wuxiang took off the mask, and became Jun Wu. Everyone held their breath and became vigilant. Chapter 238. The imperial tutor shouted at Hua Cheng, "Young man, don't underestimate your enemy. His current form is even harder to deal with than Bai Wuxiang's. Furthermore, you originally had the advantage of having a good weapon. But now it's gone." As expected, the injuries on Jun Wu's body were all gone. From head to toe, he looked brand new. He glanced at the imperial tutor and smiled, "Teaching others how to deal with me in front of me. I didn't kill you, but you're getting more and more daring." That smile revealed a warning. The imperial tutor didn't say anything. He also looked straight at him. Xiao Yan said, "Don't worry. San Lang has never underestimated his enemy." He couldn't be more clear. Even if Hua Cheng's smile was unbridled, his hands would never relax. Jun Wu stared at the blade and calmly said, "Kill Heart. It's been a long time. Perhaps, it should be called Kill Heart." In the past, Xiao Yan had always felt that it wasn't easy to use an old heart. In the past, Xiao Yan had always felt that it wasn't easy to use an older woman's heart. He didn't expect it to be in the hands of its former master. It was completely different from when it was in his hands. Every time Kill Heart and Misfortune clashed, the entire heavenly bridge trembled. Every time Execution and Misfortune clashed, the entire Skycrossing bridge trembled. Every time Kill Heart and Misfortune clashed, the entire heavenly bridge trembled. Compared to before, Jun Wu's strength and speed had clearly increased by a large level. Compared to before, Jun Wu's strength and speed were clearly a whole level higher. His brows furrowed. His expression became even colder. The people watching from afar were also shocked. Because, every strike of Jun Wu's was ruthlessly piercing Hua Cheng's right eye. Hua Cheng blocked it twice. It was extremely thrilling. Soon, he realized that Jun Wu was using this move over and over again. It was as if his right eye was Hua Cheng's weakness and he wanted to dig it out again. Every time he attacked, Hua Cheng would naturally defend with all his strength and repeatedly block. In this way, wouldn't they fall into a tug of war where they couldn't do anything? The eye on Misfortune seemed to have sensed danger and was extremely furious. The black jade-like sword attacked once again. A crisp, ding, sound could be heard. Hua Cheng didn't raise his blade to block, but Jun Wu withdrew his sword. Xiao Yan, dressed in white, blocked in front of Hua Cheng. Just now, he actually used the strength of a flick to deflect Heart's cold blade. In the end, Xiao Yan couldn't help but join the battle. He was good at catching blades with his bare hands, but this was the first time he had encountered such a dangerous sword. With a light flick, almost half of his arm went numb, especially his palm. He only regained feeling after taking a few steps back and swinging his arm a few times. Behind him, Hua Cheng said, "Brother." Xiao Yan said, "Let's go together." The two of them stood back to back, their battle intents aimed at the other side. Seeing this, Jun Wu's smile deepened and he said, "Oh." Xiao Yan whispered, "You go up, I'll go down." Before he finished speaking, the two of them split up and attacked Jun Wu, one above and one below. Xiao Yan had a good idea of Jun Wu's moves, so he could vaguely guess what his next move would be. Thus, he blurted out, "Hook." Hua Cheng obeyed and pulled back his scimitar. Sure enough, Jun Wu was almost hit. Xiao Yan shouted again, "Boom." Once again, Hua Cheng did as he was told. This time, he did not use his saber. Instead, he attacked with his bare hands. Sure enough, Jun Wu's shoulder was hit and his body sank. If it weren't for his speed, these two attacks would have hit his vitals. As they fought, Xiao Yan suddenly realized something. Hua Cheng was the best in the world. With such skills, why would he need him to remind him? This was too offensive. Xiao Yan's old habit flared up again. He hurriedly said, "I'm sorry. You don't have to listen to me." Hua Qing smiled and said, "Brother said it was the best choice. Why wouldn't I listen?" Suddenly, the bridge collapsed. Hua Cheng's feet were in the air, and just as he was about to fall, Xiao Yan stepped on the bridge. Rui swept him back. In the next moment, he felt a chill on his neck. Junwu flashed behind him and put a hand on his shoulder. He said, "Xian Lu, your skills aren't bad." He was too close, and Xiao Yan felt his blood run cold. Hua Qing said, "Brother." He threw his left hand and the misfortune sword flew over. Xiao Yan's reaction was surprisingly fast. He slightly lowered his head, and the misfortune sword flew over his head, striking towards Junwu who was behind him. Only then did Junwu let go of his hand on Xiao Yan's shoulder. Xiao Yan took the opportunity to jump back to Hua Cheng's side, and the misfortune sword once again flew back into Hua Cheng's hand. The two of them cooperated seamlessly. The bystanders could only see three silhouettes flickering like lightning. Their speed was simply unimaginable and suffocating. Meanwhile, Junwu's laughter echoed above the lava dome, as if encouraging them. "Good. Very good. Continue." Mu Qing barely avoided the collapse of the bridge as he fearfully said, "State Preceptor. Is he all right? Is he smiling?" State Preceptor said, "I already said it. The only thing worse than him being angry is that he's happy. This is just the beginning." On the other side, Junwu was like a tiger that had grown wings after obtaining the executioner's heart. Xiao Yan watched as Junwu ruthlessly attacked Hua Cheng's right eye with his sword. Trembling with fear, he summoned Rui to wrap around the hilt of the executioner's heart. Unexpectedly, Junwu pulled back, and Xiao Yan's entire body flew towards him. Xiao Yan was shocked at first, but then he calmed down. In any case, he originally wanted to snatch the sword, so he had nothing to fear. He met the sword head-on, and in his mind, he had already rehearsed the next 200 or so moves. Unexpectedly, when he was in midair, a hand grabbed him and pulled him back. Xiao Yan landed on the ground and turned his head to look, only to see Hua Cheng blocking in front of him. A black jade sword had pierced through his heart. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan practically suffocated. "San Lang." Hua Cheng's expression darkened slightly. Junwu was waiting for Xiao Yan to run into the executioner's heart by himself. Seeing that he was blocked, he pulled out his sword and retreated, seeming slightly disappointed. Xiao Yan had completely forgotten that Hua Cheng was a ghost. Even with a large hole in his chest, he was still alive and kicking. Even now, he still wasn't at ease. Both of his hands covered the wound on Hua Cheng's chest that wasn't bleeding, and said, "San Lang, you. Why are you so sudden?" Hua Cheng said, "How could I let you get stabbed again in front of me?" For some reason, his tone was a bit too aggressive. Xiao Yan was slightly startled, but then he heard Junwu say in a warm voice, "Xian Lu, why are you so distressed? In any case, he won't feel pain. He's just a person who died long ago." He actually reminded Xiao Yan of this point. Xiao Yan fiercely looked at him, his heart full of anger. "Isn't it all your fault?" Junwu sneered and said, "Is it all my fault?" Hearing his question, Xiao Yan suddenly froze. Junwu changed the topic and said, "Perhaps. However, Xian Lu, have you been in the human world for so long that you've forgotten what you've done? Do you still remember what you did after Xian Li's country was destroyed?" Junwu revealed a meaningful smile and slowly said, "Do you still remember a ghost called Nameless?" Suddenly, Xiao Yan's face turned deathly pale and he blurted out, "Don't." Imperial Tutor had a bad premonition and said, "Your Highness, what did he say? What did you do after Xian Li's country was destroyed?" Xiao Yan felt an indescribable fear. He looked at Hua Cheng, then looked at Junwu. His expression changed from one of anger to one of bewilderment. Hua Qing immediately grabbed him and said in a low voice, "It's nothing, Your Highness. Don't be afraid." Feng Xian also said, "That's right, calm down first." Mu Qing was extremely sensitive. What does he mean? Ghost? What ghost? But how could Xia Lian still be calm? That was the most embarrassing day of his life and also the most regretful thing he had done. He never dared to think about it. As long as that pale smiling mask with curved eyebrows appeared in his mind, he couldn't sleep. He couldn't wait to curl up into a ball and never show his face again. Hua Cheng had seen the glorious Xia Lian, the defeated Xia Lian, the clumsy Xia Lian, and the destitute Xia Lian. That was nothing. But he probably hadn't seen the Xia Lian rolling in the mud, the Xia Lian cursing loudly, the Xia Lian filled with hatred, the Xia Lian who wanted to destroy Yong and country for revenge, and the Xia Lian who wanted to create a second human face plague. That part was too unbearable to recall. If it was in the past, Bai Wuxiang would have revealed it. But now, Xia Lian didn't want to test Hua Cheng's expression after knowing that he still had a period of time. Because he wasn't as good as Hua Cheng thought. He wasn't always spotless, holy, and pure. Even if Hua Cheng only showed an expression of disbelief after knowing, he would probably be ashamed for the rest of his life and wouldn't have the face to see Hua Cheng again. Thinking of this, Xia Lian couldn't help but turn pale. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead and his hands trembled slightly. Seeing his reaction, Hua Cheng's grip tightened and he said confidently, "Your Highness, don't be afraid. Remember? You were the one who was glorious, but you were also the one who fell into the dust. The key is you, not how you were. No matter what happened, I won't leave. You can tell me anything. In the end," he said softly, "tell me yourself." Xia Lian calmed himself down a little, but Jun Wu let out a laugh and slowly said, "No matter what happens, I will never leave. Once, my most loyal believers, my best friends also said the same thing to me." Imperial Tutor's expression changed slightly. Jun Wu glanced at him and said, "But, in the end, you saw it. No one really did it." Imperial Tutor couldn't bear to look at him and turned his head away. Hua Qing said, "Trust me, Your Highness." "Can't I?" It wasn't that Xia Lian didn't believe him. It was just that he didn't dare to try. In the end, Xia Lian swallowed his saliva and forced a smile. He felt that he shouldn't smile, so he lowered his head and said with a trembling voice. "San Lang, I'm sorry, I might." Hua Cheng stared at him for a moment and said, "Actually," before he finished speaking, an extremely strong murderous aura attacked them and the two of them jumped away. Xia Lian calmed down and his pale face recovered a little. What's wrong with him? Why is he more faster and stronger? Compared to the Bai Wuxiang form just now, Jun Wu's speed and strength had increased by at least half, and it was still growing. He could clearly feel this terrifying increase in strength with every attack. Mu Qin also felt something was wrong and shouted, "Your Highness. Be careful, he's changing his strategy. He's not attacking the Blood Rain Tanhua, he's only attacking you." Chapter 239. The Maiden Heart Sword carried a threatening aura. Those who were watching from afar were also terrified. Not to mention Xia Lian who was continuously retreating under this kind of attack. Just now, Hua Qing alone was enough to deal with Bai Wuxiang, but after Jun Wu came out, he needed two people to be able to fight him to a draw. Bronze Cauldron Mountain's home ground advantage was starting to show. Xia Lian could vaguely feel a pressure pressing down on them. Moreover, Jun Wu also had a layer of white armor protecting him. It was a 1,000-year-old magic treasure that he had personally refined. Its defense was almost invulnerable. All he needed to do was to protect his head. Hua Cheng's attacks were quick and accurate. Xia Lian also took advantage of the opportunity. The two of them nearly hit Jun Wu's throat, chest, back, abdomen, shoulders, and other parts of his body, but his opponent still didn't move a single inch. Mu Qin shouted, "Don't waste your energy. It's useless. It's impossible to pierce through that white armor." Xiao Yan said, "Attack below his right ribs." The scimitar struck again. It struck the spot he had spoken of. As expected, it was useless. Mu Qin shouted, "It's useless to say that. Why don't we find a way to distance ourselves from him first? We can join him and fight him together." Feng Xin. "Where are your arrows?" Feng Xian was climbing up a rock at the side. Just as he was about to catch the fetus spirit that was spitting saliva at him, he said, "All right. It's coming." Xiao Yan said, "Continue, don't stop. Attack his lower right ribs." Feng Xian, "Your Highness. His armor was very powerful. You might not be able to break through even if you slash it a few hundred times." Xiao Yan said, "Don't worry, just listen to me. There's no need for so many." Huaqing didn't ask why and continued to attack with his curved blade. Suddenly, wherever the blade swept past, a crack appeared on it. Blood spurted out. Misfortune's blade cut into Junwu's abdomen below his right rib. Huaqing stood in front of Junwu, wielding a saber with one hand. She looked at him coldly. Xiao Yan stood at Junwu's side. Wuxia took this opportunity to go up and bind Junwu's hands, making it impossible for him to block. On the other side, Mu Qin was stunned. How could that be? How could the 1,000-year-old white armor be broken so easily by Huaqing? Xiao Yan tightened his grip on Wuxia as he stared at Junwu and said, "Did you forget? 800 years ago, I fought with you." Feng Xian and Mu Qin reacted. Second Ascension. At that time, Xiao Yan suggested to Junwu that he should be demoted and that he wanted to have a match with him. Although both sides had agreed not to go easy on each other during that battle, Junwu must have still been holding back. However, Xiao Yan had given it his all. In total, he had struck more than 3,000 times. Among them, Junwu was hit by more than 400 swords. Out of the 400 or so swords, more than 100 of them had pierced this place. Xiao Yan persistently stabbed Junwu more than 3,000 times. Finally, he broke through the nearly invulnerable defense of the 1,000-year-old white armor and stabbed his right abdomen. Right at this moment, where Huaqing's saber had landed. Therefore, 800 years ago, Xiao Yan left an old scar on this white armor. With just 3 slashes, Huaqing would be able to break through. Furthermore, Huaqing's blade was even sharper than Xiao Yan had imagined. The scimitar entering the abdomen was definitely a heavy blow. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, he heard the imperial advisor say, "It's useless." Logically speaking, Junwu's movements should be restricted due to his heavy injuries. However, he merely lowered his head and glanced at it. His expression didn't change. Xiao Yan sensed that something was wrong. Junwu's hands moved slightly. Immediately, Xiao Yan heard 2 soft tearing sounds. At the same time, his hands loosened. Wuxia was broken. The white silk was split into 2 pieces and suddenly fell to the ground lifelessly. In the next moment, Xiao Yan felt his neck being strangled and his whole body being dragged up. He heard Huaqing say, "Your Highness." However, that voice suddenly became far away. Junwu's voice was very close. He said, "Xianlu, do you think that I have less experience than you when it comes to being stabbed? Do you think that I would care?" The imperial advisor said from afar, "Even if you stab him 118 times, it won't be of any use. Because, it seems like, he doesn't feel any pain anymore." Xiao Yan's expression didn't change when a sword pierced through his heart. It was the same for Junwu. Feng Xian had already drawn his bow and aimed it at Junwu. Hearing this, he put it down and said, "What? Doesn't that mean that it doesn't matter whether we hit him or not?" Mu Qin said, by the way, I'll tell you another piece of bad news. I suspect that his self-healing speed is even faster than the speed at which he was injured. What? On the other side, Xiao Yan could already confirm that this was indeed the truth. His injuries were terrifying. If it was someone else, they would definitely have been cut in half at the waist. However, his wounds were no longer bleeding. Jun Wu said, "Don't be so surprised. If he was constantly stabbed in the back, wouldn't he have already died 1,000 times if he didn't immediately recover? However, the two of you are really not bad." He smiled and said, "In these 800 years, I've only been injured by a sword and a saber, and they were the two of you. Blood Rain Tanhua, stand far away. You don't want to see Xian Li's neck being broken by me." Hua Cheng's face darkened and his eyes flashed fiercely. However, he saw that Jun Wu was holding Xiao Yan and suspending him above the skycrossing bridge. If he let go, Xiao Yan would fall into the hundreds of feet of the inferno pond. After a moment, he put away his saber and slowly retreated a few steps. He looked quite calm, but the saber in his hand revealed something. Evil Fate was very anxious. His eyes turned wildly and fiercely stared at Xiao Yan. Hua Cheng retreated to the edge of the skycrossing bridge. Jun Wu said, "That's enough." He grabbed Xiao Yan and the two stared at each other. After a long while, Jun Wu suddenly slammed Xiao Yan against a rock wall. This collision was too ruthless. Xiao Yan's entire head was buzzing as blood dripped down from his nose and mouth. In the distance, there seemed to be many people crying out in fear, but he was unable to clearly hear who it was. He only heard Jun Wu lightly say in his ear, "Xian Lu, your head hit the wall. Does it hurt?" Xiao Yan didn't hear clearly and didn't reply. So, Jun Wu grabbed him and knocked him again, asking, "Does it hurt? Does it hurt? Does it hurt?" With every sentence he asked, he knocked Xiao Yan against the wall, causing him to scream. However, he shouted, "Don't come over, San Lang. I'm fine, I'm fine. Don't come over." At least, now wasn't the time. It wasn't the time yet. After the first hit, Hua Cheng was already about to rush over. He hadn't even taken 2 steps when he heard Xiao Yan tell him not to go over, so he abruptly stopped. However, his expression was already completely sinister. The veins on the back of his hand looked like they were about to explode, and his entire arm was trembling. Jun Wu's expression didn't change, but his hand crazily grabbed Xiao Yan and slammed him against the rock wall. He repeatedly asked, "Does it hurt? Does it hurt?" The imperial tutor said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." It was unknown who he was calling. Xiao Yan's bloody hands pressed against the uneven rock wall. He gritted his teeth and roared. "It hurts." Only then did Jun Wu smile in satisfaction. He let go of Xiao Yan's pitiful head and put him on the ground. Xiao Yan fell to the ground while holding his still buzzing head. Tears and blood flowed uncontrollably. Jun Wu squatted beside him and stared at his face for a while. Suddenly, he raised his hand and touched his head. Then, he gently wiped the blood off his face. This action was gentle and loving, like a father squatting beside a child who had just been beaten black and blue by him to comfort him. This scene made Feng Xian and Mu Qing's hair stand on end. He's really crazy, right? Hua Qingfu Dao's knuckles made cracking sounds. Meanwhile, the pupils of Yi Ming's eyes rapidly contracted, as if they were bloodshot. Xiao Yan didn't say a word and let him help him wipe his face. Jun Wu then muttered to himself, "You silly child, if it hurts, why don't you turn around? Do you think that the wall will collapse by itself if you keep slamming against it? Why don't you change your direction?" Xiao Yan replied, "I won't turn around." Jun Wu was extremely rough. He raised his hand and slapped Xiao Yan, causing him to fall to the ground with a bang. Xiao Yan was dizzy and disoriented when Jun Wu picked him up again. With a tone that suggested he was about to lose his patience, he said, "Do you really want to make me angry? I'll ask you again, will you change or not?" Xia Lian coughed twice and spat out a mouthful of blood. "I won't change." A crack finally appeared on Jun Wu's gentle expression as a fierce look flashed across his face. The imperial tutor's face turned green. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, he hurriedly shouted, "Your Highness the Crown Prince. You never wanted to kill this child. You like him very much. Did you forget what you said before?" Jun Wu sneered. "If that wasn't the case, I wouldn't have wasted all my patience and tolerance on him for the past 800 years. He would have long become the foundation of immortal capital, trampled by thousands and tens of thousands of people." He turned to Xia Lian and suddenly became furious. "But he doesn't know what's good for him. He's stubborn, willful, and he won't listen to me no matter what. Why must he go against me? You won't change. Fine, then you can try. Let's see if this wall will collapse after your head is smashed." When the state preceptor saw him mention Xia Lian again, he hurriedly said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Your Highness. His little Highness isn't sensible, so please spare him this time. Forget it. One day, he will become sensible." Jun Wu looked at him and his smile became even colder. "Do you really think I'm crazy? Don't try to deceive me. In your heart, you really think that the one who's not sensible isn't him, but me, right?" The state preceptor was stunned. Jun Wu continued, "You wholeheartedly cultivate him and teach him because you hope that he can defeat me. That way, you can prove that I'm wrong. You're right, you're all right. Then you can hold a perfect illusion of Crown Prince Wu Yong and wring your hands and sigh at the current Jun Wu. Isn't this your goal? Do you think I don't know what you're thinking?" The state preceptor said, "No. Don't get tangled up in right and wrong, success and failure. I've never thought like that." However, Jun Wu couldn't bear to listen anymore and sternly said, "Don't even think about it. I'm telling you, don't even think about it. No one can defeat me. It's even more impossible for him." After laughing wildly a few times, he once again grabbed Xia Lian and slammed him against the rock. As he slammed, he shouted, "Are you going to change or not? Change or not? Change or not?" Xia Lian also seemed to have gone crazy. He grabbed his arm and shouted, "No. No. No." Although he was slammed until he saw stars and was in incomparable pain, he stubbornly refused to give him the answer he wanted. He refused to change and was extremely happy. He had held it in for too long. It was as if he had been waiting for this kind of opportunity for many years. While his head was bleeding, he cried and shouted, "I won't change. I won't change even in pain, I won't change even in death, I won't change forever." Right now, it wasn't Jun Wu who had forced him to go crazy, but he had angered Jun Wu to the point of going crazy. Jun Wu's eyes were bloodshot. Just as he was about to give him another lesson, he suddenly stopped moving and lowered his head to look. He saw a long sword cleaving down on his shoulder and 8 long arrows made of tree branches neatly stuck into his back. This wasn't much, because neither the long sword nor the arrows had pierced through this layer of white armor. However, his right hand was gone. The hand that was grabbing Xia Lian was gone. The entire hand had disappeared from his wrist, and the cut was neat and tidy. Xia Lian was also gone. When he turned his head again, he saw something flying towards him with a swift and fierce gust of wind. He waved his left hand and caught that thing. Only when he looked did he discover that it was his own right hand. On the opposite side of the sky-crossing bridge, Hua Cheng was holding Xia Lian, who was covered in blood. With one hand holding the curved sword, he was holding Xia Lian's shoulder while the other hand was covering the wound on Xia Lian's head. He coldly said, "Take your dirty hand back." Xia Lian's stubbornness to admit defeat finally angered Jun Wu, causing him to leave an opening. Junwu grabbed his right hand and put it back on his wrist. After moving it a few times, he pulled out the arrow on his back. Suddenly he thought of something and turned his head, just in time to see Mu Qing, who was holding a long sword with a pale face. When Mu Qing met his gaze, he was slightly startled, but he still braced himself and forced himself to calm down. But after a while, he couldn't calm down anymore. Junwu looked at his shoulder and lightly said, "Sure enough, compared to Xian Lu, you're still lacking a bit." Hearing this, Mu Qing's expression changed slightly. However, the long sword in his hand suddenly fell to the ground and his expression changed greatly. He pulled up his sleeve and looked at his wrist. He saw that the black shackle on his wrist had suddenly tightened, and the surrounding meridians suddenly became visible, as if there was an endless stream of blood gathering towards it. Feng Xian saw that Mu Qing was stunned and motionless, so he shouted, "What are you standing there for? Run!" State Preceptor, Feng Xian, "You brat, his leg is injured, how can he run?" Feng Xian was shocked, "Fuck me." He had completely forgotten about this matter. If it was in the past, Mu Qing would have been so angry that his eyes would have rolled back, but now, running was useless. With the black shackle on his hand, it was useless no matter where he ran. Feng Xian cursed and was about to rush forward, but who knew that after Junwu pulled out the arrow on his back, he would throw it back at him. Feng Xian only felt a chill on his chest, and when he looked down, he saw that the 8 arrows had all been returned to him, neatly stuck in his chest. Junwu slowly walked towards Huaqing and Xiaolian. Huaqing didn't even look at him, he hugged Xiaolian and said, "Big brother." "Big brother?" Xiaolian had been hit hard just now, and it took a while for him to wake up in a daze. He still had a terrible headache, and he didn't even open his eyes when he said, "San Lang. Are you alright?" Huaqing looked at him for a while, then suddenly pulled him into his arms and said softly, "I'm completely fine. Why don't you take a look at yourself?" Xiaolian was in his arms. Although he was being hugged very tightly, it didn't crush his wounds. With great effort, he opened his eyes, and the mess around him entered his vision. Mu Qing stood stiffly in place, one hand tightly gripping the other's wrist, as if he was fighting against the blood-sucking curse. However, based on his pale complexion, he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Although Feng Xian hadn't been pierced by the 8 arrows, his injuries weren't light, and he collapsed on the bridge. The fetus spirit was so happy that it kept screaming and jumping around him, using its hind legs to stomp on Feng Xian's face. Feng Xian was furious, but he couldn't move. Otherwise, his injuries would definitely worsen. Moreover, the entire heavenly bridge was collapsing section by section, and they could fall down at any time. Xiaolian clearly saw the situation in front of him and was shocked. He wanted to get up, but Huaqing helped him up. The two of them looked towards the opposite side. Junwu's figure was slowly walking towards them. Surrounded by the flames on all sides, he seemed especially tall, casting a large shadow. Xiaolian used all his strength to wipe the blood from his eyes, mouth, and nose as he stared at that figure. Junwu held the executioner's heart sword. The body of the heart-slaying sword condensed with an unending flow of spiritual light. At this moment, he was so calm that it was as if he was a completely different person from the Junwu who had crazily knocked Xiaolian against the rocks. He said, "Xian Lu, you know very well that you will definitely lose." Junwu understood Xiaolian too well. He knew exactly how Xiaolian would fight, and his Fa Li completely suppressed Xiaolian. Moreover, even if they hadn't fought yet, Xiaolian could feel that Junwu's fighting spirit and Fa Li had grown stronger. Bronze Cauldron Mountain was his territory, so the suppression here was even more obvious. Xiaolian thought to himself, "I'm afraid what he said is true." He couldn't win. However, even if he couldn't win, he still had to fight. Huaqing suddenly said, "No, Your Highness has won. Your Highness, you've won." Xiaolian was startled and looked at him. Huaqing also stared at him. You've won. You're stronger than him. His eyes were so bright it seemed as if something was burning. He confidently said, believe me. He's wrong, you're right. You're stronger than him. You're much stronger than him. Junwoo let out a low laugh. Perhaps he thought Hua Cheng's words were naive and laughable, or perhaps he was happy that Hua Cheng had overturned him. The power of faith of millions of believers was in his hands. Hua Cheng grabbed his shoulder and said, so what? They're just millions of idiots, all of them are trash. As for you, you only need one person. One person was enough. Before Xiao Yan could react, Hua Cheng had already pulled him over. Xiao Yan's eyes widened. Spiritual power erupted and surged into him. This time, it was more powerful than any exchange of Fa Li that Xiao Yan had experienced before. Even the necromancy butterflies and the lava wraiths seemed to feel this terrifying power. Explosions and screams rang out all around them. Xiao Yan's fingers were practically twitching, and his legs were trembling. He was almost kneeling on the ground, unable to support himself. In his heart, he shouted for him to stop, but Hua Cheng's hands were firmly locked on his head, not letting him leave. He didn't allow him to refuse. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Yan's throat suddenly loosened. At the same time, Hua Cheng finally let go of him. Xiao Yan's legs went soft, and he knelt on the ground. His hands were barely able to support himself, and only then did he not collapse. Junwoo stopped in his tracks and looked over with a solemn expression. Meanwhile, Feng Xian, who was lying in the distance, said in disbelief, Your Highness, your. Xiao Yan stretched out his trembling hands and touched his throat. There was nothing. Hua Cheng had poured too much Fa Li into him. It was really too much, completely exceeding the limits of the curse. Chapter 240. Mu Qin muttered, how could this happen? How could there be so many? He had never heard of anyone using mana to burst the curse shackles. Hua Cheng pulled Xiao Yan up from the ground and said, Big brother, try fighting again. Coincidentally, Junwoo slashed at him with his sword. Xiao Yan subconsciously raised his hand and flicked it. Clang! Zhu Xian was almost sent flying by him. This strike could not be mentioned in the same breath as the one before. Xiao Yan looked at his hands. He was slightly dazed. He hadn't experienced this feeling for hundreds of years. He had almost forgotten. This was him. He was so strong that he couldn't control his own strength. Every step he took caused the earth to shake. 1,000 miles in one step. Reaching the heavens in one step. He clenched his fist. He punched Junwoo's face. Since the start of the battle, Junwoo's face has remained clean. This attack was successful. Finally, a bit of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it with his thumb. Then, he looked at the blood. The next moment, he swung his hand. He threw Zhu Xian to the side. It looked like he wanted to fight with Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan punched again. But this fist was caught by Junwoo, who twisted it with a backhand twist. Sharp pain assaulted him. Xiao Yan's arm snapped with a crack. But he immediately connected himself with 2 clicks. Another palm strike was intercepted by Junwoo. Xiao Yan saw that the situation wasn't good. He wanted to take back the heart that Junwoo had abandoned. Junwoo had naturally expected him to do this and blocked his path. But he forgot. He still had Feng Xian and Mu Qin behind him. Although the two of them were half crippled, they still wanted to pull out the fragrant heart sword sneakily. Their movements were already very light, but Junwoo seemed to have eyes on his back. With a backhand strike, the bridge under their feet broke and they fell into the lava river. In the nick of time, a hand grabbed Feng Xian's boot. Feng Xian grabbed Mu Qin's boot. He looked up and said, Fuck. Fuck. State Preceptor, don't let go. The one who grabbed them was the State Preceptor. The veins on his forehead bulged. You know I'm an old man. Then climb up quickly. Although that section of the bridge had been destroyed by Jun Wu, Xiao Yan raised his hand again, forcibly holding it up in midair. He still wanted to go up, but Jun Wu didn't give him the time. The three of them were less than 20 to 30 feet away from the boiling magma, and they could hear the bubbling sound of bubbles. Mu Qin was hanging at the bottom, and he was even hanging upside down. His posture was horrifying, and if he wasn't careful, he would probably wash his hair in the magma. His face was burning red, and he said, "Quickly pull me up." Unexpectedly, after pulling a few times, he called out again, "Wait. Don't pull me up." Imperial Advisor said angrily, "What exactly do you want?" Feng Xian, are you serious? Alright, then I'll let go. Mu Qin cursed, "Fuck, try letting go for real. Look down. Watch my sword." The few of them looked in the direction he was pointing. Right below them, a black jade longsword was stabbed into the center of the lava river and was slowly sinking. It was the maiden heart that they wanted to steal just now, but was shaken down by Jun Wu. Mu Qin crazily stretched his arms towards the sword hilt, as if he wanted to turn into a gibbon, but he couldn't reach it no matter what. He said, "Lower me down a little more, I'm almost there." The veins on Imperial Advisor's forehead bulged even more. "You two youngsters, I'm just an old man, don't be too excessive." As he spoke, he lowered the boot in his hands. Mu Qin's face was even closer to the surface of the magma river. His hair fell down, and the ends of his hair caught fire. Feng Xian, fuck, your hair is on fire. It's going to burn out. Fortunately, Mu Qin finally pulled out the sword. With one hand, he madly patted the flames on his hair, and with the other hand, he threw it towards Xiao Yan. "Xiao Yan, catch." Xiao Yan raised his hand and grabbed the hilt of the maiden heart. Imperial Advisor had also reached his limit. "I can't take it anymore, you guys quickly come up." Feng Xian saw that even Imperial Advisor was trembling. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, he fiercely threw Mu Qin up and said, "Who told you to be so talkative and dilly-dallying?" Mu Qin was thrown up, and just when he was about to explode in anger, dozens of lava resentful spirits suddenly rushed out from the lava pond below him. Those resentful spirits were like fish leaping out of the water. They jumped up and clung onto Feng Xian's chest. If it weren't for the spiritual aura protecting his body, Feng Xian's entire body would have been burnt through. Previously, they had been threatened by Feng Xian's arrows and harbored hatred in their hearts. They secretly hid in the magma and followed him here, waiting for an opportunity to pull him down. Caught off guard, Imperial Advisor was also pulled forward by the sudden increase in weight and slid down. This time, it was Mu Qin's turn to grab onto Imperial Advisor's boot. Feng Xian was originally injured, and there were still a few arrows stuck in his body that he had forgotten to remove. He fought with those resentful spirits with his bare hands, but he was also worried that if he fought too fiercely, the people above wouldn't be able to hold him back and would let go. The lava resentful spirits below him gathered more and more, layer upon layer clinging onto his body. It was as if they were tug-of-war with Imperial Advisor Mu Qin. The strength of both sides couldn't be underestimated. If this continued, Feng Xian might be torn into two. Feng Xian roared, "Can't you just give me a quick death?" Mu Qin said, "Shut up." Suddenly, he felt the weight on his hands lighten. Those resentful spirits seemed to have finally let go, and he hurriedly took the opportunity to pull the two up. After coming up, Feng Xian was still in a state of shock. He panted heavily, and the resentful spirits' screams and roars came from below. The few of them looked down, and Mu Qin and Imperial Advisor both said, "Feng Xian, it's your son." As expected, among the bright red lava resentful spirits, there was a shining white thing leaping around, crazily biting and tearing at them. Those lava resentful spirits were all at least 2,000 years old, and they were in groups. Why would they be afraid of a little ghost that wasn't even a baby spirit? Clawing and biting, that fetus spirit's body was originally ghastly white, but it had already been scalded until it was drenched in blood and red patches. It was even howling like a ghost, but its cries didn't make one's heart ache at all, only terrifying. Feng Xian exploded. He flew into a rage and said, "Don't bother with your rotten faces, a bunch of adults bullying a child. Wrong, wrong, come here." That fetus spirit couldn't defeat so many resentful spirits, so it had already grown timid. When it heard that someone wanted to stand up for it, it let out a strange cry and jumped onto Feng Xian's shoulder. Feng Xian took down his longbow and pulled out an arrow from his chest. He shot out a series of arrows, causing the flaming river to churn. That fetus spirit jumped around on his shoulder and let out strange cries, as if it was rejoicing in his misfortune. On the other side, when Xie Lian saw that they were out of danger, he finally felt relieved. Just as he was about to focus on dealing with Junwu, he suddenly felt suffocated. Junwu locked his entire body from behind and said, "Didn't I say it already? Where did you think you learned your skills from? I know all of your moves like the back of my hand." If Xie Lian couldn't break free from this lock, he would be trapped to death. However, if he could think of all the moves to break free, Junwu would definitely be able to think of them too. At this time, he heard Hua Qing say, "Brother, don't be afraid. You definitely have a move that he doesn't know of, a move that only you can use and he can't use." Suddenly, Xie Lian's mind flashed. Did he? He definitely did. Since he couldn't break free, then he wouldn't break free. He turned around in Junwu's arms and faced the enemy directly. Locking Junwu in place, he said word by word, "You definitely don't know this move." He grabbed Junwu and fiercely smashed their bodies against the incomparably solid rock wall. He used 100% of his strength in this collision. Amidst the rumbling sounds of the rock layer collapsing, he also heard the sound of something shattering. That sound came from Junwu's body. His white armor had completely shattered. At the same time, Junwu released him and furiously shouted, "Scram! All of you scram!" When Xie Lian raised his head, his hair stood on end. The thing that caught his eyes and caused Junwu to go crazy were faces. Those 3 faces had appeared again. Xie Lian once again raised his sword and pierced through Junwu's heart, nailing him to the rock wall. Fresh blood flowed out of Junwu's mouth. Xie Lian's sword had been infused with as much power as he could muster. The instant it pierced Junwu, it exploded. No matter how strong his self-healing ability was, it couldn't be repaired. The mountain collapsed. Junwu had originally been nailed to the rock wall, but after the mountain collapsed, he was now lying on the ground. However, he still hadn't given up. He flipped his hand around and grabbed the hilt of the fragrant heart sword, as if he wanted to write something on the blade. Naturally, it was a curse. He had to stop it. However, just as Xie Lian raised his hand, the state preceptor rushed over and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince. Forget it, forget it." Xie Lian stopped. He didn't know who the state preceptor was calling out to, or who he was telling to forget it. Junwu coughed up another mouthful of blood and angrily said, "Scram." The state preceptor knelt beside him and said, "Your Highness, forget it. Really, just forget it. Continuing to fight is meaningless." Junwu said, "What do you understand?" "Scram." The state preceptor said, "I don't understand. After so many years, you've been a deity, and you've also been a ghost king. You've killed those who should be killed, and you've obtained what you want. Why bother? In the end, what do you want? What do you want to prove?" Hearing this, a flash of confusion appeared on Junwu's face. However, it didn't last long before he suddenly grabbed the state preceptor's throat and angrily said, "Don't lecture me. You don't have the qualifications to lecture me. No one has the qualifications to lecture me." At the moment, Junwu didn't have enough strength, so this choke wasn't too difficult to break. Xiao Yan was just about to make a move to save him when the state preceptor waved his hand to tell him not to move. He continued to say, "Your Highness." Jun Wu coldly looked at him, still not letting go. Even if he didn't have enough strength right now, twisting the state preceptor's neck was as easy as flipping his hand. It was extremely dangerous. However, the state preceptor let him choke him like this and said, "I didn't teach His Highness the Crown Prince to teach you who didn't walk the wrong path, and then use him to humiliate you. He is him, and you are you. You two are different people, and having different paths is very normal. I've said it before, but you didn't believe me. So what about now?" Jun Wu stared at him, not saying a word. The state preceptor said, "I just really miss His Highness the Crown Prince, miss the former Wu Yong country, miss all of us, and the days before we ascended." The state preceptor continued, "It's been so many years, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Just looking at you makes me feel very tired, very tired. What about you? Are you really not tired?" As the number one martial god of the three realms, Jun Wu's appearance and bearing were forever perfect, untainted by even a speck of dust. At this moment, when all the halos faded away, Xiao Yan discovered that even if he removed those three faces, his complexion was still excessively pale. His facial features were too cold and stiff, and there were even faint dark circles under his eyes, making him appear gloomy and indescribable. He simply didn't have the gentleness he showed under the halo of light. However, the current him looked like he was alive. Even though he was still alive. The state preceptor said, "Your Highness, you've already lost. Give yourself a break." Jun Wu was a little perplexed as he asked, "Did I lose?" The exceedingly powerful fluctuation of magical power broke through the cave's dome, causing the faint sunlight to sprinkle down from above. The sky seemed to be drizzling. Jun Wu lay on the ground, while Xiao Yan stood up and looked down at him from above. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yan could see a trace of relief in Jun Wu's expression. He couldn't help but suspect that perhaps, being defeated by someone and ending this kind of crazy day after day had always been Jun Wu's deepest wish. After a while, Jun Wu suddenly asked, "That move, what's it called?" Xiao Yan raised his sleeves and wiped the blood off the side of his face. "The chest-shattering boulder." Jun Wu stared blankly for a moment. Then, as if he had thought of something, he smiled and sighed. Closing his eyes, he said, "Beautiful." He didn't say another word, but everyone could see the exhaustion on his face that he could no longer conceal. Xiao Yan's hand finally moved away from the hilt of the maiden heart sword. He didn't know what to do next, so he couldn't help but look towards Hua Cheng. Hua Cheng was still standing in the same place. On the only section of the heavenly bridge that hadn't collapsed, he had been quietly waiting for him for a long time with his hands behind his back. When he saw Xiao Yan turn around, he met his gaze and faintly smiled. The state preceptor sat beside the motionless Jun Wu and said, "Your Highness, you can leave." He had no intention of getting up. Xiao Yan asked, "Master, you're not leaving?" The state preceptor shook his head and said, "I'll accompany His Highness the Crown Prince for a while. After all, I didn't accompany him in the past." The rain became heavier and heavier, washing over Jun Wu's closed eyes as well as the blood and vitality that flowed out of his wounds. As the rain continued to fall, Xiao Yan felt that the three human faces on his face seemed to gradually fade a little. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yan took off the bamboo hat on his back and tossed it over Jun Wu's face. The cursed shackle on Mu Qing's wrist had already automatically fallen off. He flew up and kicked it into the lava. Only then did he manage to find his cool and calm state. The fetus spirit on Feng Xian's shoulder jumped down and used its four legs to crawl towards Jun Wu's face. It cautiously touched him. Its attitude was completely different from when it had stepped on Jun Wu's face, causing Feng Xian to almost die from anger. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, didn't care about anything else. With a bloody nose and swollen face, he ran straight towards Hua Cheng as if he had been reborn. In reality, he really was a survivor of a disaster. He threw himself onto Hua Cheng's body and said, "San Lang." Hua Cheng stretched out his hand towards Xie Lian, but was immediately pushed back a step by Xie Lian's pounce. His arms wrapped around Xie Lian as he beamed, "Big brother, see? I told you, you would definitely win, right?" He then lifted Jun Wu's face and carefully looked at it. He sighed and said, "You've made yourself look like this again." Wherever his fingertips brushed past, small silver butterflies would flutter their wings and the scars would fade away. Xie Lian also smiled and said, "It won't happen next time." Hua Cheng raised his eyebrows and pretended to be cold. He said, "There won't be a next time." Pausing, Xie Lian restrained his smile and said seriously, "San Lang, previously in Bronze Furnace Mountain, I said that I have something to say to you after we get out. Do you still remember?" Hua Cheng smiled and said, "Of course I remember. I remember every word brother said." Xie Lian lowered his head. After a moment, he finally mustered up his courage and said honestly, "Just now, Junwo revealed a few words that were also related to this matter. To tell the truth, I should have told you a long time ago, but I couldn't make up my mind. I was afraid that you would find out." Hua Cheng said, "Afraid that I would find out that your highness almost became the white robe calamity, right?" Xie Lian was stunned. "You?" Hua Cheng didn't answer him directly. Instead, he knelt down on one knee in front of him and raised his face to look at him. Smiling, he said, "How is it? Brother, like this, do you remember now?" How could he not remember? At that time, that nameless ghost also often knelt down on one knee in front of him like this. That pale smiling face and Hua Cheng's smiling face overlapped for an instant. Xie Lian's heart trembled and his legs went soft. He directly sat in front of Hua Cheng and muttered, "San Lang, it's you." Hua Cheng laughed and maintained his kneeling position. His remaining eye stared at him and said, "Your Highness, I've always been watching you." Xie Lian still could only say one word, you. He finally understood what Hua Cheng had said to him in the past, seemingly unintentionally, meant. So that's how it was. He never thought that Nameless was actually Hua Cheng. He knew everything. He had seen everything. He had always been here. All of a sudden, thousands of feelings and thousands of words surged into his heart. There was gratitude, there was shame, there was heartache, there was ecstasy, and there was even a deeper, incurable love. Xie Lian's chest was so full that it felt like it was about to explode. He couldn't even squeeze out a single word. He could only fiercely throw himself at him and shout, "San Lang." It seemed like that was the only word he could say. He shouted again, "San Lang." Hua Cheng was thrown down by him and sat on the ground with him. He hugged Xie Lian and laughed heartily. His original fear and worry were swept away. Xie Lian tightly wrapped his arms around Hua Cheng's neck. As he laughed, he wanted to cry. But before his tears could fall, he suddenly realized something very bad. Although Hua Cheng was a ghost, his body had always been no different from a normal person's. Chapter 241. Xie Lian grabbed him. Stunned, she said, "San Lang. What's wrong?" Hua Cheng was still calm. "I'm fine. I just overdid it a bit." Xie Lian was stunned. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? How is this fine?" "Mana, it's that mana." When Hua Cheng gave Xie Lian his mana, it always seemed inexhaustible. He smiled as if he didn't feel the slightest burden. But that was his own mana. It wasn't sand washed away by the waves. How could it really be inexhaustible? He couldn't blame Hua Cheng for not telling him earlier. He could only blame himself for not thinking of it earlier. Xie Lian was regretful and anxious. "I'll give it back to you." He held Hua Cheng's face and kissed him. Feng Xian and Mu Qing wanted to come over. When they saw this, they instantly retreated a few meters. He let the two of them do it themselves. The curse had been removed. He desperately transferred all the mana he could to Hua Cheng, wanting him to recover as soon as possible. But, he kissed him for a while and then let go. The red clothes on Hua Cheng's sleeves and the silver bracers were still transparent. They were even translucent. Xiao Yan was stunned for a while. Terrified, she subconsciously cupped Hua Cheng's face and wanted to kiss him, but Hua Cheng reacted quickly. Hua Cheng's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He held his face and kissed him. Although I'm happy that brother is so proactive, you don't have to transfer mana to me. However, if brother didn't want to borrow mana and just wanted to kiss me, I wouldn't mind at all. The more the better. You're welcome. Xiao Yan grabbed him tightly. He was about to collapse. What's going on? Hua Cheng said, it's just a little rest. Brother, don't be afraid. Xiao Yan hugged his head. How can I not be afraid? I'm about to go crazy. With Hua Cheng's temperament, if the problem wasn't so serious that he couldn't hide it, why would he let Xiao Yan see him like this? Just how much magic power was there to be able to cause the two shackles to explode? It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was as vast as the sea. How could he not be affected at all? It wasn't easy to clear up all the messy matters. He talked it over with Feng Xian and Mu Qing. The curse that had bound him for more than 800 years had also been released. Those who had always wanted to be honest with Hua Cheng but didn't dare to were all honest now. However, when he turned around with a smile on his face, the flower city that welcomed him had become like this. How could he not be afraid? He was so scared that he was going to go crazy. Feng Xian and Mu Qing sensed that something was amiss. Your Highness. What's wrong? He took a few steps forward, but for some reason, he stopped halfway. He felt that it was not a good idea to approach recklessly. At this moment, Xiao Yan couldn't pay attention to anyone else. He grabbed onto Hua Cheng, his heart about to stop beating. As though he was scared out of his wits, he asked, what should we do? Hua Cheng sighed softly. He stretched out his arms and hugged him again. Your Highness, I've always been watching over you. This was the second time he said this, and his voice was softer than before. Xiao Yan grabbed the red dress on his chest and said blankly, I know. But, what should we do now? Hua Cheng's slender fingers gently combed through his messy hair. Your Highness, do you know why I refuse to leave this world? Xiao Yan couldn't understand why Hua Cheng was still so calm. He was so anxious that he was trembling. However, in his stupor, he still asked somewhat stupidly, why? Hua Cheng said in a low voice, because I still have someone I love in this world. Hearing this, Xiao Yan was slightly stunned. He seemed to have heard this sentence somewhere before. Hua Cheng continued, my sweetheart is a courageous and noble person of noble birth. He saved my life. I looked up to him since I was very young. However, I want to catch up to him and become a better and stronger person for him. Although, he probably doesn't even remember me. We haven't even exchanged a few words. I want to protect him. He gazed at Xiao Yan and said, if your dream is to save the world, then my dream is only you. Xiao Yan relied on his memory and asked with a trembling voice, but, if that's the case, you won't be able to rest in peace. Hua Cheng answered, I don't want to rest in peace. In that instant, Xiao Yan's breathing stopped. He could vaguely hear two voices, one asking and the other answering. If your beloved knew that you couldn't rest in peace because of him, he would probably feel vexed and guilty. Then I won't let him know why I'm not leaving. You'll know once you've seen enough. Then I won't let him know that I'm protecting him. That ball of will-o-wisp. The lantern, the weak will-o-wisp that he bought at night. The will-o-wisp that tried to pull him out of the grave in the cold winter night. The will-o-wisp that stopped by Wuxiang from approaching the dangerous place. The will-o-wisp that screamed for him in the era of the 100 swords piercing the heart. Hua Qing said softly, "Your Highness, I know everything about you. Your bravery, your despair, your kindness, your pain, your resentment, your hatred, your cleverness, your stupidity. If possible, I would like you to treat me as a stepping stone, a bridge to be torn down after crossing the river, a corpse to be trampled on when climbing up, a sinner who deserves to be hacked to pieces. But I know you won't." As he spoke, the red glow on his clothes dimmed. Xiao Lian's hands trembled as he grabbed onto him. He didn't stop channeling energy into him, nor could he stop Hua Cheng's figure from fading away. His eyes blurred as he stammered. "All right, don't say any more, I understand. But don't be like this, San Lang. I borrowed a lot of energy from you and haven't returned it. Also, I haven't finished what I wanted to say just now, there's still a lot left. No one has listened to me for so many years, you will stay, right? You really, don't be like this. I can't stand it, San Lang. I really can't stand it. Twice, it's already been twice. I don't want it to happen a third time." Hua Cheng had already disappeared from this world twice for him. However, Hua Cheng said, "Dying in battle for you is my greatest honor." This sentence was like a fatal blow to Xiao Lian. He couldn't hold back the tears in his eyes anymore. He seemed to be grasping at straws. "You said you wouldn't leave." Hua Cheng said, "All good things must come to an end." Xiao Lian deeply buried his head. His chest and throat were in pain, and he couldn't speak. Then, he heard Hua Cheng say from above him, "But I will never leave you." Hearing this, Xiao Lian suddenly raised his head. Hua Cheng said to him, "I will be back. Your Highness, believe me." Although his voice was firm, his pale face began to fade and become transparent. Xiao Lian reached out his hand, wanting to touch this face, but his fingertips passed through it. He was stunned for a moment before he raised his head again. Hua Cheng's gaze was gentle and passionate. His remaining eye was filled with love as he silently stared at him. He seemed to be saying something, but there was no sound. Xiao Lian refused to give up. He reached out his hands and hugged him, wanting to hear it clearly. But before he could use any strength, the person he was hugging disappeared. In front of him, Hua Cheng instantly shattered into thousands of silver butterflies, turning into a dazzling starry wind that couldn't be hugged or held. Xiao Lian's hands hugged empty air. He maintained his hugging posture, not moving an inch. He didn't know if it was because he couldn't react or because he couldn't move, but he knelt in the dreamlike butterfly formation with his eyes wide open. Below him, Feng Xian and Mu Qing never expected such a scene to occur. Both of their faces paled as they rushed up and said, "Your Highness." Feng Xian was the first to rush up and said, "How could this suddenly happen? Wasn't everything fine just now? Was it because of the curse?" Mu Qing limped and jumped twice, but he couldn't jump up. He raised his head and shouted towards those silver butterflies, "Blood rain Tanhua. Don't joke around. If you're not dead, hurry up and come out." Those silver butterflies obviously wouldn't answer him. One after another, they fluttered their wings and flew towards the sky. Feng Xian reached out to pull Xiao Lian, but Xiao Lian sat on the ground and refused to get up. Feng Xian also didn't know what to do. He said, "Is there anything we can help with? Do we need spiritual power? Can we save him? What should we do?" However, Mu Qing had already seen through him and said, "Forget it, you should shut up. There's no need to do anything." The sky was filled with sparkling lights and butterfly wings. It was as if they were reunited for the first time after 800 years. A silver butterfly faintly flew past and touched the back of his hand, his cheek, his forehead, and so on. It was full of longing, as if it was whispering something. Xiao Lian blankly stretched out his hand and let it rest on it. That silver butterfly seemed to be extremely happy. It flapped its butterfly wings and indeed stopped for him. However, it couldn't stay for long. After a while, it scattered with the wind. However, the place where it stopped, the red line on Xia Lian's third finger, was still as bright as ever. And then... "It's over. It's over. It's over." Pei Ming finally couldn't take it anymore. "No, how can it be over here? Even an outsider like me can see that it's not over." Mu Qing placed a thick stack of account books on the table and said coldly, "This is what I calculated. It's over here. I can calculate it again on the spot. General Pei, please listen carefully, deduct 88 million merit points, add 6. 66 million merit points, add 17. 2 million merit points, and deduct." Feng Xian said, "All right, there's no need to calculate. This is the number, but it must have missed out a lot. Otherwise, it won't match at all." Mu Qing said, "That's not my problem. In any case, I didn't calculate wrongly. Or you can find another person to do the calculation. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have meddled in other people's business." After the immortal capital was destroyed, the scattered heavenly officials reunited with great difficulty. They set up a temporary celestial court on the peak of Mount Taizong that no one cared about. At the moment, the heavenly officials were in full swing discussing the reconstruction of the new immortal capital. But, unfortunately, that fire not only burned down the group of golden palaces of the heavenly officials, causing them to only be able to squeeze into this desolate and broken mountain to hold a meeting. They could only rest in a small shed that was temporarily built. It also caused all the documents to be burnt to the ground, causing a large number of records to disappear. They had been arguing for a few days, but they still couldn't even clear up the accounts until now. One of Pei Ming's arms was wrapped in a sling around her neck. She rubbed her chin with her other hand and said, "I don't know if it's just my imagination, but Xian Zhen's tone has become more and more eccentric lately." Feng Xian said, "Hasn't he always been eccentric? He's too lazy to put on a show now." Mu Qing rolled his eyes. Everyone pointed at him and said, "Outrageous." Mu Qing turned and left. Quan Yizhen's whole body was wrapped in bandages, and he looked like a human dumpling. Only his messy curly hair could be seen. He said in a muffled voice, "What should we do now? Who's going to calculate it?" Everyone looked at each other, coughed, and quietly retreated. No one was willing to take on this arduous and unrewarding task. Seeing this, Pei Ming sighed and said, "Sigh, if only Ling Wen was still here. No matter what, there's nothing to say about her work. These messy things are all recorded in her mind. She's not afraid of Ling Wen Palace being burned down. She'll definitely hand in the results within a day." After struggling on this mountain for so long, everyone already had this thought in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say it. Seeing someone take the lead, they all echoed, "Yes. I won't scold Ling Wen Palace for being inefficient anymore. I stopped scolding them a long time ago." At this moment, someone outside reported, "Everyone, Lord Rainmaster is here." Chapter 242. In an instant the expressions on the heavenly officials' faces became even more subtle than Pei Ming's. A white-clothed Taoist responded and came out. His expression was calm and his bearing was calm and elegant. It was Xia Lian. Everyone greeted him one after another, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." "Your Highness." Their expressions and words were all polite and courteous. Xia Lian also politely greeted everyone. He went out to welcome them. "Lord Rainmaster." Rainmaster led the black bull that was the protector's mount. He arrived in front of the temporary hut and slightly nodded. That black bull was still carrying large chests of local produce. It was specially sent over. It was said that eating it had the miraculous effect of nourishing the protector. When the heavenly officials heard this, some of them happily went up to divide it. Some of them didn't move. Xiao Yan didn't move. Rain Master said, I brought something else for your highness the crown prince. Xiao Yan smiled and said, ah. Then I'll thank you first. What is it? The Rain Master took out an item wrapped in a white cloth from his sleeve and opened it. Xiao Yan's eyes lit up. Thank you, Lord Rain Master. I was looking for this everywhere. Feng Xian also came over to take a look. He also said, miraculous silk. That's great. That toy of yours can finally be fixed. Xiao Yan dug around in his sleeve. He took out 2 broken pieces of white silk and happily said, that's right. I finally found the material to fix Wuxia. I'll go fix it now. Feng Xian grabbed him and said, you fix it? Forget it. What can you fix? Ask someone else to help you. He then turned around and shouted, Mu Qing. Come and work. Mu Qing slowly walked over and coldly said, what? What do you mean? You want me to fix it? Feng Xian said, isn't that your specialty? Mu Qing snorted and said, you guys really know how to use people. You're ordering me around again. I'm afraid you'll have me sweep the floor tomorrow. Xiao Yan laughed and said, forget it, forget it. I'll do it myself. Mu Qing had already taken the white silk from his hands. He rolled his eyes and went to look for a needle and thread. Soon after, Pei Ming also came over to greet the black bull. She wanted to pat the black bull, but the bull's big teeth bit her with a dang sound, almost biting off her finger. She was annoyed and hurriedly left. Yusher asked, has General Pei's arm not healed yet? Xiao Yan replied, not yet. At the beginning, he and Rongguang agreed to use the bright ray sword. In addition to his apology, he also had to pay an arm as a price. Although Rongguang's resentment dissipated in the end and he didn't take his arm, his injuries were not light. Yusher said, so that's how it is. No wonder General Pei's expression is so strange. Xiao Yan thought to himself, that's not why his expression is strange. As it turned out, Pei Ming was still brooding over being saved by the Rain Master at Bronze Cauldron Mountain and the Immortal Capital. He was a man who prided himself on being a man of indomitable spirit. He simply couldn't bear to lose a little bit of face in front of a woman, especially a woman he had an old grudge against. Compared to the Rain Master, Xian Ji's actions were probably more acceptable to him. In short, he couldn't get over it no matter how much he tossed and turned. Whenever he saw the Rain Master, he would find it hard to calm down, which was why his expression was strange. However, the Rain Master simply didn't understand what Xiao Yan found difficult to calm down about. He would always politely smile in return. The two of them weren't even on the same path. It was simply ridiculous. The Rain Master said, that's right, Your Highness the Crown Prince, how is Xian Ji? Xiao Yan replied, Xian Ji is imprisoned at the foot of the mountain. Do you want to go and see? After the great battle, the demons and ghosts that had escaped from the various places of suppression were temporarily detained in the dungeon set up at the foot of Mount Taicang. Xiao Yan led the way. Before they reached the dungeon, they could already hear a wave of rough curses from afar. Pei Su and Half Moon sat at the door, both expressionless. Right now, they were too short on manpower and didn't have enough. Thus, the two of them were sent to help the heavenly court guard the dungeon. Inside the dungeon was Kuemo, so when enemies met, their eyes would turn red. All day long, Kuemo would give these two endless curses. However, the two of them pretended not to understand and sat like wooden statues. Seeing the two of them walk in, they both stood up and greeted, Your Highness the Crown Prince, Lord Rain Master. The Rain Master gave them a box of local products. Xiao Yan said, thank you for your hard work. Lord Rain Master wants to see Xian Ji. Pei Su hesitated for a moment before saying, Xian Ji. Xiao Yan sensed something was wrong. What's wrong? The two of them entered the dungeon and found the place where Xian Ji was imprisoned. Both of them were stunned when they saw that the dungeon was completely empty. There was only a tattered red wedding dress left. Pei Su said, "Xian Ji, it dissipated last night." Xian Ji's resentment had actually dissipated. It was truly inconceivable. Not long ago, this woman's obsession was still so deep. She had tightly held on to Pei Ming, unwilling to let go. Xiao Yan said, perhaps she finally thought it through. She finally understood why, in the past few hundred years, she had changed from a valiant and heroic noble daughter of a family of generals to a crazy, resentful woman who was despised by others. What did she lose? What did she gain? Perhaps she would be extremely ashamed and unwilling to look back. She had wholeheartedly hoped that the man who abandoned her would be moved or threatened by her and change his mind. However, she suddenly realized that from the very beginning, there was no longer any leeway. She finally understood. However, she was only able to stay in this world because of her unwillingness towards Pei Ming. Now that she understood, there was no longer any need to stay. Thinking about it, it was quite meaningless. The Rain Master sat down in his original spot, as if he wanted to deal with the aftermath. After all, aside from her, that was the only person in the world from the Rain Master country. Xiao Yan didn't want to disturb him, so he left. After he left, he saw Pei Su and Ban Yu eating the fruits grown in the Rain Master village. Xiao Yan also went over and picked one up. He was prepared to squat together with them and eat. Unexpectedly, he suddenly felt something and abruptly turned his head to look. Not far away, in the grass that was half the height of a person, something flashed past. Xiao Yan immediately threw the fruit away and said, "Watch this place." Then, he ran over. The thing in the grass realized that he had discovered it and ran even faster. Originally, Xiao Yan could have caught up with it in 8 steps, but after 4 steps, he realized who it was. His mind turned at lightning speed and he slowed down. After the thing had escaped for a distance, he suddenly rushed out from the side and blocked the other's path. He said, "Miss Jianlan, do you plan to leave without saying goodbye?" The other party was the sneaky Jianlan who was hugging the fetus spirit. Startled by Xiao Yan's sudden appearance, she exclaimed, "It's you." The shining white fetus spirit bared its teeth in her arms, as if it wanted to attack. Jianlan pressed it down and said, "Are you here to stop me?" Xiao Yan didn't want her to be too vigilant, so he said, "Don't be nervous. I just want to give you something." As he said this, he handed over an item and said, "Your son's resentment is quite strong and needs to be controlled. Although it is currently being purified, your cultivation is not as strong as it. It is hard to guarantee that no accidents will happen. You will need this item to help you." It was a protective talisman that he had made himself. Xiao Yan even specially demonstrated how to use it to ensure that there was nothing strange about it. Jianlan looked at it, and sure enough, her vigilance slightly decreased. After all, this thing was quite useful. After hesitating for a moment, she received it and said, "Many thanks." Xiao Yan said, "No need. You only need to shout, 'His Highness the Crown Prince, please protect me' 3 times when you use it. This way, you can be recorded under my Highness's name." Jianlan walked a few steps before pausing. In the end, she couldn't help but turn her head and ask, "You're not going to stop me?" "Why?" Xiao Yan waited for her to turn her head. Instead of answering, he asked, "Then, Miss Jianlan, why must you leave?" "Feng Xian said that he would take care of you too. He will keep his promise." Jianlan's expression changed. In the end, she sighed and said, "I know he will. But forget about it. I don't want to live with him anymore." Xiao Yan stared blankly for a moment before saying, "Right now, you don't like him anymore?" Jianlan was probably tired from running. She sat down on the side of the road and said, "It has nothing to do with whether I like him or not. I don't want to force him to keep us by his side. Xiao Yan also sat down beside her. After thinking for a bit, he said, Feng Xian must really like you. At that time, he was so badly battered, but he still wasn't willing to give up on you. Hearing this, Jianlan seemed to remember something from a long time ago. She smiled and said, now that you mention it, I remember. At that time, he was really stupid. He spent a long time saving money. After saving enough money to buy me for one night, he moved a stool to me and sat there for the whole night. He didn't do anything but chat with me. Everyone treated him as a joke. What a joke. Xiao Yan also smiled and said, you see, I told you that he really liked you. Jianlan's smile disappeared and she said, what you're talking about is all in the past. Liking him once doesn't mean he'll like him forever. I'm not going to be treated with charity and then despised by others. Xiao Yan said, why would he despise you too? You still don't know what kind of person Feng Xian is. Jianlan said, Your Highness the Crown Prince doesn't eat the food of the common people. Of course, your thinking is too simple. He won't do it now, and he won't do it on the surface. However, after a long time, I can't say for sure. If I wanted to find him, I would have gone looking for him a long time ago. Nanyang Palace Hall isn't that rare. There were times when they were everywhere, but I didn't want to. He has ascended, he has the ability, he has the glory, but we're already ghosts. Why would I want to find him? A heavenly official bringing along two ghosts, isn't this making things difficult for him? When I looked the most beautiful, I kicked him away. I felt that this was very good, that I could be arrogant. That way, in his heart, I would always look like that, and not like the way I am now, with heavy makeup and fine lines at the corners of my eyes. She pulled at her own face and said, if he really did recognize us, he would look at this face of mine every day. No, I'm still like this. Being held back by us, he would only get more and more tired and tired day by day. One day, he would despise us. Why bother? That would be too sad, wouldn't it? As she spoke, the fetus spirit continuously used its wet tongue to lick her face. It gave off a subtle yet disgusting feeling of naughtiness and cuteness. But in the eyes of ordinary people, it was probably only disgusting and unacceptable. Gladiolus also rubbed his son's bald head and said, in any case, it's enough that I'm wrong. Who didn't make undying vows and promises when they were young and ignorant? They would always talk about love, love, and forever. However, the longer I stay in this world, the more I understand that something like forever is impossible. It's impossible for me to live forever. It's already good enough to have existed. No one can really do it. I don't believe it. She helplessly said, Feng Xian is a good person. It's just, too much time has passed. Everything is different now. Forget it. Xiao Yan silently listened and didn't say anything. In his heart, however, he said, no. There was a voice in his heart that said, forever exists. There are people who can truly do it. I believe it. In the end, Gladiolus still left with the wrong. Xiao Yan returned to send off the Rain Master who had finished sending off Xian Ji. Then, he returned to Mount Taizong to tell Feng Xian that Gladiolus had left, but he didn't see him. Just as he was looking for him in the crowd, he suddenly heard someone shout, Tai Hua, good timing. Are you free? Help me calculate. Lang Qianxiu couldn't avoid it in time and shouted from afar, don't bring it over. I have something to do. Find someone else. Xiao Yan sighed. In his heart, he thought it would be better if he tried to calculate it himself. Unexpectedly, just as he took a few steps, he heard a voice behind him, Your Highness. Crown Prince. Xiao Yan turned around and saw Lang Qianxiu standing behind him. He scratched his cheek and said, can we talk in private? Xiao Yan replied, sure. And so, he and Lang Qianxiu walked together to the outside of the shabby tent hall. As they walked, Xiao Yan asked, "How's Gu Zi? Is he all right?" Lang Qianxiu smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know if he's all right or not. This child keeps asking me for his father. He's quite pitiful, so I could only store away a bit of Qin Gui's soul and place it in a lamp. Now, he carries that lamp and runs in and out in front of me every day, asking me how to make the soul in the lamp grow up. I really..." Seeing Lang Qianxiu's gloomy face, Xiao Yan could understand his experience. He really didn't understand why someone like him, whose entire family had been killed by Qi Rong, would still do such a thing. Xiao Yan subconsciously wanted to pat his shoulder, but when he thought about what he had done in Yonghan, he held back and warmly said, "You've worked hard. Then, why did you come looking for me today?" After hesitating for a moment, Lang Qianxiu reached into his bosom and took out an item. Handing it to Xiao Yan, he said, "This." When he saw that item, Xiao Yan's breathing slightly froze. It was a small dark red coral pearl that flowed with brilliance. His voice trembled as he said, "This is..." Lang Qianxiu said, "This coral pearl is a secret treasure left behind by the founding ancestor of Yonghan." Hearing this, Xiao Yan finally reacted. This wasn't the pearl that Hua Cheng had dropped at the end of his hair, but rather the one he had given to Lang Ying. It wasn't from Hua Cheng. Xiao Yan's heart was at a loss, but he still took the pearl. At this time, Lang Qianxiu said, "The founding ancestor once said that the person who gave him this red coral pearl was his benefactor and had helped him before. He was a very good person." Lang Qianxiu continued, "But he still did something that caused that person to lose everything. The founding ancestor said that he didn't regret doing that thing, so he had to do it. But towards that person, when he thought about it later, he still felt a little sorry." Xiao Yan asked, "And then?" Lang Qianxiu said, "And then, that day in Immortal Capital, I carefully looked at the pearl at the end of the blood rain Tanhua's hair. The more I looked at it, the more it looked like the pearl that my royal father had left for me. Later, I heard from General Xian Zhen and the others that this pearl was originally a pear and was yours. So, I wanted to ask if this belongs to you." After a while, Xiao Yan slowly nodded and said, "It's mine. It's a pair of pearls that my royal father and mother gave me when I was young." Lang Qianxiu scratched his head and said, "Then I'll return it to you." He still didn't know how to address Xiao Yan, so he returned the pearl. After hesitating for a while, he silently walked away. Xiao Yan stood where he was, holding the red coral pearl in his palm. It had been more than 800 years. After going around in circles, the other pair of deep red coral pearl earrings had also returned to his hand. It was his, it was still his. It was just that, the other pearl should have been there at this time. It could have been a pair. Chapter 243. Xiao Yan put away the bead. He looked down. A few heavenly officials walked out of the simple and crude tent hall. They asked, "What happened to General Nan Yang?" They only heard Feng Xian say, "Look at what I caught." He rushed out of the forest and grabbed a black-clothed person. The heavenly officials were shocked. Ling Wen. The person in Feng Xian's hand was Ling Wen. Feng Xian said to Xiao Yan, "As you expected, Ling Wen really went to get the embroidered fairy." After taking off the cursed chain, Xiao Yan's powers skyrocketed to the point where he could contend against Jun Wu. That embroidered fairy naturally couldn't do anything to him anymore. Ling Wen was beaten into a roly-poly doll by Hua Cheng. She was lost in the great battle. Once time passed, the spell on her body would automatically disappear. Her whereabouts were unknown. However, Xiao Yan thought that she would most likely come to get the embroidered fairy. Thus, he took off her clothes and asked Ghost City to spread the news. Sure enough, Ling Wen took the bait. As a fugitive, Although Ling Wen was captured and brought to the temporary meeting hall, she still didn't show any signs of panic. As soon as Pei Ming came up, she pressed down on her shoulder and forced her to sit in front of the table. In a deep voice, she said, "I finally found you. Ling Wen, you have to pay the price." More than 10 heavenly officials also surrounded her. Their gazes were like wolves and tigers, their expressions hungry and thirsty. Almost sinister. Only then did Ling Wen feel a little uneasy. "What do you want?" With a loud bang, a stack of documents almost as tall as a person was thrown in front of her, causing the table and chair to shake. Pei Ming slapped the stack with her palm and said, "You deal with these." He said, "You handle these." Ling Wen seemed to be relieved, but she also felt that it was hard to explain. Unexpectedly, before she could completely relax, she heard bang 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 bang. After 17 or 18 loud bangs, 17 or 18 stacks of documents that were taller than a person were thrown over, heavily surrounding her. 17 or 18 heavenly officials said to her from the cracks of the forest, "We've been waiting for you for a few days. Quickly come and help us settle the accounts. You also deal with these. Remember to fill in the missing parts. It's best if you can sort out this stack within 2 hours." Ling Wen, after a day and a night, Ling Wen was finally released from the temporary meeting hall. After a day and a night of hard work, the messy files had all been sorted out and sorted neatly. All the heavenly officials were overjoyed as they each received their own palace hall to search. Ling Wen's complexion was already ashen, and the dark circles under her eyes that had disappeared for a period of time appeared again. Pei Ming said, "As expected, Jie Qing is more efficient. Now I can match it." "Understood. Thank you very much, Lord Ling Wen." As a prisoner, Ling Wen, who was surrounded by many heavenly officials, chuckled and said, I don't dare, I don't dare." Seeing this, the divine officials who hadn't brought the files over yesterday and the hall was still in a mess today couldn't sit still anymore. They gathered around and said, "Actually, I also have a few stacks here. I forgot to bring them over yesterday. You can take a look, or else." Ling Wen, Xiao Yan squatted outside the temporary meeting hall and ate a steamed bun. After he finished eating, he clapped his hands and finally rescued Ling Wen from her suffering. "Everyone, let's talk about it later. Let Ling Wen take a breather first." In the past, when he spoke, no one would take him seriously. But now, it was different. Several people said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince is right." They didn't dare to say anything more. Ling Wen sat on a chair, closed her eyes and held her forehead. She waited until the other heavenly officials had all left, and there weren't many people left in the meeting hall. Only then did she say to Xiao Yan, "Congratulations, Your Highness the Crown Prince, for your Dharma body has been restored. What a good plan. I really didn't expect that now even ghosts are your believers, listening to your orders." Xiao Yan said, "Those aren't my believers, they're my friends from the ghost city. I just asked them for help." Ling Wen nodded her head, her expression understanding. After a moment, Xiao Yan said, "Ling Wen, I have a question I want to ask you." Ling Wen said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, please ask." Xiao Yan said, "San Lang, I'm talking about the master of Hua City. He wore your embroidered celestial clothing, but it doesn't work on him. Do you know why?" Ling Wen said, "So it's this question. I thought Your Highness the Crown Prince already knew." Xiao Yan was startled. "Would you like to hear the details?" Ling Wen shook her clothes and sat upright. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, have you heard of the legend of the embroidered celestial clothing?" Xiao Yan said, "I've heard of it." "You personally made it." Ling Wen said, "You can say that. Although I never thought that the resentment condensed on this piece of clothing would turn it into such a monster, it was indeed me who killed Bai Jin in order to speed up the destruction of Shuli country." Xiao Yan listened attentively. Ling Wen continued, "This piece of clothing passed through the hands of countless people in the human world. After obtaining it, countless people chose to use it to kill people, harm people, and deceive people. Although this could also dispel its resentment, Bai Jin wasn't this kind of person. He didn't like being used by these people. He was extremely disgusted. Therefore, when he encountered a similar wearer or a specific recipient of the clothing, he wouldn't trigger resentment. Instead, he would be very happy. Xiao Yan asked, "What's the difference between similar and specific?" Ling Wen said, "You gave Blood Rain Tanhua the embroidered celestial clothing, but you didn't have the slightest bit of hatred or malicious intent towards Blood Rain Tanhua. You trusted him wholeheartedly. And Blood Rain Tanhua also treated you like this." No, it should be said that it was even more than that. The part where Blood Rain Tanhua truly resonated with him was that even if he didn't wear the embroidered celestial clothing, he would still do whatever you wanted him to do for you without any hesitation. Including dying for you. Ling Wen said, "This is also why I was able to guess that the youngster by your side was Blood Rain Tanhua's incarnation. Although I don't really understand your matters, I can't think of a second person who would be like this." Xiao Yan asked, "Why?" Ling Wen raised a finger and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, what is that hanging around your neck?" Xiao Yan was startled, his hand involuntarily caressing it. Ling Wen said, "I've seen something similar before. It's the ashes of those ghosts who staked everything on a single throw to their lovers." Ling Wen Palace Hall had passed through countless scrolls, so it wasn't strange that he had seen it before. However, in reality, Xiao Yan had also guessed it. However, when he heard Ling Wen say it, he still tightly gripped that sparkling and translucent ring. Ling Wen said, "This is a rare item. However, because it's too beautiful, it's usually very tragic, so the impression is relatively deep." Xiao Yan asked, "What do you mean by usually tragic?" Ling Wen said, "When one's mind is muddled by love, and one hands over an item that is crucial to one's life to another's hands, many tragic and frightening things will happen. Sincerity and whatnot, it's all ruined by others. Some of these cremated keepsakes were snatched away by others, while others were broken by their owners. Basically, they didn't have a good ending. However, Your Highness the Crown Prince, you are an exception. You've preserved it quite well, practically not a drop of water can leak out." After a long period of silence, Xiao Yan said, "You said, similar and resonated. So, is General Bai Jin also this kind of person?" Ling Wen faintly smiled and said, "Otherwise, how could you be tricked by me?" Xiao Yan said, "It can't really be considered tricking. You wouldn't have guessed that I was the one who deliberately leaked the news, but you still came to take it." Ling Wen said, "It's a weapon for self-defense." Xiao Yan said, "If it was only a weapon for self-defense, you wouldn't have taken such a big risk to steal it. After failing, you still brought it to Bronze Cauldron Mountain." Ling Wen indifferently said, "If I didn't go to Bronze Cauldron Mountain, what else could I do? Because I've already been exposed, Your Highness the Crown Prince caught me red-handed." Xiao Yan said, "Actually, if you wanted to find an excuse to cover up, it would still make sense. Even if you were demoted and had your merits deducted, it wouldn't make you a fugitive. The main thing is, you wanted to help General Bai Jin die, and let him wake up." Ling Wen smiled and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, don't speak as if I would do anything for it. After all, I'm a person who doesn't recognize even my own family. Why would I do such a thing? Is that so? That should be it." Xiao Yan cleaned up the broken walls of Huangji Monastery's Crown Prince Peak and built a simple hut as a temporary residence. This place was relatively remote, so when he had something to do, he would go to the temporary meeting hall to help out. When he had nothing to do, he would quietly wait by himself. 7 or 8 days later, Mu Qing finally finished mending Wuxia and sent it over. As soon as Xiao Yan opened the door, he saw a white thing pouncing towards him. Being pounced on, he saw a vast expanse of whiteness in front of his eyes. He reached out and pulled that thing off. Wuxia then started twisting the silk around, as if showing him its beautiful new body. Xiao Yan said, "You've just mended it, so don't randomly twist it. Be careful not to break it again." When Mu Qing heard this, he immediately had an objection. "How is that possible? Which of the clothes I've mended for you has ever been torn again?" Xiao Yan said, "That's true." He grabbed the twisted Wuxia and carefully examined it. Sure enough, it was mended extremely well, almost no traces could be seen. He praised, "Your craftsmanship is still so good." Mu Qing said, "Even if you praise me, I won't be happy. Just this once, there won't be a next time. I won't do this kind of thing again." In his heart, Xiao Yan said, "You're clearly quite proud of yourself." Mu Qing muttered a few words before saying, "All right, I'm done. I'm leaving. I'm currently busy taking care of things and people from Xianzhen Palace Hall." Xiao Yan said, "You're also leaving?" "All right, I'll go help out in a bit. When you're leaving, let me know. I'll send you off." After capturing Ling Wen, checking and filling in the gaps, and clearing up a few muddled accounts, the group of heavenly officials decided to start rebuilding the immortal capital. Thus, the temporary meeting hall on Mount Taicang could be left idle. Mu Qing waved his hand, neither refusing nor agreeing. After walking a few steps, he stopped and turned around to ask, "You, still want to guard Mount Taicang?" Xiao Yan nodded and said, "Yeah." After hesitating for a moment, Mu Qing said, "How about you come with us?" Xiao Yan smiled and said, "No, I have to wait for someone." Mu Qing said, "You can also wait when you go to the heavenly court in the new immortal capital." Xiao Yan shook his head and said, "I think when he comes back, he'll probably arrive here first. Then, I'll be able to see him immediately. Even if he doesn't return here, he might still return to the Thousand Lanterns Monastery in the Ghost City. This place isn't too far from the Ghost City, so it's more convenient than the new immortal capital." Mu Qing seemed to have held back his words for a long time. With a complicated expression, he said, "You really believe he'll come back?" Xiao Yan said as if it was a matter of course, "I believe him." People came in like a tide and left like a tide. Mount Taicang once again returned to its desolate and lonely state. On Mount Taicang, there used to be large tracts of maple trees that had been burned to ashes. Thousands of years later, they were reborn. They were no longer the ones Xiao Yan used to jump and cultivate on the trees thousands of years ago, but the scenery was still the same. Xiao Yan often strolled alone in the maple forest. The fiery red maple trees that covered the mountains and plains made him feel as if he was in a huge and warm embrace. He had lived alone for more than 800 years, so he was already used to it. If he had something to do, he would go down the mountain to pray and clean up. If he had nothing to do, he would grow vegetables and cook. However, the strange thing was that this kind of life, which he had clearly gotten used to in the past, had now become somewhat unbearable. It took Xiao Yan a long time to get used to it again. Perhaps if a person ate bitter food all the time, he would get used to the bitter taste. But suddenly, one day, someone gave him a sweet taste, and he remembered what sweet taste was like. If he ate bitter again, he would have to frown. In the past, when Xiao Yan lived his lonely life, he would always secretly hope that someone would come to find him. Finding him to talk to, finding him to help was also good, at least there would be a bit of humanity. But now, he didn't like it so much. Because, when he heard the sound of knocking on the door, he would suddenly feel ecstatic and look forward to it. But when he ran to the door and opened it, whether it was inside or outside the door, it was never the person he was waiting for. Sometimes it was Feng Xian, sometimes it was Mu Qing, sometimes it was Shiqing Xian, and sometimes it was the ghosts of the Ghost City who came to show respect to the elderly. Everyone was fine. But, it wasn't the person he was waiting for. In the first month, Xiao Yan carried a few flowering trees back and planted them in front of the door in an attempt to beautify the environment and cover up the shabby house. He calculated that maybe when Hua Cheng came back, they would bloom. In the second month, Xia Lian tore down the house and rebuilt it. He also pulled out all the weeds on the entire mountain. Otherwise, when Hua Cheng came back and saw this messy scene, he would definitely send someone to help him clean it up. In the 3rd month, the flowering trees bloomed. Xia Lian stood under the tree and looked up. As he admired the flowers alone, he thought to himself, since it bloomed, it should be about time to come back. In the 4th month, all the mountain paths had been reconstructed once more. This way, when Hua Cheng came back to find him, he could go up the mountain faster. In the 5th month, Feng Xian and Mu Qin came to see him again. They asked him if he wanted to leave this place and go for a walk. Xia Lian treated them to a meal and they ran away. In the 6th month, the flowering period was over. He waited and waited and waited. Xia Lian didn't feel anxious, nor did he collapse. He also didn't cry bitterly. Instead, he felt that he was becoming calmer and more patient. Think about it, who hasn't experienced a long period of being alone? Hua Cheng waited for him for more than 800 years. So what if he waited for Hua Cheng for another 800 years? Even if it was 1,000 years, 10,000 years, he would continue to wait and wait. What's more, it was only a year. Today, Xia Lian collected a large pile of junk as usual. He piled it up with the oxen and handcart he bought with his savings and pulled it up the mountain. Passing through the maple forest at night, he walked halfway up the mountain. Xia Lian inadvertently turned his head and saw a few light spots floating in the quiet night sky. He focused his gaze and realized that they were everlasting lanterns. Realization dawned on him and he muttered to himself, so today is the Lantern Festival. At this moment, the heavenly officials of the heavenly court were probably fighting with lanterns at the Lantern Festival again. Xia Lian couldn't help but pull on the rope and stay where he was. He stared blankly at the lanterns. He suddenly remembered that he and Hua Cheng had met on the Lantern Festival. That year, a child with a face full of dirt and scars squeezed through the crowd on top of the city wall and looked down. The 17-year-old crown prince of Xianlu, Xia Lian's entire body was glowing. When he raised his head, he saw a figure falling from the sky. Lantern Festival, Shenwu Street. A glimpse, and 100 lives had fallen. Xia Lian smiled and thought to himself, in the end, it wasn't just one person who fell. Turning around, Xia Lian lowered his head and prepared to continue walking up the mountain. The handcart creaked as it was pulled along the road. Suddenly, something seemed to light up in front of them. Xia Lian raised his head again and widened his eyes. That light was a lantern. Like millions of fish swimming across the sea, countless lanterns slowly rose from the top of the mountain. They sparkled in the dark night, glistening and dazzling. Like a soul floating in the air, it was the most magnificent dream. Magnificent to the extreme, it illuminated the road ahead of him. Xia Lian had seen this scene before. Seeing it again, his breathing and heartbeat almost stopped. The road took a turn, and Xia Lian saw the small shabby house he had built. There was someone. In front of the crooked little house stood a red-clothed man. His figure was tall, and a silver scimitar hung at his waist. His back was facing Xia Lian, and he was currently holding up the last lantern in his hand, sending it slowly flying into the sky. Xia Lian sat stiffly, wondering if he was still in a dream, or if this was an illusion. But as the wheel turned and got closer, that person turned around, and he could see more and more clearly. In front of the 3,000 lanterns that rose with the night, that person turned his head to look at him. His clothes were red, and his skin was as white as snow. Between his handsome brows that couldn't be looked at directly, there was still a wild air. Although he was wearing a black eye patch, those eyes that were as bright as stars stared unwaveringly at Xia Lian. Xia Lian rolled down. Without saying a word. The two of them walked towards each other. Step by step, they walked faster and faster. Then, they began to run. As the person ran forward, his tears fell behind him and stayed where they were. Xiao Yan thought to himself. He believed. He believed that this person would die for him again and again, and would live for him again and again. Even if he fell into hell, he would still break through for his belief. The last time they ran towards each other, it took them 800 years. Chapter 244. Congratulations, congratulations. Your Highness the Crown Prince, congratulations. The newly built Puqi monastery was bustling with people coming and going. Xiao Yan passed through several long tables that were filled to the brim. Like flowing water, bowl after bowl of steaming hot noodles, golden oily soup, and snow-white fragrant rice were served. He was so busy that he even had to deal with the guests. Amidst his busy schedule, he took some time to say, "Many thanks. Please sit." The Puqi monastery that had unfortunately collapsed during the chaotic battle was rebuilt. After it was rebuilt, it was much more imposing than the original dilapidated house. There was also a newly built courtyard. It was not rebuilt by Xiao Yan or Hua Cheng, but by the villagers of Puqi village. That day, after Xiao Yan had fled, they flipped through the ruins. They actually found a box of gold bars. Naturally, it was the pile that Quan Yizhen stuffed into his merit box every day. These villagers had never seen so much gold before and were almost scared out of their wits. After they woke up, the village chief took a part of it and rebuilt the Puqi monastery. They did not dare to touch the remaining one and waited for Xiao Yan to come back before giving it to him. Therefore, Xiao Yan brought Hua Cheng back and welcomed him. Other than the villagers' enthusiastic, Daoist priest, and Xiao Hua, there was also a brand new Daoist temple and a box of heavy gold bars. He had originally planned to return the gold bars to Quan Yizhen, but Quan Yizhen did not take them, until Hua Cheng told him that if he did not take the gold bars back, he would not know the correct way to nurture the soul. This child obediently changed his habit of stuffing gold bars into people's mouths. After greeting them, a few priests led by Mu Qin walked into the courtyard in a reserved manner. They suddenly raised their heads and saw the full appearance of the Daoist temple clearly. They were instantly speechless. Blind. Too blind. The bright red and green festive colors and the extremely exaggerated colored clay statues were not the scariest part of it all. The most terrifying thing was the plaque. What was written on the board, or what was drawn on it? The completion of the new Daoist temple should be congratulated. However, the taste of this new Daoist temple was so bad and vulgar. There was also a plaque that was the finishing touch of despair. It was so bad that they could not praise it. It was so bad that they had completely forgotten the congratulatory words they had thought of. However, Xiao Yan did not mind. On the contrary, he felt that it was quite good. At least it was no longer a dangerous house that could collapse at any time. He greeted her again, "Please take a seat." The few heavenly priests didn't seem to want to sit. They probably came over to congratulate him just for the sake of appearances. They hurriedly put down their gifts and left. Xiao Yan asked Mu Qin, why did they leave in such a rush? Mu Qin, do you even need to ask? Xiao Yan, use it. Mu Qin unhappily said, then go ask your good San Lang. As it turned out, when Hua Cheng returned, the first person to know was Xiao Yan. The second was the heavenly court, which had yet to warm up to the new immortal capital. Not only was it because the prime lantern banquet that they had worked so hard to organize not long ago had ended up like the Mid-Autumn Festival lantern banquet, where Hua Cheng had suddenly appeared and destroyed all 3,000 lanterns with a wave of his hand. It was also because from that night onwards, the bell had been ringing crazily, and its announcement reverberated throughout the entire heavenly court, as if reminding them that the nightmare of the immortals and gods had returned. With a nightmare right in front of them, ordinary divine officials naturally didn't dare to approach. However, now that the rumors about Hua Cheng and Xiao Yan in the heavenly court had reached a point where they didn't need to add fuel to the fire, they still wanted to build a relationship with Xiao Yan and ask Hua Cheng to show some mercy in the future. When Xiao Yan heard this, he recalled Hua Cheng's request to report his glorious achievements to the heavenly court for an entire year. He laughed and said, "Naughty." Mu Qing said, "How is this just naughty? You should just let him keep it. It's too outrageous. Now, that bell is making people panic every day. It's impossible to work in the celestial heavens. From time to time, it would even fall and hit people. It wasn't easy to rebuild the new immortal capital. Don't ruin it because of this kind of thing." Xiao Yan said, "All right, I'll go talk to him later. By the way, would you like to try it?" He pointed at the noodle soup on the table in the courtyard and added, "I didn't make it." When Mu Qing heard the first part of the sentence, his expression was cold and filled with rejection. Only when he heard the second part did he return to normal. At this moment, Feng Xian also arrived. He entered the courtyard and just happened to pass by a few young priests who were about to leave. After exchanging greetings, they whispered among themselves, "It's General Nan Yang. It's him." So pitiful, his wife and son ran away with someone. The veins on Feng Xian's forehead bulged as he cursed loudly on the spot. "Fuck. Are you guys done yet? How many months have you been talking about this? Also, it's ran away. It's not ran away with someone. You motherfucker are just spreading rumors." The few young priests with loose mouths were so frightened that they hurriedly ran away. Mu Qing, who was at the side, folded his hands into his sleeves and said, "You might as well not explain. It just sounds more embarrassing." Feng Xian was furious. He grabbed a broom from the side and threw it at Xiao Yan. Mu Qing caught it and chuckled. "Old trick. Now this trick is useless against me." Feng Xian was about to curse again when Xiao Yan walked over and stuffed a broom into his hands. He said, "It's good that it's useless. How about this, the two of you help me sweep this courtyard. Just now, I set off a few strings of firecrackers, so the ground is full of red dregs. You've worked hard. If you're bored, you can also pick up a dragon." An hour later, a clamor of voices could be heard coming from outside the monastery. It was getting closer and closer. The few people in the courtyard looked out. After a while, a large crowd of people surged into the courtyard of Pu Chi Monastery, shouting, "Is it here? It's here. Oh, it's quite imposing. There really is rice, a lot of rice, ah. There's also meat." The ground that Feng Xian and Mu Qing had just swept was once again trampled by a large group of muddy legs into an unsightly sight. Mu Qing held on to the broom. As if he had been infected with fleas, his eyes widened. What's going on with these beggars? In front of the crowd of beggars was a person with messy hair and dirty clothes. It was Shi Qingxian. He limped over, cupped his hands and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, I've come to disturb you. How is it? Does the agreement we made last time still count?" Xiao Yan smiled and said, "You're extremely welcome, of course it counts. Please sit, please sit." Mu Qing said, "There are too many people here." Shi Qingxian said, "Not many. Last year in the Imperial City, all the uncles who helped guard the human array are here. At the time of guarding the human array, Shi Qingxian and the others had agreed that after the matter was done, he would treat everyone to chicken drumsticks, and everyone would have a share. In the end, after the matter was done, no one could be found anywhere, so naturally, they didn't get to eat that chicken drumstick. Today, they could finally fulfill their promise. Bowl after bowl of chicken drumstick noodles were served. Shi Qingxian said, "Everyone, you don't have to worry about anything today. Eat." The crowd of beggars squeezed from the table to the ground, cheering one after another. Then, they picked up the big bowl and started slurping and chewing. As they ate, someone suddenly said, "That's not right, there's demonic energy." Everyone turned their heads to look. Unexpectedly, it was Heaven's eye-opener and the others. Xiao Yan felt a slight headache and said, why are you guys here too? Heaven's Eye-Opener said, last time, we also helped out, why can't we come? He then raised his bowl high and said with a serious expression, everyone, listen to me, I definitely didn't see wrong. The food in this bowl has demonic energy, I'm afraid it's not something good, it's very strange. Quickly put it down. No one paid attention to him. The crowd of beggars had already finished eating one round. One after another, they raised their empty bowls and said, another bowl. Feng Xian and Mu Qing fought with brooms while sweeping the firecrackers that covered the courtyard. Seeing the others eating and drinking so happily, they also sat down and picked up their bowls. Just then, Heaven's Eye-Opener said, why didn't you guys listen to others? As he said this, he wanted to get up and go to the kitchen to take a look. Shiqing Xian held him down and said, really, Taoist priest, you're thinking too much. This is Blood Rain Tanhua's territory, so it's normal to have demonic energy. Fine, you're worried, right? I'll go take a look, you sit down and don't be impulsive. He really did get up by himself and walked to the vicinity of the kitchen. Lifting up the curtain, he said, you see, there's nothing strange about it. Xiao Yan said, wait a moment, I also want to take a look, however, when Shiqing Xian, Feng Xian, and Mu Qing stretched their heads out to take a look, they were all shocked. In the kitchen, a tall and strong pig butcher was currently crazily chopping on a chopping board. If it weren't for the pig legs hanging behind him, they would have thought that he was chopping up a human. At the side, there was a huge fire under a huge vat. In the vat, a long-necked male chicken spirit was rubbing himself in full swing. When he saw that someone had seen him from outside, he immediately screamed and covered his chest with both hands. Xiao Yan's head started to hurt. He hurriedly walked in and said in a low voice, didn't I say that we can't do this? The chicken spirit patted his chest and guaranteed, Uncle, we came here after taking a bath, so we're very clean. Furthermore, this soup base has the effect of prolonging life, so it won't harm people if you don't drink it. It's not a loss. Don't worry and eat it. Shiqing Xian silently put down the curtain. Feng Xian and Mu Qing immediately threw away their bowls and snorted, you might as well do it. Xiao Yan rubbed the space between his eyebrows. He found it funny and helpless as he said, they insisted on helping. There's no other way, they're also doing this out of good intentions. At this moment, Heaven's Eye-Opener seemed to have finally felt that these people were acting suspiciously and walked over. Xiao Yan hurriedly stopped him, what's the matter? He was afraid that Heaven's Eye-Opener would see Pig Butcher and the others and cause trouble again. Unexpectedly, Heaven's Eye-Opener didn't come for the kitchen, but for him instead. He circled around Xiao Yan a few times and doubtfully said, strange, Xiao Yan asked, what's wrong? Heaven's Eye-Opener seemed to be puzzled and said, that's not right, Xie Daozhang. Why is the ghost energy on your body even more serious than last time? Xiao Yan lightly coughed. Mu Qing snorted and said, hanging out with the Ghost King all day, of course it's getting more and more serious. Heaven's Eye-Opener said, that's not right. Even if that's the case, it shouldn't be like this, right? Feng Xian said, what do you mean by this and that? After being puzzled for a long time, Heaven's Eye-Opener finally said it directly. He said, the ghost energy on your body, how did it become from the inside out? This is completely coming from your body. I'm afraid you've suffered a great crime. What did you do? How did you get so sick? Xiao Yan couldn't even cough. His entire face was about to be filled with blood. Feng Xian and Mu Qing didn't understand at first, but when they came back to their senses, they coincidentally looked at Xiao Yan and went silent. Only Shiqing Xian couldn't wrap his head around it and said, what's wrong? So, what's going on? Your Highness Crown Prince, are you really sick? Do you know Blood Rain Tanhua? Didn't he treat you? No. It's because of him that it's like this. Xiao Yan stammered, this. Actually. It's not that. If you guys don't want it. I think, it's better, His mind was filled with some messy images, and he randomly said a bunch of meaningless words. Suddenly, his back leaned against a person's chest. An arm wearing a silver wrist guard wrapped around him, and a familiar voice said with a smile, I think, it's better if you guys go back to your seats, eat your food, and don't worry about anything else. How about it? In this situation, Xiao Yan really didn't know whether he should feel like he was pardoned or be even more embarrassed. He said, San Lang. When they saw Hua Qing come out, Feng Xian and Mu Qing's expressions were indescribable. However, Xiao Yan was in front, so they couldn't say anything. Only Shi Qingxian still asked very seriously, Blood Rain Tanhua, have you checked His Highness Crown Prince's body? Xiao Yan covered his forehead, hoping that he would stop asking. At this moment, the beggars shouted, another bowl. Add more meat. This chicken soup doesn't have any flavor, add more salt. Mu Qing couldn't stand it anymore and said, do you guys know that this is a Taoist temple that worships the heavenly officials? Can you be a little more reserved? The beggars didn't fall for his trick. The last time they joined hands with many heavenly officials to strengthen the human formation, they personally saw a few heavenly officials trembling and running away. They were even worse than them. In addition, they were too familiar with Shi Qingxian, so they couldn't help but feel that immortals were like this. They didn't seem to be much different from them, and they didn't seem to be so aloof and inviolable. Suddenly, a cry came from the kitchen, who is it? Hearing this, Xiao Yan's heart tightened. He rushed into the kitchen and saw the pig butcher and chicken spirit shouting inside. He hurriedly comforted them, calm down. Calm down. What's wrong? The chicken spirit was so frightened that goosebumps rose all over his body. Eldest uncle. It's haunted. There's a ghost that ate all the soup we made. I was just poking myself, if I get up again, there won't be a bowl left. It's haunted. The pig butcher spat, what are you afraid of? Aren't you the same as a ghost? Xiao Yan was slightly stunned. How could that be? Didn't I just see you guys make more than 50 bowls? Yeah. But when he looked again, sure enough, those 50 bowls were all empty. Even the soup had been drunk clean. Xiao Yan felt strange in his heart. Suddenly, he thought of someone. He turned around and saw Hua Qing leaning against the door. San Lang, could it be? Hua Qing calmly said, most likely. Emichim. Xiao Yan said, he should have come to congratulate us. We should welcome him, but he ate a little too much. Now that all the food has been eaten by him, what should we do? Hua Qing smiled and said, nothing. Add interest. The troubled ghosts of the ghost city accepted their fate and began to cook again. At this time, a clamor came from the main hall and courtyard. It seemed like someone was quarreling with someone. Xiao Yan wanted to go out and mediate, but Hua Qing grabbed his hand and led him out through another door. The two of them walked out of Pu Chi Monastery hand in hand. There were trees blocking the way. It would be easier to walk if they put down their hands and split up. But the two of them were unwilling to let go of each other's hands, so they took many turns and went around. As they went around, Xiao Yan asked, San Lang, where are we going now? Hua Qing said, it's too noisy here. Let them fight, we'll leave first. Xiao Yan looked back as he walked, a little worried. Don't care about them. Pu Chi Monastery was just rebuilt. What if it collapses again? Hua Qing said carelessly, if it collapses, then it collapses. We'll just build another one. If brother wants it, you can have as many as you want. Ha 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 ha. At night, in the Thousand Lanterns Monastery, Xiao Yan was wearing a thin snow-white undergarment after taking a bath. He leaned against the collapsed jade platform and wrote stroke by stroke. He was writing to Hua Qing and Lin. Hua Cheng was leaning beside him. He was also wearing undergarments with his collar slightly open. His hands were bored to death as he played with the red coral bead at the end of his hair. Under the warm light of the lamp, he kept staring at Xie Lian. After looking for a while, he squinted his eyes and sighed. "Brother, don't do that. Come and rest." Xie Lian had already suffered enough just now. He was determined not to be fooled again. Hearing this tone made his ears burn. He forced himself to calm down and continued writing. He said seriously, "No. San Lang, today someone said your handwriting is ugly. San Lang, someone said that your handwriting is ugly again today. You have to practice well, or else I won't let anyone know that I taught you." Hua Cheng sat up slightly and raised his eyebrows. "Brother, I remember that you clearly said before that you liked my handwriting." Ever since Hua Cheng returned, Xie Lian had been obedient to him for a long period of time. Xie Lian would do anything he asked for. It was probably because of this that Xie Lian had spoiled him. He was becoming more and more mischievous. Xie Lian finished writing and put down his brush. He became even more serious. "Don't play tricks with your mouth. I'm done. Come and practice." Thus, Hua Cheng lazily moved behind Xie Lian and hugged his waist. He bent down slightly and rested his head on Xie Lian's shoulder. He took out his red coral bead from the end of his hair and put it on the paper. He let it chase Xie Lian's bead on the paper. They rolled back and forth. He deliberately didn't let Xie Lian write properly. He was so mischievously and forcefully showing his existence. Xie Lian remembered that when he opened his eye of insight, he said that his whole body was emitting ghost energy, from head to toe, from inside to outside. That was Hua Cheng's aura. He couldn't help but feel his heart soften. He struggled a little and whispered, "Write properly." Hua Cheng said, "Okay, I'll listen to you." He picked up his brush and wrote 2 lines of poetry before putting it down. Xie Lian looked at it and shook his head. He thought for the umpteenth time, "It's hopeless." He paused, picked up his brush, and helped him finish the last 2 lines. After he finished writing, Xie Lian blew on the paper gently and picked it up. The two of them looked at the poem they had written together. The ink on the paper formed 4 elegant lines of poetry: "Those who have seen the sea are not water, those who have not seen Mount Wu are not clouds. Looking back from among the flowers, half fate is to cultivate the Tao and half fate is to be a monarch." Even misfortune was at the table with his eyes wide open. He couldn't take his eyes off it, as if he was very appreciative of it. Hua Cheng smiled and said, "A peerless work of art. Brother, hurry up and sign your name. This word will shock future generations and be passed down through the ages." Xie Lian had already written Hua Cheng's name at the bottom. When he heard him say that, he really couldn't bring himself to add his name. Hua Cheng had laughed enough. He pretended to be serious and said, "Brother, are you embarrassed? I'll help you." As he said that, he held Xie Lian's hand and scribbled a few words. Of course, if it wasn't for the foresight, no one would be able to tell that it was 2 words. It was also impossible to tell that it was Xie Lian's name. Xie Lian looked at his own hand writing this kind of thing and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He tilted his head in front of Hua Cheng's chest. Suddenly, he felt that these words were a little familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. After a while, he remembered and his eyes lit up. He said, "San Lang, your hand." He grabbed Hua Cheng's forearm and pulled up his sleeve. He happily said, "It's this." During the days when the two of them lived together at Pu Chi Temple, Xie Lian had seen a word tattoo on his hand. It seemed to be some kind of foreign language. At that time, he had pondered over it, but he never would have thought that it wasn't some foreign language at all. It turned out that it was just his name. Hua Cheng also looked at his own arm and smiled. "Brother, you finally recognized it?" Xie Lian said, "I should have recognized it long ago, but, but Hua Cheng's words were really uncanny workmanship. Needless to say, Hua Cheng could guess what he was thinking. He laughed out loud and put one hand on Xiao Lian's waist. He kissed his forehead and said, "Don't worry. It's fine as long as brother's words are nice. I'll be 10,000 times happier than if my words were nice." Xiao Lian's hand caressed the tattoo. The tattoo was very deep. One could imagine how painful it was. He softly asked, "Did you get this when you were young?" Hua Cheng smiled and pulled down his sleeve. He nodded. Then he must have done it to himself. He imagined a little boy secretly carving the name of the person he admired on his arm. It was so childish, so brave. His 10 fingers intertwined, and the red lines intertwined. Xiao Lian suddenly remembered the scene from a year ago when Hua Cheng turned into a butterfly and disappeared at Mount Bronze Cauldron. At that last moment, Hua Cheng said one sentence. Although it was soundless, Xiao Lian knew what he said. This was something that Hua Cheng had carried out since he was a child, and he would never change until his death. "I will always be your most loyal follower." According to folklore, there was such a worn-out immortal. Although he was called the worn-out immortal, what this immortal most often blessed wasn't the collection of worn-out things, but the peace of the world. Because at the same time, he was also a martial god. There was no demon that could not be defeated, no evil that could not be eliminated. He had the power to destroy the world, but he still cherished flowers. However, there were taboos and rules to pay attention to when worshipping a god. If you came across a temple that worshipped this immortal, you must not worship it casually. It was said that this worshipping immortal had a special constitution that would attract bad luck. If you didn't believe it, prepare a die and touch the immortal statue's hand before throwing a die. Your luck would definitely be terrible. Therefore, if you prayed to a worshipping immortal statue, you might get more and more unlucky the more you worshipped. Even if you drank cold water, you might not be able to wear a Taoist robe. According to folklore, there was such a red-robed ghost king. Although this ghost king was no longer a human, he had countless followers. It was popular to secretly set up a ghost king statue at home and worship it day and night, praying for good luck. It was because not only was this ghost king said to have never tasted defeat and was invincible, his luck was also extremely strong and invincible. If you didn't believe it, pray to him before throwing the die. If you could get his help, the next round would definitely be good. However, ghosts naturally had more taboos than gods. Although this ghost king was powerful, his temperament was extremely eccentric and extreme. If he was happy, he would help you without praying. If he wasn't happy, he wouldn't even spare a glance at you. If he was extremely unhappy, he might even kill you. Therefore, for the same reason, it was better to keep a respectful distance. However, if people worshipped these two statues, one god and one ghost, together, they would turn something rotten into something magical. The red-robed ghost king would dispel the bad luck that haunted the worshipping immortal and let him reveal his true appearance. People would be surprised to find that the worshipping immortal's original color was not gray, but golden. Legends were usually based on facts. However, this was probably a very long story. It might have to start from 800 years ago, or it might take a very long time. People might not have the patience to listen. But what was certain was that if one wanted these two to display their greatest strength, they had to be worshipped together. This way, they would have double the good luck and double the invincibility. Chapter 245. The Lantern Festival. It was a fine night. It was the beginning of spring. Winter hadn't gone far, and the wind was still cold. Xiao Lian carried a large bag and slowly walked on the side of the road. His face was slightly red from the wind. The bag was filled with a mess of things he had just collected. He didn't know if they were useful or not. In any case, it was useless. From now on, he could only rely on this to make a living. After a while he passed by a stall on the side of the street. The stall was called He Ji Snacks. It sold some snacks. It seemed that the owner's family of 3 sat at a small table inside. A slender and pretty girl walked around the table, busying herself. The owner told her to stop working and sit down, but she didn't listen. She only said, "I'll be right there." Her voice was like an oriole. The other tables were occupied by customers in 2s and 3s. However, it seemed that they were only here for the young girl. They just sat and chatted. After a while, he went home. After all, today was the Lantern Festival. There was a small pot in front of the stall. The white, round, and piping hot little things in the pot made him slow down his pace. Xiao Yan thought to himself, Lantern Festival. When he was a child, during the Lantern Festival, the Emperor and Empress of Xianlu Kingdom would eat Lantern Festival with him. Xiao Yan was very picky about food. He didn't like Lantern Festival. Even when famous chefs served the best desserts in golden bowls and jade cups, he didn't like them. He thought they were too sweet. He ate them until his teeth itched. He didn't eat this filling, nor did he eat that filling. He only ate 2 mouthfuls. Later, when he grew up a bit, he ran to Mount Taizong to cultivate. He didn't return during the Lantern Festival, so he didn't eat many meals. Now that he thought about it, he actually couldn't remember what Lantern Festival tasted like. Xiao Yan cautiously glanced at the side of the stall a few times. Then, he cautiously put the ugly big bag down from his shoulder. Finally, he cautiously stepped inside. He took off his bamboo hat and held it in his hand. "Boss, please give me a bowl of Lantern Festival. Do you have it here?" The proprietor was quite old. He glanced at him, but before he could answer, the slender lady smiled and said, "Yes, please come in and take a seat." Then she got up and started preparing. Xiao Yan sat down, but he saw the boss shake his head. He felt strange, wondering if he was dirty somewhere on his body that the boss didn't like. He specially looked down at his sleeves and confirmed that they weren't dirty. Feeling slightly relieved, he asked, "What's wrong?" He thought that if the boss didn't like him bringing the bag in, he would just leave it outside. The boss glanced at him again and shook his head. "Miserable. How tragic." Xiao Yan said, "Ah. What did you say?" The boss said, "It's the Lantern Festival. It's too miserable to eat yuan shao at a stall in the freezing weather." Xiao Yan said, "You can't be like this. Do you still want to do business?" The boss did not speak to him and went to get the bowls. After sitting for a while, Xiao Yan felt that people around him were sizing him up. In other words, they were sizing him up and down with the abnormally large bag beside him. The boss's daughter also sneakily came over. She squatted on the ground and poked at the bag with her finger, seemingly curious about what was inside. Only after her mother called her a few times did she go back. At this time, Xiao Yan still hadn't cultivated the kind of thick skin that would be impervious to swords and spears in the future. He couldn't help but use his foot to kick the large bag under the table, wanting to stuff it somewhere others couldn't see. Unfortunately, this stall was small, and the tables and chairs were also small. There was simply no place to hide things. Xiao Yan could only cough lightly and do his best to ignore the gazes of others. He would get used to it. It wasn't a big deal. Suddenly, he thought of something and hurriedly reached into his chest. His expression suddenly changed as he thought, "This is even worse. Not only is it the Lantern Festival, but I'm also eating yuan shao at a stall in the freezing weather. I don't even have enough money." Originally, he wanted to quickly slip away, but at this time, the boss came over with a large porcelain bowl. He placed it on the table and said, 5 coins. Xiao Yan felt slightly suffocated and said, He coughed a few times and put his fist in front of his mouth. He heard the boss say, "You don't have it." Xiao Yan was about to bite the bullet and get up to leave when he saw a large porcelain bowl on the table in front of him with a bang. He was stunned. He heard the boss say, "Forget it. Seeing how miserable you are, I'll give you a bowl. After you finish eating, I have to close up the stall. Hurry back. Today is the Lantern Festival. It should be a reunion." Xiao Yan sat back down. Although he was thinking that he had nowhere to go after finishing this bowl of yuan shao, he still whispered, "Thank you." The boss put down the bowl and went back. The small pot of leftover yuan shao in front of the stall was carried to a small table by him. The little girl tilted her head and bit her spoon, saying, "When is Big Brother coming back? I want to wait for him to come back before eating." The boss also said, "It's too late. Coming back so late for the Lantern Festival is really outrageous." The woman said, "He's also worked hard. He'll be back soon. Don't scold him later. Meow air, don't be so busy anymore. I'm really sorry for always having you come over to help me. Come over and eat with us." The young girl said, "I'm not busy." Finally, she cleaned up a table and sat down to share the yuan shao with them. The four of them seemed to be waiting for the other family member to come back and reunite. They chatted and laughed. Xiao Yan looked at them and picked up his bowl. He scooped a piece of yuan shao into his mouth and drank a mouthful of sweet soup. However, he still didn't know what it tasted like. Big brother, big brother. Only then did Xiao Yan return to his senses. Hua Cheng was staring at him from the side. His red clothes made Hua Cheng's eyebrows look even more beautiful. The lights added a layer of softness to his pale and lifeless face. Xiao Yan was slightly dazed as he looked at him. "What?" Hua Cheng said, "Big brother, are you tired? Or can't walk anymore?" Xiao Yan casually nodded. Hua Cheng said, "I'm sorry. I was too much last night." After a while, Xiao Yan finally realized what he meant. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, "What are you saying? It's not like that at all. It's completely fine." Hua Cheng raised an eyebrow and said, "Is that so? If it's completely fine like that, then you mean, I wasn't too much yesterday? So I can." Xiao Yan suddenly remembered that they were still on the main street of the ghost city. Startled, he swept his eyes around. Sure enough, at some unknown time, they were surrounded by a large group of grotesquely shaped creatures. Those with long ears pricked up their ears, while those with short ears stretched out their necks. Practically every single one of them had their eyes wide open as they stared at them. They were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. Finally, he said, "Ah, San Lang." Hua Cheng faintly smiled. With his hands behind his back, he said, all right. It's my fault. I won't say any more." Xiao Yan had long since retracted his gaze from the Lantern Festival monster stalls on the side of the street. On both sides of the main street of the ghost city, bright red lanterns were hung. The lanterns were filled with riddles. The ghosts shouted, "Guess lantern riddles. Guess lantern riddles. If you guess correctly, you'll get a prize. You'll get a big prize." Hua Cheng said to Xiao Yan, "Big brother, do you want to try? There's a prize." Xiao Yan walked up and said, "Do you want to try?" The ghosts all became excited and pushed each other. Shoo! Shoo! Eldest uncle is going to guess lantern riddles. Eldest uncle is going to guess lantern riddles. This earth-shattering shouting made it seem as if he was about to perform a godly dance. Xiao Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just as he was about to randomly pick one, a tentacle immediately extended out of nowhere and politely delivered a lantern to him. It said, "You first. You first." For Xiao Yan, it didn't matter which one it was. Thus, he accepted the lantern and glanced at it. The riddle was 4 words, "Find white-haired man." Xiao Yan didn't even think about it and said, "I." Hua Cheng clapped his hands and praised, "Big brother, you're amazing. The ghosts also joined him in thunderous applause, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. There was even a pitch-black unknown object doing somersaults in the air and cheering. This was a bit too exaggerated. Xiao Yan blushed with shame and said, "Actually, this is really very simple." That tentacle delivered a second lantern and said, "You first. You first." Xiao Yan accepted the lantern. This time, the riddle was, first day of the spring festival. Similarly, Xiao Yan didn't even think about it. He said, "Husband." Hua Cheng was about to raise his hands to clap again when Xiao Yan said, "No need. This is also very simple." Hua Cheng beamed and said, "Really? But, I truly feel that Big Brother is amazing." Xiao Yan thought to himself, "You flatter me. If you personally answered the riddle on the lantern and I solved it, then that would be amazing." At this time, the tentacle delivered a third lantern and sang, "You first. You first." Xiao Yan took a look and frowned slightly. Everyone around him also said, "Wow. This time it's going to be difficult." Xiao Yan nodded. Sure enough, this time, the riddle couldn't be seen through at a glance. Bashful bowing to express affection. However, it wasn't too difficult. After a short while, Xiao Yan said, "Bashful means the mimosa, taking the part of the grass. Bowing means the head of the word low. Expressing affection means the middle part of the word incline. When these three parts are combined, it's flower. The answer to the riddle is flower." After he finished speaking, he covered his ears. Sure enough, as soon as he announced the riddle, everyone around him began to dance in a frenzy. They boasted and flattered without any bottom line, exaggerating to the extreme and making people numb. Hua Cheng looked at him with a smile and said, "Big Brother, this time, you're really amazing." That tentacle once again raised its lantern and quietly reached over. Xiao Yan also laughed and said, "There's something even more amazing. This time, I can guess the riddle without looking at it. Do you believe me?" Hua Cheng's eyes widened. "Oh, is that so? Big Brother actually has such a unique skill." Xiao Yan took the lantern and said, "Of course. I'm guessing that the riddle this time is city. The city from Hua Cheng, right?" Raising the lantern to look, sure enough, once the spear moves, the south settles. Xiao Yan said, "Once the spear moves, it changes sides. It falls to earth, spear remains. South settles, taking the south of the word fang, it settles to earth, and spear as the center, becoming city. This should be the hardest riddle to solve." Unfortunately, Xiao Yan had guessed the pattern first. When these four riddles were connected, what was it? After being seen through, the ghosts no longer dared to cheer. Instead, they started coughing and looked up at the sky. Hua Cheng's gaze slowly swept across them. The ghosts were all scared out of their wits. Some crawled into the lantern while others crawled underground. One after another, they hugged their heads and said, "City Lord, please calm your anger. It wasn't my idea. It wasn't me either." "Bullshit. You clearly agreed the loudest." Hua Cheng calmly said, "Scram." In an instant, the ghosts and people on the street were swept away like scattered clouds in the wind. Not many were left. Xiao Yan hung the lantern back on the shelf and said with a smile, "Let's go back." The two walked side by side towards Thousand Lantern Monastery. On the way, Hua Cheng seriously said, "Big Brother, don't look at me like that. I really didn't ask them to do this." Xiao Yan laughed and said, "I know. If it was you, you definitely wouldn't set up such a riddle." Hua Cheng said, "Oh. Then what kind of riddle does Big Brother think I'll set up?" Xiao Yan didn't put up any defenses and said, "Of course, it's my husband San Lang." As he said this, he realized that disaster comes from the mouth, and immediately shut his mouth. However, it was already too late. Hua Qing laughed out loud and said, "Big brother, you've been tricked." Beautiful. Sly, sly. At this moment, the two of them returned to Thousand Lantern Monastery. As soon as they entered the main hall, Xiao Yan discovered that there was actually a table of things placed on top of the jade platform. He was startled. When he went up to take a look, he saw that it was actually 2 bowls of yuanxiao. He turned around and saw that Hua Qing also walked up and said, "Big brother was looking at this on the way here, right?" Xiao Yan nodded. Hua Qing said, "Sit down and eat together, big brother." However, Xiao Yan didn't sit down. Instead, he suddenly ran into his chest and buried his face in his chest. He hugged Hua Qing tightly and didn't let go. Hua Qing also hugged him back. Chapter 246. Xiao Yan opened his eyes. He found himself lying on the ground. This was an unfamiliar room. He felt very confused. He was clearly cultivating in the Emperor Polarity Temple on Mount Taizang. Why was he here? Xiao Yan was slightly confused as he sat up from the ground. He realized that he was wearing a plain white Taoist robe. It was too plain, as if he was a commoner. The material wasn't good either. It was rather rough. It rubbed against his skin. Xiao Yan frowned. He wanted to get up from the ground. But just as he got up, he felt even more discomfort. His waist was sore. His legs were sore. His abdomen was sore. His neck was sore. Was it because he had been lying on the ground all night? Impossible. He wasn't that weak. What about Feng Xian and Mu Qing? Xiao Yan thought of them. He shouted, "Feng." Cough, cough. His throat wasn't very comfortable either. He remembered. Last night, Feng Xian and Mu Qing were quarreling over a trivial matter. It was so noisy that he couldn't meditate. He ordered them to go out and answer idioms. Listening to them gritting their teeth and answering more than 200 idioms, he felt sleepy. He rested. Why did he fall into such an inconceivable and confusing situation as soon as he woke up? Xiao Yan held on to the table beside him and stood up. He looked around. This should be an inn. But generally speaking, if he didn't choose to sleep in the open and chose to stay in an inn, he wouldn't stay in this kind of inn that looked like it was a very cheap place. His hands and feet weren't tied, and the door wasn't locked. This meant that he wasn't under house arrest. If someone or something plotted against him, then what was the meaning of throwing him here? The more Xiao Yan thought about it, the stranger he felt. But the strangest thing was the state of his body. He endured the pain in his arms and took off his clothes. He was ready to see if there were any injuries on his body. Unexpectedly, when he took it off, he looked down. His entire face instantly lost all color. From his abdomen to his chest, it was densely covered with ambiguous red marks. His jade-white skin seemed to be covered with large flower petals, blooming bright red. He was so shocked that he rushed to the mirror to take a look. As expected. Not only his heart and abdomen, but also his neck and back. Xiao Yan didn't dare to take off his clothes and continue looking. The matter was very clear. While he was unconscious for some reason, someone had taken his virginity. For the first time in his life, Xiao Yan felt his feet go soft, but he still managed to hold on and stand firmly. A long time ago, he had heard the palace maids who served him talk about some horrible legends outside the palace, such as black-hearted ghosts who specialized in raping and pillaging, drugging girls and then doing bad things. But, Xiao Yan held his head with both hands and muttered, "But, I am a man." His current appearance was truly unsightly. In addition to the kiss marks and the marks left by pinching too hard, there were also the embarrassing bite marks. Xiao Yan covered his face. His head felt feverish and his body was cold. Suddenly, he thought of a very serious matter. Oh no! The Tao that he cultivated was to abstain from obscenity. However, if he did that, wouldn't he be breaking his Tao? Xiao Yan hurriedly tried it. He tried, and sure enough, there was no more strength left. Xiao Yan had always been calm, but in this situation, he was about to collapse. He didn't know why, but when he woke up, he had become like this. Feng Xian and Mu Qing had disappeared, and he didn't know what method had been used to carelessly lose his virginity. He was really about to collapse. After a long time, he still couldn't accept this fact, and his heart was in a mess. However, he couldn't stay like this forever. He could only randomly pick up his clothes and put them on before leaving the inn. Along the way, no one stopped him. Xiao Yan breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't even care about the surrounding buildings, the people's clothes, and the strange accents. However, he probably had a guilty conscience. He always felt that others saw through what happened to him and used strange gazes to size him up, forcing him to walk faster and faster. In the end, he crazily ran into a forest, punched a tree, and directly broke it with a "kacha" sound. He angrily said, "Bastard." He wanted to use the most vicious words to curse the person who did this to him, but no matter what he did, he could only curse, "Bastard, bastard, bastard." The fire in his heart couldn't be vented, and it was suffocating. It was also impossible for him to bawl, so he could only keep his head down and beat wildly. Bang 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 bang, he broke dozens of trees in a row. Finally, the Earth God cried and shouted as he crawled out and hugged his thigh. "Your Highness the Crown Prince. Your Highness the Crown Prince, don't hit me anymore." Xiao Yan's heart was filled with anger, but this old man had suddenly emerged from the ground and wasn't an ordinary person. Seeing him, Xiao Yan was slightly startled and asked, "Who are you?" That old man wiped his tears and said, "I'm the Earth God here, Your Highness the Crown Prince. This forest is where I live out my retirement. If you keep hitting me, I'm going to have nothing to eat." Xiao Yan thought that since this wasn't someone else's business, he shouldn't recklessly vent his anger. Moreover, no matter how low his position was, he was still a heavenly magistrate. He was also old, so he needed to be respected. Thus, he reluctantly restrained his anger and also stopped hitting. Slowing down his breathing, he said, "Sorry, I was too agitated. How about this? How many trees did I break just now? I'll compensate you." The Earth God let go of his thigh and hurriedly said, "No, no, 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 there's no need. How could I need you to compensate me? For you to be willing to talk to me, this little god here is honored by your presence." Xiao Yan felt a bit strange. No matter what, this Earth God was still a heavenly magistrate. Moreover, he looked much older than Xiao Yan, so why was he so afraid of Xiao Yan and even called him, "You, old man"? However, Xiao Yan wasn't in the mood to ask about this. Instead, he courteously asked, "You're the Earth God of this area, so you should be very familiar with this area, right? Can you help me find two people?" As he said this, he reached into his sleeves, wanting to take out a few golden leaves as an offering. When the Earth God saw his actions, he hurriedly waved his hands frantically. "No need, no need, no need. Who are you looking for?" Coincidentally, Xiao Yan hadn't taken out anything, so he took out his hands and said, "My two attendants, Feng Xian and Mu Qing." The Earth God's expression suddenly became very strange. Xiao Yan asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" The Earth God said, "No, no, no, it's not that there's a problem. It's just." However, what was wrong with His Highness the Crown Prince? It had been 800 years, yet he still called General Nan Yang and General Xianzhen as his attendants. Would the two generals be angry? Ah, forget it. It doesn't matter if the two generals are angry. If this one doesn't serve him well, then it'll be scary if that one gets angry. Thus, he said, "Please wait here for a moment. I'll go find them for you." Xiao Yan said, "Thank you for your trouble. Just as he was about to bow, he raised his head, but the earth god had already disappeared. Xiao Yan felt his head still burning. He held his forehead, and after an unknown amount of time, he heard a doubtful voice in front of him. What's going on? Xiao Yan raised his head and saw Feng Xian and Mu Qing. However, they weren't the Feng Xian and Mu Qing he knew. Indeed, the two's appearances hadn't changed, but their temperaments were different. They didn't seem like two impetuous youths, but rather like two generals who had been on the battlefield for many years. Furthermore, they were both wearing rather luxurious black robes, which didn't seem like something an ordinary person could wear. At least, Xiao Yan had never seen them wear such clothes. The one who asked was Feng Xian. He walked over and asked, "Your Highness, what are you doing here by yourself?" Xiao Yan said, "I'm the one who should be asking, where did the two of you run off to? Last night, I had you wait outside the door to receive the dragon. Why is there no one here this morning?" Feng Xian and Mu Qing both revealed the same strange expression as the earth god, as if they couldn't understand his words. Xiao Yan's head felt like it was splitting. He then said, "Also, what's with your attire? In the end, what's going on?" Feng Xian lowered his head to look at himself. Puzzled, he asked, "What's wrong with these clothes? Isn't it very normal?" Mu Qing then said, "What are you talking about? You must be confused from sleeping. I wasn't here last night." Xiao Yan hugged his head. He wanted to yell and scream, but he forced himself to calm down. After pondering for a moment, he said, "I understand. You guys are the same as me. You must have been haunted by something." Feng Xian and Mu Qing's expressions became more and more strange. Feng Xian said, "I'm confused. Your Highness, why did you call us here?" Mu Qing rolled his eyes and said, "No need to ask. I was wondering why you called someone to find me if there was something wrong and not him. There's probably something wrong with his brain." Xiao Yan couldn't understand what they were talking about at all. He asked, "Who is that?" "State Preceptor." Feng Xian and Mu Qing looked at each other in dismay. After a moment, Mu Qing stepped forward and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Xiao Yan asked, "What?" Mu Qing said, "My memory is a bit fuzzy right now. Tell me, do you remember what we've been doing these past few days?" Xiao Yan asked, "Haven't we been cultivating at the Emperor Extreme Monastery these past few days?" Mu Qing asked, "Where is Hua Cheng?" Hearing this name, Xiao Yan had a very familiar feeling. However, after thinking about it, he really didn't recognize it. Thus, he blankly asked, "Hua Cheng? Who is it?" Mu Qing said, "Okay. I understand." He signaled to the side with his eyes. Then, together with the shocked Feng Xian, they went to the side to discuss. Xiao Yan suddenly felt a bit suspicious. He vigilantly asked, "What do you understand? What are you guys talking about?" After they finished discussing, the two of them turned around. Feng Xian said, "Your Highness, let's go." Xiao Yan became even more suspicious. "Go where?" Mu Qing said, "I'm bringing you to see someone who can solve this situation. Come." Xiao Yan was now 80% vigilant. He retreated again and again. When Mu Qing saw that he seemed to want to run, he said, "Don't go." He stretched out his hand and waved a spiritual light, as if he wanted to bind him. But how could Xiao Yan not run? He broke into a run. When he ran, Feng Xian and Mu Qing had a headache. As the two chased, they roared against the wind. Feng Xian said, "Fuck. I really fuck. What's wrong with him? Even if he forgets things, he can't be this good. He forgot things for 800 years. Mu Qing said, "Finally. Finally, eating too many random things has spoiled his brain. How is that possible? I'm afraid that he met with an accident when he went out alone. Hurry and find him. His brain right now is only that of a 17-year-old. At this time, Mu Qing didn't forget to make a sarcastic remark. That's right, the naive, silly, spoiled 17-year-old crown prince. Wait. Tell him first. Hurry and tell him first. When something like this happened, of course, he had to tell that person first. Xiao Yan ran for more than 20 li in one breath. When he stopped, he was slightly panting. He felt as if he was still in a huge mysterious net that had yet to break out. What the hell was going on? This was not normal. This was too abnormal. How could he not know Mu Qing's strength? That divine aura would require at least a few hundred years of cultivation before he could cultivate it. How could this be the real Mu Qing? It must be fake. And him. He himself was not normal. As he ran, he realized that his body was as light as a swallow. Although he was originally as light as a swallow, his body seemed to be even faster and more powerful now. Everything was wrong. Calm down, calm down, calm down. Xiao Yan suddenly remembered that just now, Mu Qing seemed to have mentioned a name. He murmured, Flower City. For some reason, this name should be very unfamiliar to him. But when he thought of it, his heart moved slightly, as if a little flower had bloomed in a corner of his heart. Thus, he couldn't help but repeat this name over and over again. Flower City, Flower City, Flower City. This should be a very important person. Perhaps he was the key to this matter. He had to find him first. After making up his mind, Xiao Yan walked towards the direction of the city. Although when he first realized what had happened to his body, Xiao Yan couldn't accept it at all. But in less than an hour, he recovered. Even though his heart and body were still in great pain, he had no time to be upset because he was stuck in a puzzle. The real Fengxin Mu Qing was nowhere to be found. It was enough to show that the mastermind behind the scenes was very powerful. He had to immediately pull himself together and find out the truth. Thus, when he stepped into the city, he had already recovered his usual expression. He randomly picked a tea house and went upstairs to sit by the window. But he wasn't in the mood to drink tea. Xiao Yan picked up the cup on the table and looked at it. The cup had accumulated old tea stains that couldn't be wiped clean. Just looking at it made him tired, so he put it down and ignored it. Inside the tea house, a rather beautiful and graceful girl was playing the pipa and singing to the tune of Orioles. A circle of men, old and young, sat around her, giggling as they looked at her. The girl was singing an ordinary local folk song, something about a young girl going out early in the morning to pick flowers. But after singing for a while, the group of old men said, "Boring, it's not good, change it." "Yes, this one is not good, change it. Change it to mine." The singer was helpless and could only follow their wishes. She changed to a rather erotic and gentle folk song. It was light and slow, and the sound was so soft that it made people blush and their hearts beat faster. The group of onlookers were satisfied and all applauded. Xiao Yan sat by the window on the second floor, but he felt very uncomfortable. Listening carefully to the lyrics, it seemed to be a song about a young couple on their wedding night. It was extremely bold and explicit. Xiao Yan had never heard such obscene lyrics and songs in the imperial city. If it was in the past, even if he heard it, he could just treat it as a flirtatious song because it had nothing to do with him. He would never think about such things in his entire life. But now, it was different. Although he couldn't remember how it happened, he was already a human being. Hearing this kind of song again would change his mind. Moreover, he discovered a very frightening thing: his mind was completely out of his control. The lyrics were a little flirtatious, but his heart was in turmoil. Also, many fragmented images kept popping up in her head. Their hands were tightly intertwined with each other, and the red thread between their fingers was touching each other. She could even hear broken gasps, sobs begging for mercy, and the seductive whispers of a certain man. "What are these? What are these?" Xiao Yan was ashamed and annoyed. He bit his lower lip and clenched his fist. After a long while, he couldn't bear it anymore and finally couldn't help but smash the table. Bang! The guests at the nearby tables stared at him with wide eyes. Xiao Yan woke up and apologized in a low voice. He wished he could block his ears with his hands so that he couldn't hear anything. He thought that if he continued to sing, he would have to leave. Suddenly, the song stopped abruptly, and a scream pulled him out of his reverie. Xiao Yan suddenly raised his head and saw a large group of people surrounding him. It seemed like they were touching him. The singer hugged her pipa and stood up in fright. She wailed, "Gentlemen, let's just listen to the song." "Don't touch him," a few men jeered, "so what if we touch him? Anyway, it's definitely not just us who touch him. I don't believe that you haven't been touched a few times when you're a prostitute." The singer was so angry that her eyes were red. She said, "What do you mean I'm a prostitute? I'm a prostitute, not a prostitute." The others deliberately didn't listen to her explanation. They said, "Hey." She spoke as if she was a pure and chaste woman. "If you're really that serious, you wouldn't be a prostitute." "Exactly. Just now you were singing such a song to seduce people. Now you're saying that you don't want to sell yourself. What a joke." The singer was so angry that she almost fainted. She said with a trembling voice, "It was you guys who made me sing. It was you guys who made me sing. That's why I sang." However, no matter what she said, the group of annoyed listeners always had something to say. "We asked you to sing, so you sang. So obedient. It means that you've long wanted to sing such a song to seduce people." Xiao Yan couldn't listen anymore. He was already angry, and now he was even more furious. A white shadow flashed. Before the group of men could figure out what was going on, they were thrown to the ground. The man in the lead had his butt facing the sky as he loudly cursed, "What kind of toy are you? You dare to provoke us?" Xiao Yan stood in front of the singer, his knuckles cracking. However, he still didn't show any anger on his face. In a deep voice, he said, "Enough is enough. A beautiful woman like a flower, anyone would be moved by a bit. However, if you don't treat her with courtesy, then you're despicable and shameful." Someone shouted, "It was clearly her who sang first. If she sang, then why can't we touch her?" Xiao Yan said word by word, "That's right. Even if she sang, you guys can't touch her." Before he finished speaking, 7 or 8 burly men were thrown down the building by him. Their butts fell to the ground. It was a frightening fall, but in reality, they didn't suffer any serious injuries. However, it was still frightening enough because no one could clearly see how he made his move, so how could they talk about resisting and counterattacking? They hastily fled. Upstairs, Xiao Yan turned his head. That singer very gratefully got up and bowed to him. She said, "Many thanks to this Taoist priest for helping us out." Xiao Yan said, "It was nothing more than a slight effort." "Miss, do you still want to stay here?" That singer nodded. Xiao Yan also nodded and said, "Okay. Then you can continue singing." After he finished speaking, he sat back down. Lifting the hem of his clothes, he sat upright and still, guarding this place. When the other men saw that he wasn't leaving and was still staring in this direction, as expected, they didn't dare to go up and disturb him. That singer understood his intentions and became even more grateful. She gently opened her mouth and once again started singing her usual lively local folk song. Xiao Yan poured a cup of tea and was just about to drink it when he lowered his head and saw the old tea stains inside. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still couldn't overcome himself. Putting down the cup, he sighed. Inadvertently turning his head around, he was stunned. He saw that on the opposite side of the street, there was an even more gorgeous red building and wine shop, and there sat a single person. That person was a tall man dressed in red. Although he wore a black eye patch, adding a bit of wildness to his appearance, it couldn't hide his handsomeness. His clothes were red, and his skin was as white as snow. He held a silver cup in his hand, and the wine cup and his pair of silver wrist guards flickered with spiritual light. As far as the eye could see, it was extremely dazzling. He was currently looking in this direction, facing Xiao Yan from a distance. When he saw Xiao Yan's gaze cast over, he faintly smiled and lightly raised his cup, as if he was saluting him through the air. For some reason, when Xiao Yan and that man's eyes met, it was as if electricity had passed through his entire body. He promptly withdrew his gaze. However, although he pretended not to care, his heart was madly thumping. It was truly strange. That man was indeed elegant and dazzling, possessing a kind of mysterious attraction. However, it wasn't as if he had never seen such an elegant man before. Why did he have such a reaction when he saw that man? After thinking about it, he rejected this idea. This was simply wrong. Because, after carefully thinking about it, he had indeed never seen such an elegant and handsome man before. Thinking up to this point, Xiao Yan thought to himself, this is a rare character. I might as well pay more attention to him. He turned his head to look again. However, with this glance, that man in red had disappeared. He actually disappeared just like that. It was as if a gorgeous maple leaf had leisurely floated down, mischievously flashing past his eyes. It made his eyes light up, and then he had disappeared. It was as if it wasn't real, as if it was just a fleeting dream. Xiao Yan reservedly looked around the gorgeous restaurant for a while, but when he couldn't find any trace of it, he finally gave up. He didn't know if he was a little disappointed, but he softly exhaled. Rubbing the space between his eyebrows, he inwardly said, forget it. Who would have thought that when he turned his head, he would see that at some unknown time, someone had already sat across from him. That person was currently staring at him with one hand supporting his cheek. The two people's gazes met. Xiao Yan was slightly stunned, but that person actually laughed and said, Taoist priest, can you invite me to drink a cup of wine? Chapter 247. He actually sat across from him so casually. Xiao Yan blinked his eyes. After a while, he was sure. This man was really talking to him. He immediately reacted. He couldn't be shocked by this person's aura and fall into a disadvantage. He remained calm and said politely, unfortunately, I quit drinking. This cup. I'm afraid I can't afford it. The man in red laughed. He sat even more casually and said, is that so? I see this Taoist priest's appearance. It seems like there are clouds of worry. You still need to drink to drown your sorrows. Xiao Yan said calmly, then I'm afraid you're mistaken. Although the biggest precept had been broken, he couldn't give up on himself. He didn't care about other small precepts. His face remained indifferent. However, the man didn't show any intention of retreating. Instead, he sat there like a statue. He sat down and said, since Taoist priest isn't willing to invite me, then I'll help myself. Xiao Yan glanced at him and then looked around. Strange. There were empty seats around. Why did he have to sit here and drink? But there was no reason to refuse. Xiao Yan said, please help yourself. Thus, the other party lazily waved his hand. The waiter in the shop had never seen a customer like this. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. He hurriedly brought over the wine pot and wine cup and wiped the table with all his might, for fear of neglecting this person. Seeing that the man in red was calm and composed as he poured himself a drink, Xiao Yan couldn't help but ask, could it be that you want people to treat you to a drink when you meet for the first time? That man smiled and said, That won't happen. I won't hide it from you, Taoist priest. Most people can't see my face at all. This tone was quite arrogant. However, Xiao Yan didn't dislike it. The two of them sat separately. Xiao Yan kept looking in another direction, appearing to be very calm. After a while, the man spoke first. He rested his chin on one hand and said, "What's this Taoist priest's surname? How should I address you?" Xiao Yan made up a fake surname without thinking. "My surname is Hua." The man raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh. Taoist priest Hua." Xiao Yan said, "How should I address you?" The man said, "Taoist priest can call me San Lang." Xiao Yan knew that this person wasn't willing to reveal his true identity, so he didn't force him. After thinking about it for a while, he couldn't think of anyone who was ranked third, so he didn't bother to guess. At this time, he suddenly noticed that on one side of the red-clothed man's cheek, a wisp of black hair was tied into a thin braid, with a red coral bead hanging at the end. The bead had a soft luster. Although it was small, it was obvious that it was priceless. However, Xiao Yan had a feeling that he had seen this bead somewhere before. It seemed to be in his bedroom, where pearls, jades, and precious stones were strewn all over the floor. But he wasn't sure. San Lang noticed his gaze and asked, "You like this?" As he spoke, he raised a few slender white fingers and gently pinched the coral bead. For some reason, as Xiao Yan watched, he felt a sudden pain in his chest. It was as if some part of his body had been pinched, and he was abruptly thrown back. This action was too big, and several guests nearby looked over. San Lang casually raised his eyes and asked in surprise, "What's wrong with you, Taoist priest?" He reached out a hand as if he wanted to help her up. Of course, Xiao Yan didn't want him to help him. He quickly sat down and said, "No, nothing. That bead." "Oh." The smile on San Lang's lips didn't diminish as he asked, "This bead?" His hand played with the bright and glistening coral bead even more vigorously as he smiled and said, "This is a gift from my beloved wife. What does Taoist priest think?" Xiao Yan said, "Oh, very good, very good." In fact, he didn't know what he was saying at all. The fingers on his lap clenched tightly, as if he was sitting on pins and needles. That unfamiliar red-clothed man was clearly playing with that delicate bead. It was a simple action, but he saw a trace of obscenity in it. It was as if the bead was being held at the tip of his finger, gently and slowly rubbed, pinched and flattened, wasn't the red bead, but rather some sensitive part of his body. Xiao Yan inexplicably felt his face heat up, and his breathing became rapid. He felt extremely uncomfortable. This wasn't normal. This was definitely not normal. This red-clothed man who called himself San Lang was very handsome, but for no reason, he gave off a demonic aura that made people tremble. Alarm bells rang in Xiao Yan's heart, but he forced himself to calm down. His breathing calmed down as he stared at him without fear and asked, "May I ask your distinguished self, why did you take the initiative to approach this one?" San Lang smiled and leisurely said, "Why be so vigilant? It's nothing. It's just that I saw Taoist priest's elegant demeanor and couldn't help but admire you. If I have offended you, I hope you can forgive me." Xiao Yan didn't know whether he should believe him or not, so he moved his gaze away. He secretly regretted letting this person sit in front of him and disturb him like this. Just at this moment, that female singer finished her work. She bowed to everyone, smiled sweetly at Xiao Yan, and then floated away. She left, so Xiao Yan didn't need to stay. He got up and said, "Goodbye. Your distinguished self can slowly drink this cup of wine." He wanted to say the last sentence with a bit of provocation, but when the words reached his mouth, he still politely sent them out. Xiao Yan didn't dare to look at that red-clothed man anymore. He practically flew down the stairs and randomly walked around for a while. After confirming that no one was following him, he finally let out a sigh of relief. But after standing still, he felt at a loss. His clothes were gone, his belongings were gone, his sword was gone, his attendants were gone, and his transcendence energy was also gone. In his 17 years of life, he had never encountered such a helpless situation. Xiao Yan shook his head and stopped a passerby. "Where is this place?" The passerby answered. Xiao Yan had never heard of this place, so he asked again, "Then may I ask how far is this place from the imperial city? Where is it located in the imperial city?" He didn't say Xianlu Imperial City, so the passerby asked again, "Imperial City?" "This place is south of the imperial city, very far from the imperial city." Sure enough. The accent of the people here and the style of the buildings were a bit strange, unlike the areas near the imperial city. He guessed that it must be very far. He didn't know what the purpose of the person who brought him here was. After walking for a while, Xiao Yan encountered a new problem. He was hungry. But just now, he also said that his belongings were gone. The pendant that could prove his identity as the crown prince had also disappeared without a trace. Previously, he wanted to stuff a few gold leaves into the ground, but he didn't take out anything. After sitting in the tea house for a while, he had already spent the few coins he could scrape out from the tea table. Moreover, because he couldn't stand the stains of the aged tea, he didn't drink a single sip of tea. Now, his stomach was still empty. Truly, a single coin stumped a hero. Just as he was about to frown, he suddenly discovered that next to a tile on the ground in front of him, something seemed to have fallen and was sparkling. Xiao Yan went up and crouched down to look. He was surprised. On the ground of this small alley, there were actually a few gold leaves. In addition to the gold leaves, there were also silver leaves and some bits and pieces of money. In the middle of the day, he actually found money on the ground. A meat pie falling from the sky, he really didn't know whether to say that his luck was bad or good. After Xiao Yan picked it up, his first reaction was to wonder if someone had accidentally dropped it. He walked out of the alley and asked the passers-by on the street, "Excuse me, did anyone drop their belongings here?" Most people shook their heads. A loafer came over with a sullen face and said, "I dropped it. I dropped it. I dropped it." Xiao Yan then asked, "How much did you drop?" They all stammered and couldn't answer, so they all ran away amidst the roaring laughter. Xiao Yan was afraid that the owner would come back to look for it, so he stood in place and waited patiently. After waiting for nearly an hour, he still didn't see anyone come to look for it. His stomach was getting more and more hungry. After a long time, he sighed and looked at the belongings in his sleeve. He thought, "How about I borrow some first and return it back 10 times later?" There was no other way. Therefore, after waiting for another incense stick to burn, he went to the side of the street and bought a steamed bun. Xiao Yan had never eaten a steamed bun before. He had never eaten a steamed bun with this kind of coarse flour. It looked big and dull, white and tasteless. However, he didn't want to use too much of the belongings he had picked up. It would be terrible if someone urgently needed it, so he only took the minimum amount. It was the first time in his life that he had obtained such a big steamed bun, so it was a bit novel. He walked through the alley and arrived at a relatively secluded small street. Just as he was about to put the steamed bun into his mouth, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and took the steamed bun away. This method of taking the steamed bun was amazing. Xiao Yan stared blankly. His hand was already empty. He turned his head to look and saw that the person standing to the side was actually that red-clothed man from the restaurant. Xiao Yan was stunned. He didn't expect that this person would actually follow him to this place. What was even more unexpected was that this person would actually steal his steamed bun. After staring blankly for a while, he finally remembered that he wanted to take it back. He jumped up and said, "Give it back." Xiao Yan snatched the steamed bun very quickly, but that man's movements were even faster. In addition, he was also taller than Xiao Yan, so he dodged and said, "Don't eat this." As he said this, he took a bite of the steamed bun, leaving a hole. This time, Xiao Yan couldn't eat it even if he wanted to. He was the noble crown prince, so how could he possibly eat a steamed bun that had already been bitten by someone? His eyes widened as he said, "You." He paused for a moment before angrily saying, "How can you be like this?" When he first saw him, he thought that this person was a rare character and intended to befriend him. He didn't expect that this person was such a boring scoundrel. The two figures, one red and one white, were so fast that it was dazzling. It was impossible to believe that such a wonderful fight was actually just for a steamed bun. Although Xiao Yan vaguely felt that he could be faster, so fast that he could catch up to this San Lang's skills, it seemed that he didn't grasp the essentials, and his hands and feet didn't listen to him. In addition, he was tired, annoyed, and confused all day, so his waist and legs were sore. In his anger, he actually lost his footing and fell to the ground. Immediately, he let out a low cry of pain, and his teeth were exposed. Pain. An unspeakable pain spread from the part of his body that was hard to speak of. This pain was originally there, but because the wound had been carefully treated, and because he tried his best to ignore it, it wasn't obvious. With this fall, his expression immediately changed. San Lang's expression also changed. He immediately leaned over and grabbed Xiao Yan's arm, saying, "Brother," he immediately changed his words, "Are you okay?" Xiao Yan was extremely embarrassed. He wished that he could dig a hole and bury his face in it. He desperately pulled his arm back, saying with a burning face, "Please don't call me that, and don't grab me like that." Sure enough, San Lang let go of his arm, but it was just for show. He grabbed Xiao Yan's shoulder again, saying, "How are you? Does it hurt anywhere?" His tone was full of concern, and it didn't seem to be fake. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling person. Xiao Yan should have accepted his kindness, but when he thought about where it hurt and why it hurt, he felt ashamed and angry. All the gloominess he had accumulated all day surged up. He slapped away San Lang's hand and rolled to his feet, saying, "I don't hurt anywhere, it doesn't hurt at all." After saying this, he turned around and ran. Who knew that the man behind him would grab his wrist again, and he couldn't break free. Xiao Yan couldn't bear it anymore. He abruptly turned around, his eyes wide open in anger, only to see San Lang staring at him. San Lang softly sighed, this Taoist priest, no matter how wrong you are, it's all my fault. Don't be angry with me. How about this, I'll take you out for a drink to apologize to you." He didn't know why, but when Xiao Yan saw this person's face, his heart became restless. He wasn't used to this kind of feeling. He only wanted to quickly escape, saying, "I don't want you to take me out. I never drink. Quickly let go of me." San Lang said, okay, I won't drink. Then how about I take you out to eat? You're hungry, right? Xiao Yan was furious. What kind of tone was this person using to talk to him? He was practically coaxing him like he was a child. He had never suffered this kind of humiliation before, so he said, "I also don't want you to take me out to eat. I'm not hungry. Show some respect." What was awkward was that as soon as he finished speaking, a weak protest sound came from his stomach. Xiao Yan's body stiffened, and he became even angrier. His face was red with anger, and he stuttered, You, why are you pestering me? Don't pester me anymore." San Lang stared at him closely, saying, "Taoist priest, don't tell me you still haven't noticed." Seeing that his expression had suddenly become serious, Xiao Yan asked, "Noticed what?" San Lang said, "There's an evil thing on your body." Xiao Yan stared blankly. Suddenly, his wrist loosened, and the bandage that was wrapped around his wrist slid down like a white snake. It rose up high in front of him, and then immediately pounced towards him. However, before it could pounce, it was caught by the red-clothed man, who said, "Look." That piece of white bandage was like a poisonous snake that had been caught by the red-clothed man. It writhed incessantly, causing one's scalp to feel numb. He was actually hiding such a monster on his body. Xiao Yan finally understood. He blinked and said, "So, you approached me because you discovered this evil thing hidden on my body. San Lang's expression became even more solemn and serious, saying, N. This thing is very strange, so I paid a little attention to it. Fortunately, it didn't hurt you. The truth was out. Xiao Yan thought about how he had not been very polite to this young master before, throwing his face and shaking his hand. Now that the truth was out, and it turned out that this young master had approached him with good intentions, he felt very embarrassed. He earnestly bowed and said, "Many thanks, sire. Previously, I misunderstood." Before he could bend his waist, San Lang held him up and said, "Don't mention it, don't mention it. It was just a slight effort." Raising his head, Xiao Yan was slightly confused. He didn't know why, but he always felt that although this red-clothed man looked serious, the corners of his eyes and brows were full of smiles. He guessed that his messy and embarrassing state had been taken in by the other party, so he felt somewhat embarrassed. Speaking of which, it was strange. Among his peers, Xiao Yan was already considered very steady. Who knew that when he saw this man, he would not be able to remain calm, making him feel very uneasy. However, San Lang didn't seem to notice this and said, "Since it's settled, then I'll be leaving. Taoist priest, may we meet again someday?" Xiao Yan subconsciously said, "May we meet again someday?" San Lang waved his hand, turned around, and left. Xiao Yan couldn't help but follow him a few steps. Maybe it was because he really didn't know where to go, or maybe it was because he was confused. When San Lang turned around, Xiao Yan was startled. Only then did he wake up and hurriedly stop, pretending to look elsewhere. However, it was already too late. A few chuckles came from the other side. Xiao Yan was so embarrassed that his ears turned red. Bracing himself, he looked over. San Lang crossed his arms and laughed, "I think we shouldn't wait until we meet again. I think now is the time. How about it? Taoist priest is now willing to drink with me." It was still the same gorgeous restaurant from before. This red-clothed man he had just met was very generous. The moment he came up, he filled the entire table with the best wine and dishes in the restaurant. Unexpectedly, it was not inferior to the imperial palace's cuisine. Moreover, many of the cooking methods were very novel. Xiao Yan had never seen them before. His stomach rumbled with hunger as he ate. Only then did he realize that San Lang had been staring at him with one hand propping up his cheek. That gaze seemed to be treating him like a dish to be eaten. Xiao Yan once again felt like he was sitting on pins and needles under this kind of gaze. After confirming that he hadn't lost his composure due to hunger, he put down his chopsticks and lightly coughed. "I've made a fool of myself," San Lang said, "What's there to make a fool of? Don't mind me. Please, please. Continue." Then, he took out the steamed bun that the two of them had been fighting over for a while and started eating without a change in his expression. Seeing this, Xiao Yan became even more embarrassed. He sat upright and still, looked at the white cloth, and decided to talk business. He said, "Why did this evil thing hide on my body? I actually didn't notice its existence at all. It was just like it had been on his body for a long time and had gotten used to it." That white cloth continuously swayed its head and tail as it swam towards him. If it hadn't been firmly held in place by San Lang, he was afraid that it would have long since wrapped around him like a dumpling. It looked like it liked him. San Lang used a chopstick to crush it to death, not letting it pounce towards Xiao Yan. He smiled and said, "It seems that this evil thing's habits are very bad. It needs to be properly taught a lesson." Xiao Yan said, "Rather than teaching it a lesson, it's better to first investigate its origins." The two of them talked about everything for a while. Xiao Yan had grown up in Xianlu Imperial Palace. Later on, he cultivated in Huangji Temple. He had never met such an interesting person who had such a rich experience. As he listened to San Lang's words, his eyes lit up and he couldn't stop smiling. He almost threw all his worries to the back of his mind. After a while, he suddenly remembered that he was in the middle of a strange whirlpool. With a serious expression, he asked, "San Lang, can I ask you about a person?" San Lang threw the white cloth to the ground and used some unknown method to make it so soft that it couldn't jump up. He said, "Who?" Xiao Yan said, "It's like this. I'm looking for a person. His name is Hua Cheng." Hearing this name, San Lang raised an eyebrow. He said, "N. Can I ask, why are you looking for this person?" Xiao Yan sincerely said, "To be honest, I don't know." Hearing San Lang's tone, he guessed that he definitely knew who Hua Cheng was. He said, "Maybe you think that I'm hiding it from you, but it's true. I also don't know why I'm looking for him. When I woke up today, I discovered that I was in a very strange situation." In one breath, he explained the whole sequence of events, only leaving out those embarrassing things. Finally, Xiao Yan said, "So I think that this person should be very important. If San Lang knows who he is it convenient for you to tell me?" San Lang smiled and said, "There's nothing inconvenient about it. Taoist priest, you and I hit it off at first sight, so I naturally want to help you." Hua Cheng, this person. Xiao Yan listened attentively and said, "What do you think?" San Lang said, "He's a madman." Xiao Yan asked, "How?" San Lang poured a cup of wine and held it in his hand. He said, "He's a believer." "Whose believer?" "Xian Li's crown prince." Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Yan hurriedly swallowed a mouthful of tea before coughing it out. He said, Wait. I. Xian Li's crown prince, Xiao Yan, haven't become a god yet. How could I have a believer?" San Lang said indifferently, "Sooner or later, he'll become a god. Besides, a god is just like that. If you say it's a god, it's a god. If you say it's not, it's not. If he thinks it's a god, then it's a god." Xiao Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "That's too casual." After a pause, he said, "But, does he really believe that His Highness the Crown Prince will definitely become a god?" San Lang slowly said, "It's not that he believes." He then smiled. "It's that he firmly believes." Xiao Yan also smiled and thought, "Then I definitely won't disappoint this person's expectations." He also folded his arms and said, "So, where can I meet this Hua Cheng?" San Lang said, "Taoist priest, do you really want to meet him?" Xiao Yan said, "Yes." San Lang didn't seem to agree with his idea. He said, "Hua Cheng is a very bad person." Xiao Yan frowned slightly and said, "Very bad. How is he bad?" He wasn't willing to believe that a believer who firmly believed that he would become a god was a bad person. San Lang said, "About this, right at this moment, Xiao Yan noticed something. Before this, he had been very careful and didn't look directly at San Lang. Now that the two of them had been together for a while and were somewhat familiar with each other, he slightly relaxed and let his gaze wander. One of San Lang's hands had been resting on the railing, his fingers tapping the railing neither lightly nor heavily. His 5 fingers were long and slender. On the 3rd finger, there was a thin red line, like a bright and beautiful karmic knot. Xiao Yan immediately thought of the chaotic scene that flashed through his mind when that female singer sang in the tea house, under the gauze curtain, 2 hands, 10 fingers tightly interlocked. Chapter 248. Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly widened. His face was full of disbelief. San Lang asked, "What's wrong?" How could Xiao Yan say anything? The shame and anger of being deceived and played around with mixed with hot blood rushed to his head. He slammed his palm on the table and said through gritted teeth, "So, it was you." The table couldn't withstand his slap and split into pieces on the spot. Fortunately, there was no one else on the second floor of the wine shop. Otherwise, they would have been scared out of their wits. Xiao Yan didn't have a weapon in his hand. He slammed his palm down again. San Lang was still sitting in his chair. He only tilted his head slightly. That palm slammed into the wall behind him. Rubble rustled down. He didn't move an inch. He crossed his arms and raised his eyes slightly. Taoist priest. What is the meaning of this? Xiao Yan's face burned fiercely. He didn't know how red it was right now. The bones in his other hand cracked. He said angrily, "You, don't pretend anymore. You know very well what you did to me." San Lang raised his eyes a few more inches. He said, "Unfortunately, I really don't know. What did I do to Taoist priest? How did I teach you to be so angry? Can you give me a pointer or two?" This person was actually asking him to speak with an innocent face. What was he supposed to say? How could he say that kind of thing in broad daylight? Xiao Yan had never seen such a person. He was so angry that he trembled from his shoulders to his heart. His face grew redder and redder. He cursed incoherently, "Shut up. You. I'm going to beat you to death, you shameless, lowly, despicable, you." San Lang sighed. "Taoist priest, I didn't expect that my sincerity would receive such a response from you. How am I shameless, lowly, and despicable?" Xiao Yan finally regained some composure. "Don't try to lie to me anymore. The red line on your hand already proves that you are that. Oh. San Lang didn't panic. He raised his hand and said, "You mean this? Is there a problem with this red line?" Xiao Yan felt as if he was stabbed when he saw the red line. "I saw it. At that time, you had this red line on your hand." San Lang asked, "When?" For a moment, Xiao Yan really wanted to beat him to death. Asking a question that you already know the answer to is too despicable. But for some reason, no matter how angry he was, he couldn't move his hands. Moreover, it wasn't because he was restrained by others that he couldn't move. It was because his own body didn't allow him to move. At this moment, a few people ran up the stairs and said, "What are you two doing? How can you recklessly smash it?" Xiao Yan turned around and said, "It's dangerous here. You guys go ahead first." Who would have thought that with this glance, he would be stunned again? Each of them had a red string tied to their hands. Xiao Yan blurted out, "What's up with the red thread on your hands?" Someone said, "Red thread? Isn't a red line just a red line? What's so strange about it?" "It's not what's going on, it's not what's going on." Xiao Yan was confused. Could it be that tying a red string on one's hand was a very common fashion trend in this place? He turned his head. San Lang seemed to have seen through his thoughts and said, "Dao Zhang's guess is correct. Tying a red thread on the finger is a custom here. If you don't believe me, please look at the crowd below." Xiao Yan looked down the restaurant. Sure enough, among the endless stream of people, there were quite a few people who had a red thread tied to their hands. Some even had several. He asked, "What kind of custom is this?" San Lang smiled slightly and said, "Well, speaking of this, it also has something to do with that Hua Cheng." "Ah. Because he and the person he loves have such a red thread tied on their hands. So many people have also followed suit, intending to seek marriage or express their love." Xiao Yan listened in a daze and said, "So, that Hua Cheng is a rather remarkable person. There are actually so many people who are keen to follow suit." San Lang said, "Whether he's remarkable or not depends on who you're comparing him to." "Oh right, Dao Zhang, I think I dropped something on the floor. Can I pick it up and take a look?" Only then did Xiao Yan realize that he had been maintaining this attacking posture all along. It turned out to be yet another blunder. His anger dissipated and he hurriedly withdrew his hand. He said, sorry, San Lang. I'm really, really sorry. I was too impatient and misunderstood you again. San Lang remained calm and collected. He bent down to pick up an item and said, no matter. Dao Zhang, is this something you dropped? He rummaged through the mess on the floor and found a golden leaf. It had probably slipped out of Xiao Lian's sleeve when he had made his move earlier. Xiao Lian was about to speak when he saw San Lang raise the golden leaf to his eyes. He narrowed his eyes and said, hey, this golden leaf looks somewhat familiar. After saying that, he unhurriedly took something out from his waist. It was also a golden leaf. The two golden leaves were actually exactly the same. Xiao Lian blurted out, so this is yours? San Lang said, oh, I did indeed drop something, so I came back to look for it. Hearing this, Xiao Lian was afraid that he would misunderstand and hurriedly said, San Lang, let me explain. San Lang said, no need to be nervous. I will naturally listen to your explanation. Xiao Lian let out a sigh of relief and said, it's like this. I picked up this golden leaf on the road just now. I originally wanted to wait for the owner to return it, but I waited for more than 2 hours and no one came to look for it. And I really. At this point, he felt a bit ashamed and lowered his head. In a low voice, he said, so, I acted on my own and borrowed a bit to buy something to eat. It was that steamed bun. I originally planned to return it several times in the future, but no matter what, in the end, I still took it without asking. I'm sorry. San Lang was all smiles and said, Dao Zhang, why do you have to be like this? Isn't this normal human nature? Not to mention the fact that I originally intended to invite you to drink with me, didn't I still eat that steamed bun in the end? Don't take such a small matter to heart. Don't you think it's wonderful? Coincidentally, the person who picked up the thing I lost was you, Dao Zhang. This really is fated to meet from 1,000 miles away. Xiao Lian's heart relaxed as he received his forgiveness. He said, however, San Lang, you also have to be careful. It was dropped so clearly on the road and you actually didn't see it. Next time, don't be so careless. At this time, the cowering shop assistants said, my two customers, have you two calmed down? If you've calmed down, then come and calculate the price for the broken table. Xiao Lian was speechless. In the past, it wouldn't have been a problem for him to pay any amount, but now, he couldn't even afford a steamed bun. San Lang said, it's nothing. Just put it on me. Just now, he was clearly the one who made the first move against San Lang, yet San Lang took the initiative to help him pay for the things he broke. Xiao Lian was so moved by his gentleness and consideration that he couldn't speak. His Adam's apple moved as he said, the shop assistants also didn't know what was going on, but even after their shop was smashed, they still cheerfully came over to help them get an even more gorgeous table. The two of them sat down again. Xiao Lian couldn't help but feel guilty and grateful. He only felt that 1,000 words were difficult to express. San Lang then said with concern, Dao Zhang, from what you said just now, it seems there's something you're hiding. What's going on? Dao Zhang, what did someone do to you? How could Xiao Lian say that kind of thing? His face, which had just calmed down, blushed again. He stammered. Nothing. San Lang said, if you don't mind, could you tell me a little? Who knows, San Lang might be able to help a little. Although he had good intentions, Xiao Lian was being chased by him until he had nowhere to run. He couldn't sit still and said helplessly. It's really nothing. San Lang, can you stop asking? It was hard to say. Since that was the case, San Lang didn't force it. He said, fine. Where were we just now? You want to go see Hua Cheng, right? Xiao Lian gathered his thoughts and said seriously, Does San Lang know how to do it? San Lang said, of course I know. However, these few days, Hua Cheng won't be able to see him. Why? San Lang used his chopsticks to arrange the vegetables on the plate into a big smiling face. He said, I heard that the person he loves is slightly unwell these few days, so he wants to accompany her. Apart from that, he's not free. Xiao Yan thought to himself, sure enough, this Hua Cheng is a man of character and is very sentimental. He admired him even more. He said, I see. Then, how long do we have to wait before we can see him? At most 5 days, at least 3. I suggest, Taoist priest, there's no need to be anxious. Before that, it's better to rest in peace. Xiao Yan was just thinking about how he didn't have a place to stay when he heard San Lang say, if Taoist priest doesn't have a place to stay, why not come to my place and rest for a while? In any case, my house is big and there aren't many people living here. Xiao Yan couldn't bear it anymore and said softly, San Lang, you're really, really good. This was the first time he had used such straightforward words to praise someone. He was a little embarrassed, but other than that, he really couldn't find anything else that suited his mood better. San Lang seemed to enjoy it very much and said with a smile, who asked me to hit it off with you, Taoist priest? Oh, right, there's another question I forgot to ask. Taoist priest, how old are you this year? Xiao Yan said, 17. San Lang said, 17. That's younger than me. Indeed, he looked to be around 20 years old. San Lang said seemingly casually, then in that case, Taoist priest should call me older brother. Xiao Yan was a member of the imperial family and the incomparably respected His Highness the Crown Prince. Originally, he shouldn't have called other people brother. Not many people could bear to do so. However, this San Lang gave Xiao Yan a very good feeling. He had never called other people older brother, so it was very novel. Thus, Xiao Yan smiled and said, so it's big brother San Lang. Xiao Yan didn't know if it was an illusion, but after he called him big brother, San Lang's smile suddenly became a little strange. It was really hard to describe. San Lang's left eye seemed to suddenly burn, so hot that Xiao Yan felt his skin burn. Blinking, he asked, what's wrong? That terrifying heat disappeared in a flash, and San Lang immediately returned to normal. Smiling, he said, it's nothing, I was just too happy. There's no one younger than me in my family, so I've never heard anyone call me that. Xiao Yan said, if San Lang doesn't mind, then, how about I call you that? San Lang's eyes flashed with a smile, but his mouth still declined. Oh, of course I definitely won't mind. That depends on whether Taoist priest mind. Xiao Yan said, I don't mind, of course I don't mind. Big brother San Lang, are we going back to your house now or? San Lang put down his chopsticks and said, then, come with me now. San Lang's residence was an extremely spacious and gorgeous mansion. When Xiao Yan entered, he felt that it wasn't much inferior to some of the palace gardens in Xianlu Imperial Palace. This made him even more certain that this San Lang wasn't an ordinary person. That night, lying alone on his bed, Xiao Yan tossed and turned restlessly. He kept feeling that something was missing next to him, so he tossed and turned restlessly. In addition, his body was faintly uncomfortable. Lying on his back made his waist ache. When he turned over and lay on his stomach, he felt as if something was pressing down on his back. In a daze, he had many messy dreams. He wanted to move, but he was firmly held down by someone. That voice whispered in his ear. Sometimes it was a man, sometimes it was a youth. Sometimes it called him big brother, and sometimes it called him Your Highness. It told him not to be afraid, Your Highness. It was extremely gentle, extremely evil, but also extremely precious. When he suddenly woke up, his clothes were completely drenched in sweat. Xiao Yan gasped for breath while clenching his fists. Angrily and powerlessly, he fiercely hammered the bed. His fingers inserted into his slightly damp hair as he thought to himself. This kind of thing, when can I ever forget? Wait until I catch this shameless bastard, I will definitely. At this time, he discovered that a set of clothes had unknowingly been placed beside his pillow. Although it was also white, the style was the one he liked. Xiao Yan felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He hurriedly went to the back of the house to take a quick bath. After taking off his clothes and soaking himself in the water, he suddenly discovered that he was wearing a thin silver chain around his neck. At the end of the chain was a sparkling and translucent ring. He didn't know how long he had been wearing it, but in any case, he didn't notice it at all. Feeling strange, he asked, "Do I have such a pendant?" This ring was really too beautiful. Looking at it, he was practically mesmerized. However, he didn't lose his vigilance. Suddenly, he sensed a flash of silver light beside him. He immediately shouted, "Who is it?" He slapped the water, causing the water to splash like steel beads, hitting the wall with a crackling sound. However, what he hit wasn't a person, but a knife. Xiao Yan grabbed the hard knife, feeling very puzzled. Suddenly, a silver line on the knife's hilt separated, as if an eye had opened, and the eyeballs began to roll around. Xiao Yan was even more shocked. What kind of strange thing was this? The curved knife was slender, and as if it had a life of its own, it very enthusiastically threw itself into his arms. Xiao Yan was caught off guard and cried out from the cold, his whole body shivering. But probably because he didn't sense any murderous intent, he intuitively felt that this curved knife wasn't dangerous. Apart from resisting it with difficulty, he didn't want to do anything more violent to it, such as slapping it to the highest heavens. At this time, a red shadow flashed by and snatched the curved knife, saying in an awe-inspiring voice, "So you're here." Looking carefully, San Lang was already standing by the side of the bathing pool, holding the knife in his hand. Although he still had a smile on his face, faint blue veins could be seen on his forehead. In an extremely rude manner, he slapped the knife and said, "Didn't I say you're not allowed to come over right now?" Xiao Yan asked, "San Lang, this knife is your magical artifact." San Lang turned to him, the blue veins on his forehead instantly disappearing. Once again, he was calm and composed as he said, "It's nothing but a useless thing. Gidge. Gidge, I've let you see a joke." Xiao Yan, on the other hand, was filled with deep veneration. His eyes brightened as he grabbed the hem of his red clothes and said, "No, no, no, San Lang Gidge, you're so amazing. You can actually refine a magical artifact that has its own spiritual awareness." Having just been slapped by San Lang, the knife had wrinkled its eyes in grievance. Hearing Xiao Yan's praise, its eyes began to spin around in a pleased manner, and it furtively tried to rub itself against Xiao Yan's side. Very callously, San Lang slapped it again. This time, it couldn't take it anymore. With a thump, it fell to the ground, rolling back and forth. It was like a child that had been hit by an adult and was rolling on the ground, crying loudly. Xiao Yan felt as if he could hear the knife's wailing next to his ear. Seeing this, he felt a bit distressed. He hurriedly stood up and said, "Wait a moment, San Lang. Forget it, don't hit it anymore. I think it was just being mischievous for a moment and wanted to express goodwill. There's no need to be so harsh on it." But as soon as he came out of the water, he remembered that his body was naked underwater. His face inexplicably reddened, and he awkwardly sank back down. However, San Lang had already turned around in a very natural manner and left. Xiao Yan hurriedly climbed out of the water and changed into a new set of clothes. He felt that the material of his undergarments was very fine. Finally, his skin no longer felt uncomfortable from being chafed. Exiting the house, he arrived at the elegant hall used for receiving guests. San Lang was already waiting at the seat of honor. Xiao Yan didn't know how he had taught that knife a lesson, but now it was obediently hanging on San Lang's waist. When it wasn't moving about randomly, it was actually very grave and stern. It was completely impossible to imagine its previous appearance of rolling on the ground shamelessly. Seeing Xiao Yan arrive, San Lang smiled and said, you're up. Did you sleep well last night? Xiao Yan truthfully answered, I don't know why I kept dreaming for the first half of the night, but I slept well for the second half of the night. San Lang said, you must have been too tired. The two of them casually exchanged a few words and exchanged a few small rounds of pointers. The day was more or less over. Probably until that Hua Cheng was free, they would continue getting along like this. However, at night, Xiao Yan lay on his bed alone and had that hot and unsettling dream again. In the dream, he tossed and turned until he couldn't bear it any longer. When he suddenly woke up, he was drenched in sweat. Angry and helpless, he could only get up and go out. He wanted to walk a few rounds to calm himself down, but then he suddenly heard a sound coming from a distant room on the other side. That was San Lang's master room. The room's soundproofing was excellent, so the sound was extremely soft. However, Xiao Yan's 5 senses were extremely sharp, so he was able to capture it. He held his breath in rapt attention and noiselessly arrived outside the room. Looking inside through the crack in the door, he saw San Lang sitting in the middle of the room, holding a purple writing brush in his hand. He seemed to be writing, and his expression was completely different from when he was facing Xiao Yan. Beside him was a devil-masked man dressed in black. The man was currently bending over and reporting in a low voice. For some reason, that devil-masked man's presence was really very low. If he wasn't careful, he might not have noticed him. Xiao Yan was about to listen carefully, but that person had already finished reporting. He could only vaguely hear scattered sentences like, that monster has been causing trouble for a long time, presumably, it received a prayer and went to deal with it, but an accident happened, this is the location we just found out, and so on. As he slowly combed through his thoughts, he heard San Lang say, I have to accompany him right now and can't leave. Capture that monster and bring it to me before tomorrow night. That devil-masked man said in a low voice, yes. Do you want to leave it with one last breath? San Lang put down his brush and glanced at what he had written. Seemingly unsatisfied, he crumpled it into a ball and threw it away. Only then did he unhurriedly say, leave a few more mouthfuls and let it spit it out. Then, slowly crush its dog head. When he said this, his expression and tone were both chilling. But surprisingly, Xiao Yan didn't feel repulsed or wary. That devil-masked man responded and was about to leave. Xiao Yan immediately flashed and hid himself. Returning to his room, Xiao Yan couldn't fall asleep even more. He paced back and forth a few times, thinking to himself, who exactly is San Lang? What kind of monster is he talking about? It sounded as if something important had been swallowed by a monster that had been causing trouble for a long time. San Lang was rather angry. But because he had to accompany Xiao Yan right now, he couldn't free himself to smash that monster's head. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan felt extremely embarrassed. This San Lang really treated him with utmost sincerity. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Why was he sitting there doing nothing? In any case, he couldn't see Hua Cheng for the time being, and he had always wanted to do something for his good brother, San Lang. Why not help him capture that monster? Chapter 249. The location that the demon-masked man mentioned was not complicated, it was in a cave on a mountain a few miles south. Xiao Yan was also confident the speed of an ordinary person could not keep up with his current speed, he would definitely arrive faster than San Lang's subordinates. Sure enough, after 2 hours, he killed his way to that place. He rushed into the mountain and fought wildly until the mountain elf and the night cat wailed and howled. Finally he found that cave on a certain mountain. Although that demon was quite powerful, with 300 to 400 minions guarding the door for it, to Xiao Yan it was no different from 3 or 4 minions guarding the door. At first, he was worried that the enemy's strength was great, so he did not act rashly, but after patiently guarding the cave for a while, listening to the idle chatter of the minions, he realized that the demon had been having a hard time these past few days. Yes, it wasn't easy for the mountain lord to escape from the hands of a stinky Taoist priest, and he was scared half to death. He went back with injuries, and as soon as he got back, he abandoned his original cave in fear. He escaped here. So that's how it is. I was wondering why he suddenly summoned everyone away. So it was because he was afraid that the Taoist priest would come to take revenge. There's no need to be afraid. That Taoist priest was bitten a few times by the mountain lord. Even if he could wake up now, he would definitely be confused and lost. How can he not be afraid? After all, the mountain lord is a well-known great demon that is hundreds of years old. It is said that the Taoist priest suddenly appeared out of nowhere and hit him with 2 palms until his nose and eyes were crooked. If it wasn't for the fact that the Taoist priest seemed to have some injuries on his body and let him take a few bites, I'm afraid that the mountain lord would not have been able to return. Oh my, where did this wild Taoist priest come from? He's so powerful. Hearing this, Xiao Yan felt that it was about time, so he calmly walked out and greeted them warmly. Hello. The little demons were shocked and jumped up. Who is it? Where did this pretty boy come from? Xiao Yan smiled slightly and did not have time to explain. He directly charged into the cave. He casually grabbed a few of them and threw them hundreds of feet away. Even if he did not have magic power, he was still so scared that the minions could not stop screaming, "What's wrong with this pretty boy? He looks so gentle. Why are you so violent?" Just like that, Xiao Yan stepped into the cave unimpeded, as if he was plucking weeds from the ground. Xiao Yan had originally prepared himself for a great battle with a well-known great monster, but who knew that after he entered, he would see a monster in human form rolling on the ground, hugging its stomach and crying out, "Io, Io, wah." At first, Xiao Yan thought it was just putting on an act. However, when he looked again, it didn't seem like it was faking it. Its stomach was bulging out, as if it had swallowed something very powerful. Thus, Xiao Yan squatted down and asked, "What's wrong?" The monster was probably delirious from the pain. As soon as he saw Xiao Yan, he shouted, "You came at the right time. You! I'm not eating anymore. I don't dare to eat anymore. I won't dare to do it again. I will return to you what I swallowed. I can't digest it, I can't digest it." Xiao Yan said, "You must have mistaken me for someone else, right? You didn't swallow anything of mine, so what are you giving me?" The demon rolled on the ground in pain, unable to answer his question. Xiao Yan didn't understand, so he casually drew a talisman and put it away first. Miraculously, when the talisman hit the monster, it unexpectedly turned into a plump roly-poly doll. Its stomach was even bigger than other roly-poly dolls, making it look extremely comical. Xiao Yan found it both funny and surprising. He looked at the talisman he drew and wondered how it had become like this. Did he draw it wrong somewhere? However, this wasn't a big problem. This battle was extremely easy. By the time Xiao Yan left the mountains, the sky was already bright. He put the roly-poly doll into his sleeve and hurried back to the city. He had finally done something for San Lang. Xiao Yan was in a good mood and had already started thinking about how he was going to show the captured monster to San Lang later. He secretly warned himself that if San Lang revealed a surprised expression, he had to be reserved and not reveal a happy expression. After rushing all night, his legs were a bit tired. Thus, Xiao Yan casually found a stall to sit down and made a bowl of free tea to drink. As he drank, he suddenly heard someone shout at him from behind, "Xiao Yan." Xiao Yan immediately put down the teacup. Who was so daring as to directly call out his name on the street? It should be known that even the people of the imperial family would rarely be so disrespectful. Who didn't respectfully and reverently call him Your Highness the Crown Prince? Turning his head to look, he saw that the person was actually a commoner. He carried a large wooden chest and strode over, shouting, "Wait! Hurry and wait! You forgot about Xiao Yan. Bring him along." So it wasn't him, but someone with the same name as him. Xiao Yan found it even stranger. Although he didn't care about avoiding names, he was still surprised that someone dared to have the exact same name as him. He immediately knew that the Xiao Yan the person spoke of wasn't a person. There was another man sitting near Xiao Yan. The person carrying the chest walked over to the man and sat down. Patting the wooden chest, he said, "I brought Xiao Yan. Remember to deliver it to the person your family is offering today. Don't doubt me. If these two aren't placed together, they'll be in big trouble." Of course, of course. Of course I know. Xiao Yan couldn't bear it anymore and opened his mouth. "Excuse me." Those two people simultaneously turned their heads to look at him. Xiao Yan said, "Forgive this one for being presumptuous. Excuse me, what's inside this chest?" That person said, "Didn't I say it already? The one inside is Xiao Yan." Xiao Yan was puzzled, but, isn't Xiao Yan the crown prince, His Royal Highness? Those two people seemed to find it funny and said, "No one said he wasn't the crown prince. He was originally. Take a look." As they spoke, they opened the chest. Xiao Yan's eyes widened. That wooden chest was actually a small shrine. Inside the shrine was an ash-colored statue of a god. It was a Taoist dressed in white with a bamboo hat on his back. He didn't recognize him. Xiao Yan was completely unable to understand. "Are you saying that this statue of God is the crown prince of Xianlu, Xiao Yan? Otherwise?" The other people also surrounded him one after another. Half of them were looking at him with curiosity. "You, young man, are really strange. You look like a Taoist priest. How can you not even know such a simple thing?" Half of them were looking at this statue of God. "Wow! This tattered statue of an immortal isn't bad. It's really depressing." "That's right, it's so depressing. Just one look and I think it's unlucky." "Good, good, good. The uglier it looks now, the better it will look when that person breaks it open. At most, it will be placed together for 8 days before the effect will be seen." Xiao Yan said blankly, "Tattered immortal? How did it become a tattered immortal?" Everyone said, "This Taoist priest, you are really strange. Xiao Yan has always been a trash collector." Xiao Yan wasn't a person who got angry easily. At this moment, he was slightly annoyed. Anyone who heard others ridicule him as a trash collector would not be happy. He suddenly stood up and said in a deep voice, "Does everyone have any dissatisfaction with the Xianlu royal family? Even if there is, insulting the crown prince like this is not very appropriate." Everyone looked at each other and laughed. "What are you saying? What country's etiquette is this? The Xianlu country was destroyed more than 800 years ago." 2 hours later, Xiao Yan walked on the street, still somewhat muddle-headed. It was too scary. Everything he had just received was too terrifying for him. How could the Xianlu country be destroyed? My imperial father and imperial mother are clearly still alive and well. And how could I be the one to destroy it? I lost the war. I destroyed the country. I was demoted twice. I've become a rag and bone collector. He questioned himself over and over again, and told himself over and over again that it was impossible. 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 He tried to convince himself, this is not true. There must be someone behind the scenes playing tricks. However, there was something wrong with everything. The strange accents, the strange clothes, and the strange buildings, as well as the strange Feng Xian and Mu Qing, all told him that this was not a nightmare, nor was this an illusion. No demon or ghost could create such a huge and realistic illusion. It really had been 800 years. How could 800 years have passed? How did he become like this after 800 years? The Xianlu country was destroyed. Imperial father and imperial mother died. Feng Xian and Mu Qing ascended. He became a rag and bone man. How could this be? It can't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. Xiao Yan walked faster and faster until he finally started running. It was as if there was a boundless darkness behind him that wanted to swallow him up. Suddenly, a red shadow flashed. A tall figure blocked his way and said, "Dao Zhang, where did you go? You made me look for you for a while." It was San Lang. He was still smiling as he walked over to hold Xiao Yan's hand. When Xiao Yan saw him, all the hairs on his body stood up. He shouted, "Don't come over." He stopped after shouting. San Lang's figure paused, but his expression didn't change. "What's wrong?" Xiao Yan clenched his fists and coldly said, "Who are you? What do you want?" San Lang said, "I thought we already had a good talk yesterday and didn't care about these small problems." Xiao Yan said, "You lied to me." After a moment of silence, San Lang said, "You already know." Xiao Yan said, "I already know." It's already 800 years later. Originally, he wouldn't have discovered that something was wrong so late. However, this person had been deliberately hiding it from him, confusing him. Otherwise, how could he only discover the truth after a day? San Lang took a step towards him and said, "Your Highness." Xiao Yan took a few more steps back and shouted, "Don't come over. If you come any closer, I'll hit you." His voice and body were both trembling. Xiao Yan was extremely afraid. He wasn't afraid of any demons or ghosts, nor was he afraid of this man who was both immortal and evil. Instead, he was afraid of this entire unfamiliar world. In this world, he had no glory to be proud of, no loyal subordinates, no loving parents, no country of his own, no believers who loved him. Nothing, nothing, nothing. San Lang still took a step towards him and said, "Don't be afraid, Your Highness." Hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression changed. He suddenly remembered that in those fragmented memories, the man who whispered in his ear, "Don't be afraid, Your Highness." How could he not have noticed? Their tone and voice were exactly the same. Xiao Yan was so angry that he trembled. "It's you. It's really you." When he thought of how this person had deceived him, and how he had even shed tears of gratitude towards him, and how he had called him older brother over and over again, Xiao Yan couldn't bear it anymore. Striking out with his palm, he said, "You liar." This palm struck San Lang squarely in the chest. Xiao Yan wanted to strike again, but he found that he couldn't move. It was his own body that was blocking him. Xiao Yan didn't understand what was going on, but San Lang grabbed his hand. Xiao Yan was startled. Then, word by word, he said, "Don't touch me. You liar, you lied to me. I will never believe you again. You." However, San Lang said in a low voice, "Your Highness, believe me." Xiao Yan angrily said, "I don't believe you. However, just like the attack that had been stopped, he couldn't shout out the words, "I don't believe," no matter how hard he tried. The concern and pain in this man's eyes were absolutely real. Anyone who saw someone show such an expression to another person would never doubt his sincerity again. As if to separate Xiao Yan from this foreign world that terrified him, San Lang finally pulled him into his embrace. His lips kissed Xiao Yan's hair as he softly said, "Don't be afraid, Your Highness. It's already over. Your Highness. You've already endured it." After a long time, Xiao Yan's body finally softened. Now, he cast aside his shame and anger and carefully thought about it. In those fragmented fragments of his dreams, this man's voice had always been extremely gentle and without the slightest bit of coercion. As for himself, although he had indeed begged for mercy and sobbed, he could hear that there wasn't the slightest bit of unwillingness. It was just that he had always been unwilling to look at it, so he hadn't realized it. Xiao Yan finally knew why he couldn't help but want to trust this man the moment he saw him. Perhaps, 800 years later, his relationship with San Lang wasn't simple. He completely gave up resisting his body and allowed himself to follow his heart. Burying his face in San Lang's embrace, he said in a muffled voice, "We," San Lang said, "MHM," after being silent for a long time, Xiao Yan muttered, "Why, did I suddenly forget everything that happened in the past 800 years? San Lang said, "It's my fault. The day before yesterday, you suddenly received a wish in the middle of the night and left in a hurry. I didn't have time to help you recover your powers, and I also didn't have time to tell you that if you were bitten by that monster, it would swallow your memories." Xiao Yan said, "Then this isn't your fault at all. It's my own carelessness." San Lang said, "Your Highness will never be bad." Xiao Yan forced a smile, then gloomily said, "Then, San Lang, how could it, let Xian Li's country be destroyed? He clearly cherished his people so much and once had the lofty ambition to let Xian Li continue for another 1,000 years. San Lang hugged him even tighter and confidently said, "It's not your fault." Xiao Yan muttered, "How could I be such a failure? How could I become like this? Who didn't want to do an earth-shattering and spectacular undertaking in the beginning and leave their names in the annals of history? Even if 1 in a million people might not be able to achieve their wishes, Xiao Yan had never doubted that he was that 1 in a million. Perhaps this was the reason why San Lang didn't want him to discover that it was already 800 years in the future. San Lang said, "You didn't fail." Xiao Yan shook his head and said, "But I don't have any more believers." San Lang said, "You do." Xiao Yan felt sad when he thought about it. He said, "I'm a rag and bone immortal, a rag and bone collector. No one is my believer, and no one treats me as a god. Who would respect a rag and bone collector immortal?" This was completely different from his dreams. However, San Lang said, "Didn't I tell you? You have a believer." Xiao Yan raised his head. San Lang smiled at him and said, "Your Highness, I said that you would soon see Hua Cheng. Now, you've met him." Xiao Yan raised his head and gazed at his face. With a slightly perplexed expression, he said, "San Lang, when did you meet me?" Hua Cheng said, "A long, long time ago, before you ascended." Xiao Yan slowly blinked his eyes. Hua Cheng then said, "Your Highness, perhaps the current you will feel that the you 800 years later is a failure. Perhaps you will be disappointed and unable to accept it, but please believe me, it's not like this." His bright left eye gazed at Xiao Yan. The light in his eyes was as soft as his voice. He said, "You saved me. I've always been watching you. There are countless people in this world who are more successful than you, but none of them could save me like you did, and none of them could do what you did. You don't know how much courage you gave me to make me who I am today. In my heart, you will forever be my only god." Xiao Yan said, "And you will forever be my most loyal believer." As soon as he finished speaking, he reacted. Just now, he had subconsciously said those words in a daze, as if he had heard such a precious promise somewhere before. Hua Cheng smiled, picked up his hand, and kissed the back of it. He said, "Yes." After a long time, Xiao Yan seemed to have made up his mind about something. He took out the monster's roly-poly toy from his sleeve and said, "Was this the monster that swallowed my memories?" Hua Cheng took the monster and said, "Sure enough, it was your Highness who destroyed its new nest." Xiao Yan nodded and said, "If I want to recover my memories, I have to start with it, right?" In Hua Cheng's palm, the roly-poly toy opened its mouth wide. From its mouth, several firefly-like specks of light flew out and danced around Xiao Yan. Hua Cheng said, "Catch them, and you can take back your Highness's memories from these 800 years." When Xiao Yan heard this, he reached out his hand towards them. However, just as he was about to touch them, he stopped his movements. Recovering these 800 years of memories was as if he had to go through another 800 years. Once again, he had to experience everything. The pain of 100 swords piercing his heart, the humiliation of being utterly defeated, and the anger of being powerless. Although he knew that it was only for an instant, his fingertips still trembled slightly. Hua Cheng stood behind him, making him feel as if he was leaning against a solid wall. He heard Hua Cheng's voice coming from behind him, "Don't be afraid, Your Highness." Xiao Yan slightly tilted his head. Hua Cheng hugged his waist and said, "Trust me. No matter how long it takes, I will always wait for you. You will meet me again." That's right. He would still meet him. And so, Xiao Yan reached out his hand towards those specks of light. The specks of starlight merged into his fingertips. He felt his eyes become extremely bright, as if something scorching hot was approaching. Before the light arrived, Xiao Yan said, "I'm very happy to meet you." After saying this, the specks of light merged into his body and disappeared. Xiao Yan slowly fell forward and was caught by Hua Cheng. After a while, Xiao Yan slowly woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, Hua Cheng said in a low voice, "Gij." Xiao Yan slowly revealed a faint smile. He reached out his hand and caressed Hua Cheng's face, saying, "I met you again." Hua Cheng also smiled and said, "I told you, trust me." Xiao Yan sighed and said, "Does this count as us waiting for each other for another 800 years? Hua Cheng said, "Didn't I tell you? No matter how long it takes, I will always wait for you." But he pulled Xiao Yan up. The two of them stood face to face. Hua Cheng held his hand tightly and smiled, "Right now, I don't want to be apart for even a moment. The past can't be changed." 800 years ago, the 17-year-old proud son of heaven, Xiao Yan, still didn't know what was waiting for him in the future. The mandate of heaven gave him two doors. A glimpse of the divine martial path, a glimpse of the immortals and demons on the bridge of thought. He opened them all. After that, he would be alone in the raging waves of helplessness. He would struggle through the long and torturous years. Pain, anger, disappointment, hatred, despair, madness. His heart was like dead ashes. Then he rose from the ashes. However, those were all in the past. "Gij, welcome back." "Yeah, see, I said you would meet me again. I didn't lie to you, did I?" Xiao Yan glanced at Hua Cheng and said, "Really?" Hua Cheng smiled and said, "Of course. When have I ever lied to your highness?" "Gij, I." Xiao Yan reached into Hua Cheng's chest and took out a piece of paper. He read, "I am indebted to Brother San Lang for taking care of me. Lian has no way to repay you. I am willing to do my best to help you solve your problems. Brother San Lang, don't worry. Lian will be back soon." Hua Cheng raised an eyebrow and didn't say anything. After Xiao Yan finished reading, he imitated him and raised an eyebrow. "Brother San Lang, good Gij. You're really good." Hua Cheng laughed and said, "Whether I'm good or not, doesn't Gij already know?" Xiao Yan's face slightly reddened. He vaguely said, "I don't know what you're talking about. In short, you've been too excessive these past 2 days. Reflect on yourself." Hua Cheng solemnly said, "Gij, you can't be like this. I've been treating you with courtesy these past 2 days. It's been hard for me to endure it." Xiao Yan said, "How are you treating me with courtesy? You clearly had a lot of fun playing with him." When he thought about how he had turned into an innocent, silly, and spoiled 17-year-old fool these past 2 days and how Hua Cheng had played with him over and over again, Xiao Yan remembered the entire process clearly. He simply couldn't look straight at himself. He couldn't help but groan and cover his forehead. Hua Cheng said in all seriousness, "It's true. Even if Gij scolds me as a despicable, shameless, and lowly bastard, San Lang will have no regrets. If Gij is unhappy, you can scold me again. San Lang doesn't matter." Xiao Yan really couldn't listen anymore. He covered his forehead and quietly slipped away. Hua Cheng turned to the side and disappeared. He said, "Gij. Don't run. Okay, it's my fault, Gij." Chapter 250. Hua Cheng was sick. Although it was just a small illness, it turned out that the Ghost King could also get sick. This was really amazing. Therefore, when Xiao Yan returned to the Thousand Lantern Temple and went to check Hua Cheng's calligraphy as usual, he was very worried when he saw his slightly red face. After pressing Hua Cheng onto the divine platform. That's right, the two of them rolled around on this spacious divine platform all day long. In any case, there was no statue of a god. Xiao Yan stretched out his hand. He touched his cheeks and forehead and became even more worried. It's so hot. Hua Cheng smiled. Of course it's hot when I see brother. If brother touches it again, it'll be even hotter. Xiao Yan was stunned at first. He quickly tried to pretend that his face was red from anger. Even when you're sick, your mouth is still so dishonest. Hua Cheng said innocently, did I say anything? I'm very honest. Brother, don't worry. It's just a small matter. It's fine. However, Xiao Yan could tell that his voice was deeper and hoarser than usual. Fatigue could be seen between his brows as he said, then you should rest well. I'll stay here with you for the next few days and wait for you to recover. After he finished speaking, he brought the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone to the side of the divine platform. Hua Cheng patted his side and said, brother, aren't you coming up to the stage to accompany me? Once he went up, he wouldn't be able to rest for the next few days. Xiao Yan tactfully said, no, San Lang, am too tired. Hua Cheng smiled. How could it be? If it was brother, why would San Lang be afraid of working hard? Xiao Yan stopped messing around with him and concentrated on writing his calligraphy. Hua Cheng turned around and held his cheek with one hand as he stared at his face. No matter how many times he stared at him, Xiao Yan would always blush from his gaze. He said rather uncomfortably. San Lang, look at the calligraphy, not me. Hua Cheng sighed and said, brother, to tell you the truth, I get a headache every time I see this stuff. But since it's written by you, I can't bear to not read it. My illness might be caused by reading too many calligraphy books. Xiao Yan said, how can there be such an illness? Hua Cheng giggled. Why don't you look at brother? Brother looks much better than calligraphy. Maybe you'll get better after looking at me a few more times. Xiao Yan felt helpless and amused at the same time. Putting down his brush, he shook his head and said, why do you like to talk nonsense more and more now? All right, I got it. I'll listen to you and stop looking at the thread. What are you doing then? Hua Cheng said, actually, you don't have to do anything. As long as you accompany me like this, I'll be fine in no time. Xiao Yan touched his forehead again. Although this person had the face of a handsome man, now he was acting like a spoiled child, reminding him of a child nestled in a warm bed in winter, with a red face peeking out. His heart was filled with affection. After thinking for a while, he said, well, it just so happens that I received something today. He rummaged around in his sleeves and took out something. This is an old book that I collected today. I was just about to read it. Let me read you a story. In his hand was a very old booklet. It was tattered and its pages were yellowed. It carried a strange scent of books and ink. It must have been flipped through countless times. However, Hua Cheng said, I won't listen. Xiao Yan asked curiously, why? Hua Cheng said lazily, in any case, it's just the stories of the other celestial officials. I know exactly what's going on with their trivial matters. What's there to listen to? Why do I need to trouble my brother to read it to me? That's right. After all, Hua Cheng was a man who knew the dark history of many powerhouses in the three realms. Hua Cheng said, if Big Brother really wants to read it, why don't you read something else? For example, your own story. Xiao Yan smiled and said, regarding my matters, is there anyone who is clearer than you, who has seen more? Hua Cheng said, tell me more. I want to hear it. No matter how much I hear, it won't be enough. Xiao Yan knew that he was serious and carefully combed the hair on his cheek. Inadvertently, he glanced at it again and suddenly said in surprise, "San Lang, it seems like you and I are really written here. Is that so?" Xiao Yan flipped through the booklet again and said, "It's true. It's written about a lot of ghost kings in red and tattered immortals. That's you and me, right?" Hua Cheng's interest was also piqued. "Oh. What's written?" Xiao Yan was also very curious about how the common people would make up stories about him and Hua Cheng. Thus, he opened the book of stories and started reading to Hua Cheng. A long, long time ago, there was a ghost king who loved to wear red. Although the ghost king was extremely powerful and sat on a few mountains of gold and silver, he was very unhappy. Because he was very lonely and missed his wife. Xiao Yan burst out in laughter. He couldn't continue reading and said, "Lonely ghost king stayed in an empty nest, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha." Hua Cheng raised his eyebrows. "That's not wrong. At that time, Big Brother wasn't here, so I was very lonely." Xiao Yan's face heated up and he continued reading. A long, long time ago, there was a ghost king who loved to wear red. Although the ghost king was extremely powerful and sat on a few mountains of gold and silver, he was very unhappy. Because he was very lonely and missed his wife. However, he waited for several hundred years and still didn't see his beloved. Thus, he went to consult an old immortal who was very good at fortune-telling. Where was his wife? The old immortal told him, "You and the person you are waiting for will reunite on a mountain. Your wife will wear a wedding dress and ride a sedan chair to marry you." The ghost king was determined to find his wife. Thus, he went to that mountain and patiently waited. And in a very, very distant place, there was also a tattered immortal. The tattered immortal collected trash, so he was the poorest among the heavenly officials. He was even poorer than a lot of mortals. However, although he was very poor, he was very kind. One day, on the way back from collecting trash, the immortal saw a girl crying on the side of the road. He asked, "Girl, what's making you so sad?" The girl cried and said, "I'm going to get married, but on the day of the wedding, I have to cross a mountain. A ghost groom lives on the mountain, and he specializes in snatching brides who pass by. Only a few were rescued, but I will be snatched and killed." The tattered immortal was very sympathetic and was also determined to get rid of evil for the people. Thus, he decided to replace the girl in getting married and kill that monster. The tattered immortal had two good friends. Because one was hot-tempered and the other was stingy, they were called the hot-tempered immortal and the stingy immortal respectively. As they beat each other, they told him, "That ghost groom is a great ghost king. He has a bad temper and is very cunning. He hates immortals the most. If you go to catch him, you will definitely be eaten." However, the immortal insisted on going. Thus, they made a sedan chair for the immortal. On the day of the wedding, the immortal wore a beautiful wedding dress borrowed from the wind master goddess. He pretended to be a bride and sat in the sedan chair. He was carried up the mountain by his two friends who had been fighting each other along the way. In the pitch-black night, a demonic wind blew. When the sedan chair was carried up the mountain, there was no one there. The immortal waited and waited until the groom finally arrived. When he lifted the veil to take a look, the immortal was surprised to find that the ghost king was actually an extremely handsome young man. What surprised him even more was that this young groom was very polite. He seemed to have a good upbringing and was gentle and considerate. He didn't shed his human skin to reveal his true face and didn't force him to do anything bad. He didn't look like the terrifying great ghost king in the legends at all. This mountain was very big. The great ghost king brought the immortal to his cave abode and said to him, "From now on, I am your husband and you are my beloved wife. This whole mountain is mine and also yours. You can look around as you please. But remember, there are two houses at the back of the mountain. You must not go there." The immortal asked, why not? The Ghost King's groom answered, that is my secret. You don't need to know. However, even if you want to go, you can't because there is a barrier in front of the two houses. You must have something on me to pass through the barrier. The immortal continued to ask, what thing? The Ghost King answered, one house hides dirty trash. You must use something that I can touch and a lot of it to open it. The other house hides a powerful talisman. You must use something that I can't touch but is very hot to open it. Of course, the immortal didn't listen to him. Although he pretended to be very obedient in front of the great Ghost King, once the great Ghost King left, he leaped onto roofs and vaulted over walls to quietly go to the back of the mountain. As expected, he heard terrifying howls and cries for help coming from the house that hid the dirty trash. The immortal suspected that the missing brides were locked here. So, he decided to steal something from the great Ghost King and open the mysterious house. But what did he want to steal? The great Ghost King had a head of long black hair. Sometimes it was loose, sometimes it was tied up crookedly. The first idea the immortal came up with was to steal a few strands of his hair every day. He asked, excuse me, can we stay in the same house? His groom answered politely, of course. We are husband and wife. Just like that, they stayed in the same room. Although they slept on the same bed, the immortal didn't let the groom take off his clothes. The great Ghost King also gracefully didn't touch him. However, the immortal soon realized that his groom didn't lose a single hair. No matter when he helped him comb his hair in the morning or when he slept at night, not a single hair could be seen on the pillow, bed, floor or comb. This was going to be a real headache. The immortal took a sword and wanted to secretly cut off a strand of hair while the great Ghost King was sleeping. But the great Ghost King was very vigilant. He immediately opened his eyes when he approached. The immortal was caught red-handed, but he was very calm. To make the great Ghost King not suspect him, he immediately cut off a strand of his hair and gave it to him. The great Ghost King was very happy after receiving it. Very quickly, the quick-witted immortal thought of another idea. He said to the great Ghost King, excuse me, can I kiss you? His groom said cheerfully, of course. We are husband and wife. So, the immortal took the initiative to hug the ghost groom and kissed him for a long time. Finally, he tasted a little bit of the ghost groom's taste. He quickly closed his mouth and ran to the back of the mountain. But when he arrived, he realized that this still wasn't enough. Because he wanted a lot of things, but he didn't get enough. He still couldn't go in. He could only stick his head into the house, but his body couldn't go in no matter what. The ragged immortal was a little depressed. He originally thought it would be easy to steal something from the great Ghost King, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. He thought of his good friend, the Wind Master Empress, so he went to visit the Feng Shui temple and asked, what else do I have to do to get something from the great Ghost King, and a lot of it? The Wind Master Empress said, TCH. That's too simple. Just change into a woman's appearance and go to the bridal room with him. The ragged immortal quickly shook his head. The immortal method he cultivated had a rule. Once he lost his virginity, his magic power would be greatly damaged. How could this method work? At this time, the Water Master returned and happened to hear the Empress' words. He shouted angrily, outrageous. How can you say such immoral words? The Water Master would use money to smash people to death when he was angry, so the ragged immortal quickly ran away. As he ran, he thought of his two good friends, the irascible immortal and the stingy immortal, so he went to ask them what to do. The irascible immortal and the stingy immortal were fighting each other again. As they fought, they told him an incredible piece of news. Because too many people had been captured, the heavenly officials were about to attack this mountain and capture this great Ghost King. The immortal was shocked and became worried. After many days of interaction, he now felt that this young Ghost King wouldn't do such a bad thing. Maybe there was some misunderstanding, maybe what was locked in the back mountain wasn't those brides, but something else. However, because the ragged immortal was very poor, he had no status, so no one listened to him. The immortal was very anxious. If he didn't find out the truth, perhaps the great ghost king would be surrounded by the heavenly officials. Without a choice, the immortal could only run back and ask the great ghost king, "Excuse me, can you go to the bridal room with me?" His bridegroom said with a smile, "Ah, of course. We're husband and wife." Thus, the ragged immortal and the great ghost king went to the bridal room. On the way, the immortal was afraid that the great ghost king wouldn't leave many important things for him, so he hugged him tightly and shouted, "Can you give them all to me? Can you give me a few more times?" His bridegroom said gently and considerately, "If you want." The immortal answered, "I want." Thus, the quick-witted immortal got what he had been looking for. He touched many, many things on the great ghost king's body. The next day, the immortal brought the things he spent a night begging for from the great ghost king to the house where the filthy trash was hidden. This time, he finally entered. Once he opened the house, the immortal found many disheveled corpses, some of which had already turned into white bones. These corpses were all wearing wedding clothes, so they were probably the missing brides. With his hopes dashed, the immortal was shocked and sad. When he turned around, he suddenly found that there was a person standing behind him. The great ghost king was actually standing there without him knowing. The immortal was shocked. He remembered that the irascible immortal and stingy immortal told him that the great ghost king was very cunning and hated immortals. Now that he had no magic power, could it be that the great ghost king had already seen through his identity and had been lying to him all along? The immortal was angry and sad, so he broke into a run, running faster and faster. Unexpectedly, he didn't run out. It turned out that he ran too fast, and the things that the great ghost king gave him fell down and were blocked by the barrier in front of the house. The great ghost king caught up, hugged the immortal, and finally explained the ins and outs of the matter. It turned out that the great ghost king didn't catch and eat people, he was only waiting here for his destined person. One day, a wedding procession accidentally bumped into him while he was walking in the mountains. The groom in the procession was so scared that he ran away, leaving the crying bride sitting where she was. The great ghost king didn't want to cause trouble, but the bride said that she didn't want to marry that kind of man, so she didn't go back and left alone. Later, he encountered the same thing a few times, so the great ghost king simply waited here while testing the newlyweds. If the groom dared to stand up and protect his bride from the demons and ghosts, he wouldn't make things difficult and let them go back. And if there was a malicious groom who pushed his bride into the demons' mouths to buy time to escape, he would catch and lock her in this house. Because these people had evil intentions, they would often kill each other, and finally turn into white bones. The immortal saw their corpses. Some of their brides had returned home, and some had fled to faraway places with their lovers, roaming the world, or settling down in their own homes. The great ghost king said, "I've waited for you for hundreds of years, big brother, you're finally here." Only then did the two dispel the misunderstanding and hug each other. In order to leave the house, the great ghost king gave the immortal a lot of his things. Unexpectedly, there was a rumble in the sky. It turned out that the heavenly officials had been afraid of the great ghost king for a long time, and they finally seized this opportunity to attack him. The ragged immortal rushed out and gave a round of beating back a circle of heavenly officials. But the whole mountain was destroyed by the heavenly officials, and the great ghost king was pressed under the mountain. The mountain was too high, and the immortal was afraid of crushing the great ghost king, so he desperately used his shoulders to support it. Right at this moment, he suddenly remembered that there was still a mysterious house that hadn't been opened. There was a powerful talisman hidden in this house, and it could definitely topple the mountain, so he rushed into the cave. Once he entered, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the great ghost king was standing there unharmed, and even stronger. The two broke out of the mountain, and together, they beat away the heavenly officials that came to cause trouble. Finally, they sat side by side on the top of the mountain, looking at the clouds and stars that the heavenly officials left behind when they escaped. The immortal asked, "Didn't you say that the house that hid dirty trash needed to be touched on your body, and a lot of things to open it, but the house that hid the talisman needed something that you couldn't touch on your body, but was very hot to open?" The great ghost king said with a smile, "Yes. Didn't Big Brother get that kind of thing long ago?" The immortal knew. That kind of thing was the great ghost king's passionate love for him. And so, the ragged immortal and the great ghost king happily went to the bridal chamber together, and they never separated again. After reading the story, Xiao Yan was still confused, and said, "What is this all about? Isn't this story too overdone? No, 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 this. What kind of mess is this? Can this even be called a story?" And Hua Cheng had already collapsed on the bed laughing. Xiao Yan was puzzled. This is completely wrong. What is the basis of this story? That matter on Mount Yujun? That matter shouldn't be like this, it's completely twisted. And, is this kind of story really okay for a child to read? It doesn't seem too appropriate. Who wrote this? And what's with these characters that look very familiar, but also a little off? Looking carefully, although the story in this booklet looked innocent at first glance, as if it was for a child to read before bedtime, the inside was very overdone, and this was even more difficult to look straight at than the simple fiery explosion. But when he read to the end, he felt strangely moved, and it made Xiao Yan wonder if there was something wrong with him. Hua Qing said, It's not completely twisted. At least a few things are right. For example, I did call Big Brother, and for example, I did go to Mount Yujun to receive Big Brother's bridal sedan, and for example, on the night of Big Brother's bridal chamber, indeed. Xiao Yan thought that after so many years, he had cultivated a thick face, but who knew that in front of Hua Cheng, his face would often turn pink, and he said, "How can you even know such things? And besides that, there's not a single thing that's right." Although he knew that many made-up folktales were worlds apart from the original, and that it wasn't strange for them to become whatever they turned out to be after being processed countless times, seeing it with his own eyes still shocked him to the extreme. There were several times in the middle when he was so ashamed that he couldn't continue reading, but Hua Cheng forced him to continue reading for him. He really wanted to hit someone, but he just couldn't. Hua Cheng still had an expression of being used to strange things, and said, "It must have been some insider who leaked out some bits and pieces, and then it was made up by someone." Xiao Yan tossed the storybook aside and said, "Don't read this kind of messy, idle book. Rest well." Hua Cheng clapped his hands and requested, "You wrote it well, you have talent." After listening to Big Brother read this story, I felt 100 times more energetic. "Big Brother, read another one." Xiao Yan flatly refused, "No need. Big Brother, my head hurts." "This, Big Brother." "Fine." It was rare for Hua Cheng to have a minor illness. Normally, Xiao Yan was always obedient to him, and he always complied with his every request. How could he resist at this time? No matter how ashamed he was, he could only restrain himself. Picking up that yellowish booklet again, he lay down next to Hua Cheng. As Hua Cheng wrapped his arms around his waist, he braced himself and continued reading. Chapter 251. With a smile, she pushed Hua Cheng, who was almost suffocating, off her body. The tide of passion had not yet subsided. Xiao Yan suddenly thought of something and casually said, "By the way, San Lang, Myriad God Cave." Hua Cheng's arm was on his chest again, and he didn't know what he was playing with. He said lazily, What's wrong with Myriad God Cave?" Xiao Yan said, "It's nothing. It just occurred to me. With the bronze cauldron erupting, will the god statues in Myriad God Cave be alright? If that was the case, that would be such a pity. After all, every single statue was the work of Hua Cheng's painstaking efforts. He loved them all." Hua Cheng replied, "I won't. I've already set up a boundary. Even if the entire cauldron collapses, nothing will happen to that stone cave. Xiao Yan's interest was aroused. Is that so? That's great. Then it must be fine. Can I go and have a look? Hua Cheng seemed to freeze for a moment. But then he smiled and said, all right. If Big Brother wants to see it, he can see it. What's wrong with that? Xiao Yan became even more excited. Then tomorrow it is. Anyway, the bronze furnace is already open, you can go in at any time. Hua Cheng raised an eyebrow. He said, tomorrow. All right. He did not object. He didn't say much, but in the next moment, he flipped over again. He did not know if it was an illusion. In the latter half of the night, Flower City tormented him even more fiercely. Not even 2 rounds had passed before Xiao Yan was forced to call for his older brother to save him. Afterwards, he drowsily fell asleep. Originally, he could have slept peacefully until daybreak, but after less than 2 hours, Xiao Yan felt his body lighten. When he opened his eyes to take a look, the person had already disappeared. Xiao Yan was startled. His drowsiness completely dispersed, and he immediately sat up. After casually cleaning up, he slowly got off the bed and pushed open the door, thinking, where did San Lang go? This was the first time he had disappeared in the middle of the night. He circled around the blissful workshop but didn't see anyone. Remembering that there was a room in the blissful workshop that was used for teleportation, he went over to take a look. Sure enough, the door of the room had been opened. He remembered that the array on the door was not drawn like this last time. At this moment, the cinnabar on the new array on the door had yet to dry. Xiao Yan pushed the door open without hesitation. When he came out again, it was no longer the bliss workshop outside the door, but pitch-black darkness. Xiao Yan closed the door and raised a palm flame to illuminate the surroundings. Seeing the scene in front of him, he could not help but be stunned. The place where the earth-shrinking thousandly formation led to was actually a huge, gloomy cave. Myriad God's Cave. Why did Hua Cheng come to Myriad God's Cave alone in the middle of the night? Didn't they agree to come together tomorrow? Why did he come here tonight? Shaking his head, Xiao Yan slowly walked in the cool cave with the flame in his hand. The sound of footsteps reverberated in the air. The veils covering the faces of those deities were taken off. In the darkness all around, there were countless faces that looked exactly the same as him silently. Just thinking about this scene was a little terrifying. As Xiao Yan passed by a grotto, he casually swept his eyes over it. Inside the grotto was a statue of the Crown Prince, Yushen. His facial features were gentle, and he held a flower in his hand while holding a sword. His posture was graceful. There were as many as 1,000 statues here, and as few as 100 statues. Who knew how much time and effort it took to carve them? Who knew how many years they had been silent in the darkness for? Thinking about this, Xiao Yan sighed. Facing the stone statue, he slightly bowed his head and muttered, "It must be very lonely." He was talking about the person who carved the statue, but also the statue. That Crown Prince Yushin nodded. Xiao Yan, this was too scary. After being stunned for a while, Xiao Yan finally realized what was going on. So that was how it was. It was most likely because he had just replenished his mana. Right now, his entire body was full of energy. Just standing there had affected these statues, causing them to move. Xiao Yan hurriedly retracted his mana, but it was already too late. That Crown Prince Yushin statue had already taken a step forward. Because Xiao Yan's overflowing mana had infected it, but he hadn't been seriously controlling it, its movements were a little clumsy. With a thud, it fell to the ground. Xiao Yan hurriedly helped it up and said, "Be careful." That Crown Prince Yushin statue was helped up by him. The smile on its face didn't change, and it even slightly raised its head. With a noble and arrogant expression, it nodded towards him to express its gratitude. Seeing its arrogant appearance, Xiao Yan couldn't help but find it funny. Enduring it, he asked, "Did you see Hua Qing?" The Crown Prince Yushin statue could make simple sounds, but it couldn't speak. Unless it was the lotus-tongued god that specialized in speech. When that Crown Prince Yushin statue heard his question, it revealed a puzzled expression, as if it didn't know who he was talking about. Xiao Yan understood. At this time, he still didn't recognize Hua Qing. Thus, he changed his words and asked, "Then did you see a red-clothed person?" Only then did that Crown Prince Yushin statue reveal a smile and reservedly nod its head. Xiao Yan asked, "Do you know where he went?" This was such a large cave, and he wasn't familiar with it, so he was afraid of getting lost. That Crown Prince Yushin statue muttered to itself for a moment before pointing him in a direction. Xiao Yan said, "Many thanks, Your Highness." After walking for a while, he turned around. That Crown Prince Yushin statue had already grasped the essentials of how to walk. It was even brandishing its sword in place. Its graceful posture made it seem as if it was standing on top of the upper Yuan sacrificial heaven. Unfortunately, there was no one to admire it. Not long after, Xiao Yan once again encountered a fork in the road. Naturally, he was prepared to ask his own Crown Prince Yushin statue for help, so he walked into the nearest cave. As soon as he entered, he saw a figure sitting on a stone platform. The figure was currently hugging a jar of wine and fiercely gulping it down. Xiao Yan, he immediately went up and snatched the wine away. "Don't drink any more." That Crown Prince Yushin statue was also him. However, his appearance was slightly thinner, and his simple white clothes were no longer luxurious. The wine jar was snatched away by Xiao Yan. It wanted to snatch it back, but in its daze, it couldn't snatch it away. It was so angry that it spun around in circles. Suddenly, it hugged Xiao Yan and started sobbing. Xiao Yan was dumbstruck. "You don't have to cry," that Crown Prince Yushin statue cried even more fiercely, as if it had endless grievances. It didn't even try to snatch the wine anymore. It just hugged Xiao Yan and refused to let go. Xiao Yan didn't know why he was so clingy when he was drunk. He could only hug it back, gently caressing its back and comforting it. All right, he looked at the wine jar in his hand again. There wasn't any wine in it, so it didn't matter if he returned it. Xiao Yan said, "Did you see a red-clothed person? Where did he go?" That Crown Prince Yushin statue showed him a path. Xiao Yan returned the wine jar to it and continued walking forward. That Crown Prince Yushin statue stopped crying. It hugged the wine jar and sat on the ground. Xiao Yan turned around to look at it. He sighed and continued walking forward. After a while, he heard creaking sounds as if iron chains were rubbing against each other. He arrived in front of an empty grotto. There was a swing hanging down from the ceiling of the grotto. On the swing sat a Crown Prince Yushin statue. He was in high spirits and was full of youthfulness. He was wearing the Taoist robe of a disciple of the Huangji temple. He was about 16 or 17 years old. He grabbed the chain of the swing and tried his best to swing it. But because he was sitting on the swing, he couldn't swing it no matter how hard he tried. Thus, he revealed an annoyed expression. Seeing this, Xiao Yan helped him push it a few times. The swing finally flew. Only then did the Crown Prince Yushin statue in Taoist robe become happy. Xiao Yan took the opportunity to ask, "Did you see a red-clothed person? Where did he go?" That Crown Prince Yushin statue grabbed the swing with one hand and pointed in a direction with the other. Xiao Yan pushed him a few more times and said, "Goodbye." But after the swing swung more than 10 times, it slowly stopped. No one pushed it anymore. That Crown Prince Yushin statue sat there in a daze, revealing an annoyed expression again. After walking for a long time, Xiao Yan estimated, "We should be there by now, right?" At this time, he suddenly heard a suppressed and painful sound. He couldn't help but be stunned. "What's that sound?" panting. That sound came from a grotto in front of him. Xiao Yan walked in to take a look. There was a stone platform in the grotto. On the platform, there seemed to be a reclining Crown Prince Yushin statue. A white veil covered the ground from head to toe. The figure under the veil was vague. Sometimes it curled up into a ball, sometimes it tossed and turned, as if someone was suffering and struggling underneath. Xiao Yan was about to pull down the white veil. Suddenly, a hand covered his eyes from behind. A low voice came from behind and sighed, "Brother." Xiao Yan laughed and said gently, "San Lang, do you think I won't know what this is if you don't show it to me?" After a long time, Hua Cheng sighed again and said, "Brother, I was wrong." Xiao Yan removed his hand and turned around to ask, "Home of tenderness?" Standing behind him was a tall man dressed in red. Sure enough, it was Hua Cheng. Having been caught red-handed, he supported his forehead with one hand and finally admitted, "Yes." No wonder. No wonder Hua Cheng was unwilling to let him see it. Xiao Yan said, "You came here tonight to hide this Crown Prince Yushin statue, right?" Hua Cheng looked elsewhere and said, "Yes." Xiao Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was he that afraid to let him see this Crown Prince Yushin statue? He said, "Why should I hide it? Actually, it's not a big deal." But now, a very thorny problem has appeared. That thorny problem was that after Xiao Yan came, he inadvertently caused all the Crown Prince Yushin statues to move. This originally wasn't a big deal, but for this special Crown Prince Yushin statue, it was very painful. That was because the Crown Prince Yushin statue was the one carved under the veil of tenderness when he was 17 years old in a cave in a barren mountain. The other Crown Prince Yushin statues were either practicing swordplay, drinking wine, swinging on a swing, or doing anything else. Only this statue was very unlucky. It had been poisoned by the deadly flower demon's poison. As a result, after it came back to life, it had to endure the torture of this poison. Xiao Yan couldn't bear to hear the painful gasps coming from under the veil. He then thought of that soul-stirring and engraved night and said, "This is too pitiful. If I leave now, will it turn back into a stone statue? That way, he wouldn't have to suffer this torture." However, Hua Cheng said, "I'm afraid not. After all, brother is at your strongest right now. All the Crown Prince Yushin statues in the Cave of 10,000 Gods have been affected by you. Even if you leave, they will continue acting up for a long time. That would be too painful." Xiao Yan said, "Then, is there any other way?" Hua Cheng would always have a way. He nodded slightly and said, "Just now, I was dealing with this. Brother, follow me." He led Xiao Yan into another cave. As soon as he entered, Xiao Yan slightly widened his eyes. He saw a male stone statue standing in the middle of the cave. The statue was tall and slender, with handsome features. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and his right eye was covered with an eye patch. It looked almost identical to the red-clothed man who led the way. It was actually the statue of a ghost king. Xiao Yan said, Hua Cheng said, "This is something I hurriedly carved after I realized the situation wasn't right. I haven't moved it for many years, so I'm a bit rusty. Brother, take a look. Does it look like it?" Xiao Yan carefully looked at it for a while and said, "It looks very similar. However." Hua Cheng said, "However, how is it?" Xiao Yan smiled and said, "It's not as good looking as you." Hua Cheng also smiled. Immediately after, Xiao Yan said, "So, San Lang, the method you mentioned was it to let this Ghost King statue detoxify the Crown Prince Yushin statue?" After a moment of silence, Hua Cheng restrained his smile and straightened his expression. He stared at Xiao Yan's face and said, "Yes." Xiao Yan didn't notice the cautious look on his face at first. In his heart, he thought, "This method is too although it was indeed a method to cure the root of the problem and produce immediate results, just thinking about it made him feel that it was extremely preposterous. To put it bluntly, wasn't it just using a ghost king statue to break the young crown prince Yushin statue's body and suppress the poison? He really found it hard to even talk about it. He still didn't know how to respond when Hua Cheng suddenly knelt down on one knee in front of him. Xiao Yan was startled and hurriedly pulled him up. He said, "San Lang. What are you doing?" Hua Cheng said in a low voice, "Your Highness, I was disrespectful." Xiao Yan couldn't pull him up, so he also knelt down. Puzzled, he asked, "Why were you disrespectful?" Hua Cheng stared at him and took a light breath. In a low voice, he said, "Your Highness, please believe me. Today, I had no choice but to use this method. Although I personally carved this Crown Prince Yushin statue, I have never shown the slightest bit of disrespect to your Highness's Crown Prince Yushin statue. If your Highness feels that this method is inappropriate, I will find another method." Xiao Yan finally understood why Hua Cheng had suddenly become so serious. Ultimately, Hua Cheng had always been worried that Xiao Yan would feel that his actions were rude and offensive, and that his actions were strange. He had carved so many statues of Xiao Yan's god in private. Now that he had brought up this method, he was afraid that Xiao Yan would feel that his brain was filled with wild thoughts and that his thoughts were disrespectful. Xiao Yan smiled and sighed. With both hands, he grabbed Hua Cheng and finally pulled him up from the ground. He said, "Of course I believe you. I know that you have always respected me. However, never showed the slightest bit of disrespect." This was hard to say. After all, if one were to be a bit more strict, ever since Hua Cheng had transformed into a butterfly and returned, he would go to the Thousand Lanterns Monastery every few days to defile the Crown Prince Yushin. Xiao Yan coughed lightly and said, "I feel that this method isn't bad at all. Very good, very good." However, when he thought about the essence of this method, his face slightly heated up. He felt that these words were a bit too unreserved. Hua Cheng, who had received his permission, gradually regained his composure. Xiao Yan placed his hand on the Ghost King statue's shoulder and said, "Shall I open the light for this god statue?" Hua Cheng blinked and slowly smiled. "If brother is willing, then I can't ask for more." Xiao Yan nodded. In a flash, the god statue lightly raised its eyebrows. Seeing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but smile. He retracted his hand and said, "This is too similar." He didn't know if they had sensed something, but a few silhouettes slowly walked in from outside the grotto. Unexpectedly, there were several god statues that curiously surrounded them. They seemed to want to take a closer look at this new god statue that was completely different from them. The Ghost King statue also saw them. It blinked its eyes and raised its eyebrows even higher. It was unknown what it was thinking, but it also seemed to be looking for something. Xiao Yan coaxed and chased them away. With great difficulty, he pushed away the group of god statues. Who knew that with the corner of his eye, he would suddenly say, "Where's the gentle home?" He had already directly used this to refer to that unlucky god statue. At some point, only a white muslin remained on the stone platform. That gentle home statue had actually disappeared without a trace. Xiao Yan cursed in his heart. Hua Cheng, who walked in with his hands behind his back, also raised his eyebrows. Xiao Yan said, "The cave of 10,000 deities is very big. It shouldn't be able to escape in a short time. Let's hurry and find it." However, Hua Cheng said, "I'm afraid not. Brother, look." He pointed at the ground. Xiao Yan circled around to take a look. Only then did he discover that there was actually a circular formation on the ground. It was drawn directly on the rock by an extremely powerful finger force. The earth-shrinking formation. Just how much of his spiritual energy did this god statue absorb for it to be able to draw a earth-shrinking formation with its bare hands? Xiao Yan wanted to fall to the ground on the spot. That god statue was the one who had fallen into the gentle home state. What would happen if it escaped and bumped into a mortal woman? In the future, what kind of strange legends would be attached to it? He asked, when did it escape? Where could it run off to? Huaqing said, brother, don't be anxious. Think about it first. If you fell into the gentle home state at that time, who would you first think of looking for? This wasn't hard to think about. Xiao Yan wasn't too anxious at first. He quickly calmed down and said, I would probably look for. Before he could finish speaking, a spirit suddenly rushed over. Xiao Yan was caught unprepared. He raised his hand in response and heard Feng Xian's voice ring in his ear, Your Highness. What the hell? There was a monster pretending to be you just now. As expected. At that time, Xiao Yan's most capable assistants were Feng Xian and Mu Qing. Since something like this happened, he would naturally look for them first. Fortunately, he first looked for Feng Xian and didn't run wildly through the streets. Xiao Yan let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, No, no. That wasn't a monster, and it wasn't pretending to be me. Feng Xian was shocked. What do you mean? It wasn't a monster, and it wasn't pretending? Don't tell me that was your original body. It can't be. Xiao Yan said, It wasn't. Alright, how is it now? Did you catch it? Don't let it escape. However, Feng Xian said, It's too late, it already escaped. Xiao Yan said, What? This is bad. Feng Xian said, Yes, this is bad. Running around naked and letting people see it, how is that appropriate? Xiao Yan said, Wait, what did you say? Naked? No, it wasn't wearing any clothes. Feng Xian said, More or less. It was wearing something, but not much. It was so tattered that it looked like it was torn apart by someone. Right, if that wasn't a monster or pretending to be me, then what was it? In the end, what's going on? I think it looks like a statue of a god. Wait, a statue of a god. Feng Xian was greatly shocked. It couldn't have run out from that place under the copper furnace, right? What are you guys doing? Xiao Yan also couldn't remember how many clothes he had worn back in that warm and gentle place. At that time, he was extremely uncomfortable, so he probably tore them himself in a daze. He said, I'll explain later. I'll go up immediately. After he finished speaking, he disconnected the communication and said to Huaqing, San Lang, we need to make a trip to the new immortal capital. On the other side, Huaqing had already put away the newly carved Ghost King statue, turning it into a small statue of a god that could stand in the palm of his hand. He said, Okay, and quickly drew an array. Not long after, the two of them directly killed their way to the new immortal capital's Nanyang Palace Hall. As soon as they opened the door, they saw Feng Xian. When he saw Huaqing, his eyes widened. Blood Rain Tanhua. Why are you here too? What are you doing in the sky? A ghost king in a desperate situation didn't just stay in his own territory all day, but instead came to the immortal capital whenever he wanted. This was too outrageous. Huaqing ignored him and listened for a moment before saying, It's a report. The heavenly court wouldn't go back on their word, right? Feng Xian naturally knew what report Huaqing was talking about. Wasn't it the report the heavenly court must report the heroic deeds of Blood Rain Tanhua saving the immortals and gods for a whole year? The veins on his forehead bulged as he said, Why are you reporting in the middle of the night? Everyone also needs to rest, so the report will only be made during the day. Only then did Huaqing let out an "oh," probably indicating that he wouldn't pursue the matter. Xiao Yan said, whatever. Get to the point, where is the meek you saw? Where did it run off to? Feng Xian pointed in a direction and said, It ran off in that direction. I was just about to chase after it when you guys came up. Xiao Yan suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. He said, Let me ask, that direction, could it be Feng Xin straightforwardly said, the direction of Xianzhen Palace Hall. Xiao Yan, Hua Qing said in a deep voice, let's go. The two of them didn't dare to delay and hurriedly rushed to Xianzhen Palace Hall. They broke open the door and rushed inside. When they rushed in to take a look, they saw Mu Qing sitting on the altar. It was as if he had just seen something inconceivable. His entire person was stunned. Xiao Yan went up and waved his hand in front of his eyes. Mu Qing. When he saw Xiao Yan, he finally came back to his senses. However, his expression was still shocked. After a long time, he finally said, Xiao Yan, what are you doing? Xiao Yan. What am I doing? I don't know what I did either. Please tell me. Mu Qing still stared at him and said, just now, why did you run into my palace hall in such a disheveled manner in the middle of the night? Hua Qing narrowed his eyes. Xiao Yan said, don't let people misunderstand your words. No matter what you saw just now, in any case, it definitely wasn't me. Mu Qing covered half of his face, as if he wanted to dig out what he just saw from his eyes. With an ashen expression, he said, even if it wasn't you, it still has to do with you. It's the statue of God in that grotto, right? What are you guys doing? Letting that kind of indecent statue of God run around in the middle of the night. You and Blood Rain Tanhua don't need to play like this, right? Hua Qing sneered. What does it have to do with you? Mu Qing angrily said, what do you mean it has to do with me? This is my palace hall. Hua Qing unhurriedly said, I also have a part in rebuilding the immortal capital. In reality, because the heavenly court's vitality had been greatly damaged, many heavenly officials had no choice but to secretly ask the master of the ghost city for help. Thinking about it, the new immortal capital's construction couldn't have been without Hua Qing. Xiao Yan said, we weren't playing around. This was an accident. Where is it now? Mu Qing said, it stole a sword from me and ran to, without needing him to continue, Xiao Yan already knew where to go. In the garden at the side of the Xianzhen Palace Hall, clanging sounds could be heard. At the same time, the small statue of the Ghost King that Hua Qing was carrying also fell down by itself. Hopping and hopping, it jumped in the direction of the garden. Xiao Yan immediately rushed out. Sure enough, that gentle statue was standing on top of the rockery in the garden. That statue of God's clothes were untidy, revealing most of its smooth shoulders and chest. Its undergarments were also faintly discernible, making it look very ambiguous. As for the statue of God's face, it was even more exquisite. The brows on that face were tightly furrowed, and it was as if one could see the redness of the skin and the thin layer of sweat. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a work of the gods. And right now, it was holding the sword it had stolen from the Xianzhen Palace Hall. Clang clang, clang clang. It tried to stab itself with the sword again and again. Naturally, it wanted to do what Xiao Yan had done in the past, injuring itself to detoxify the poison. However, because the stone refined from the copper furnace was formidable, the sword couldn't stab itself no matter how hard it tried. Instead, it bent. It seemed to be in despair. Raising its palm, it looked as if it was about to smash its own head into pieces. Xiao Yan hurriedly shouted, calm down. Calm down. That statue of God gazed at him with misty eyes. Xiao Yan flew over and struck the statue with his palm, causing it to fall off the rockery. It lay in a cave, unable to stand up. Meanwhile, Hua Qing flashed to Xiao Yan's side and threw something down. It was that Ghost King statue. Rather than saying that the Ghost King statue was thrown down by Hua Qing, it would be more accurate to say that it had struggled free after seeing that young statue of God. As soon as it left Hua Qing's palm, it returned to its original slender figure in the air. Falling down, it covered the statue's body. A startled gasp could be heard from below. Xiao Yan hurriedly jumped off the rockery and pushed Mu Qing, who had rushed over after hearing the sound, into the Xianzhen Palace Hall. He said, "It's too late. I'm sorry, I need to borrow this precious place for a while." Mu Qin was shocked. "What did you guys just do?" Xiao Yan said, "I'll explain it later." "I'm extremely sorry." Hua Qing leisurely said, "What's there to be sorry about? How many times has this person's life been saved by you?" Mu Qing said, "No, you should explain it clearly right now. I think I saw you throw one of you down, and he threw another of him down. I didn't see wrong, right? So what were you guys doing? What's happening in that rockery right now?" Xiao Yan was just short of grabbing him by the neck and dragging him into the palace hall. "It's extremely urgent. Really, Mu Qin, don't go over. Why are you doing this?" Mu Qin roared, "Xiao Yan. What are you guys doing in my palace hall?" I'm really fucking. That wasn't us. This was just an accident, it's really too late. Also, you're using the wrong words again." 2 hours later, the two statues of God finally used up all of the mana they had absorbed from Xiao Yan and Hua Cheng's bodies. After entering the rockery to take a look, Xiao Yan supported his forehead with his hand. While Hua Cheng dealt with the statues of God, Xiao Yan silently went out to stop Feng Xian and Mu Qin, who wanted to come over and see what was going on. He sincerely said, "You guys won't want to see this." Feng Xian wasn't a curious person to begin with. He had a bad premonition and wisely retreated. However, Mu Qin was unable to let it go. His face was as black as the bottom of an old pot. Frantically swinging his sleeves, he frantically muttered, "I simply can't believe it. I simply can't believe it. Something like this actually happened. Something like this actually happened in my palace hall." Then he floated out like a ghost, probably unable to look directly at the rockery in his palace hall ever again. Xiao Yan very much suspected that he would split this place apart with a palm strike. In truth, Xiao Yan himself didn't dare to believe that such a ridiculous accident would occur. He really didn't know if he should feel embarrassed or not. Turning back to look at the two. "No, it should be one statue," he said. Are they just like this?" Hua Qing said, "Just like this. They can't be separated anyways." Xiao Yan covered his face. What kind of divine official statue would be like this? What would happen if someone saw it? This was too improper, truly preposterous. He moaned. "San Lang, hide them, well. Don't let anyone see them." Hua Qing smiled. "Of course. Don't worry, big brother." After bringing the two combined statues back to Myriad God's cave, Xiao Yan wiped the sweat off his forehead when he finally returned to his original position. Meanwhile, the other statues of Xiao Yan in Myriad God's cave once again surrounded him out of curiosity, but Xiao Yan coaxed them away. "Don't look at indecent things, don't look at indecent things." Left with no choice, they could only leave. Although they didn't see the final form of the statue with their own eyes, they kept looking back as they walked, as if they were envious that the gentle Xiao Yan finally had a partner. The poison of gentleness had been cured, but the other statues still lacked a sense of perfection. The crown prince had no one to admire him, no one to help him up when he was drunk, no one to send him on a swing. Xiao Yan couldn't help but be greedy, thinking, if only every Xiao Yan could have a Hua Cheng. Unexpectedly, Hua Cheng said the same thing. "Brother, don't you think it'd be better if every prince had a San Lang?" The two hit it off and immediately stayed in Myriad God's cave to show off their skills. Not long after, Xiao Yan witnessed the entire process of Hua Cheng transforming a heavy boulder into a nimble and exquisite statue. That skill was indescribable, because it was so fast that he couldn't even see how Hua Cheng did it. Thinking about it, Hua Cheng must have already integrated the technique into his spells. He could only sigh in admiration. In short, Hua Cheng turned around and picked up a newly sculpted child from the rubble on the ground. Its hair was a mess, its clothes were ragged, and its face was wrapped in bandages. It looked pitiful, and it was holding something in its palms. Xiao Yan placed his hand on the child's head and blessed it, while Hua Qing gave it some magic power. After a while, it blinked its eyes and turned around to look around. When it saw someone grabbing the back of its collar, it gave it a ruthless kick. Hua Qing seemed to have expected it to do this, so he easily dodged it and held it in his hand, letting it struggle and kick. Xiao Yan didn't expect little Hua Qing to be so fierce, and laughed. Sigh, so fierce. Hua Qing clicked his tongue and tossed it away. The child fell to the ground with a thud, but it quickly got up and stared at Hua Qing with a fierce gaze. Xiao Yan was worried that it fell too hard, so he stretched out his hand and said, "San Lang, you threw it too hard. Be careful that you don't break it." If he were to really count, this child should have just been born. Hua Qing said indifferently, "It doesn't matter, it's very tenacious." The little boy was incomparably fierce towards Hua Qing, but he was very friendly towards Xiao Yan. Seeing Xiao Yan waving at him, he was about to walk over. At this moment, the statue of Crown Prince Yushin seemed to have sensed something. It walked down from its position and looked over. When the child saw the Crown Prince Yushin statue, it was stunned. One of its eyes that was not covered by the bandages widened, and it ran over, as if it wanted to grab him and pounce on his clothes, but it didn't dare to get close for fear of dirtying the god's robe. After a long time, it carefully stretched out its hand and opened the palm that it refused to let go. It turned out that what was hidden in his palm was a small flower. The Crown Prince Yushin statue took the flower, smiled slightly, and stretched out its hand to pick him up. The two of them happily left together. It looked like one had finally found someone who could admire his sword dance, and one had finally found someone who could offer flowers to him. Xiao Yan looked at it and was quite gratified. Suddenly, he thought of another question and said, "San Lang, when you finish carving, won't there be many statues of you and me in Myriad Deities' cave? Will they recognize each other wrongly? After all, there are many that look the same." But Hua Qing said with a smile, "They won't." "Why?" Hua Qing repeated himself, "I won't." He looked up at Xiao Yan, smiled slightly, and said, "Even if His Highness makes a mistake, I won't make a mistake. Because a Hua Qing will always be a believer of only one His Highness, loyal to only one person. So, I will never." Xiao Yan also stared at him, and blurted out, "I won't make a mistake either. Xiao Yan's most loyal believer will always only have one, and I will always remember it. I." After saying this, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Right now, they were like two little children, making a fervent promise to each other that, "The one I like the most will always be you, and only you." Although sincere, it was very childish. Although childish, it was very sincere. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yan coughed lightly and said, "Then, next, let's help the Crown Prince carve a ghost king who pushes the swing." With no one to help it push the swing, it looked very lonely and distressed. Hua Qing happily said, "Okay." Xiao Yan asked again, "What about the drinking one? This one is a bit of a headache. It seems to be muddle-headed and can even cry. Sigh, there are too many statues here. I wonder when we can finish carving them one by one." Hua Qing smiled and said, "What are you afraid of? Take your time, you will meet them eventually." Xiao Yan also smiled and nodded, and said softly, "Yes, we will definitely meet them." Inside the grotto, the two stone statues, which were originally independent, had now become one. Chapter 252. Recently an incredible event was approaching. Because of this, the ghosts of the Ghost City were panicking. Because of this, the ghosts of the Ghost City were panicking. When Xiao Yan heard this, he was also shocked. Just like the group of ghosts who mysteriously came to inform him, he became anxious. Birthday? Yes. Exactly. The master of the Ghost City, Hua Cheng's, birthday was coming soon. Xiao Yan was caught off guard and felt inexplicably nervous. He said, this, how did San Lang celebrate his birthday in the past? The group of ghosts scrambled to be the first and answered in a messy manner, it was very lively. I didn't really celebrate it, I just fooled around a bit. But the master of the city doesn't care at all. After hearing this sentence, Xiao Yan asked, what do you mean ignore it? A ghost said, it's the old master of the city, he never celebrates his birthday. Yes, he never cares what we do on his birthday, and he never looks at the gifts that other people give him. Every year, we're the ones foolishly happy. The master of the city is a noble and forgetful person. It seems like he doesn't even remember which day he was born. Xiao Yan thought about it and immediately made up his mind. Since Hua Qing didn't care much about his previous birthdays, then this time, he had to think of a way to make his birthday a bit more unique and interesting, so that he could be happy on that day. Otherwise, a birthday with him, wouldn't it be no different from a birthday without him? First, a birthday gift had to be given. Xiao Yan fell into deep thought. What should he give? The group of ghosts also looked at him expectantly. Xie Daozhang, are you thinking of giving the master of the city something? Xiao Yan said, I'm ashamed to say it, but I'm not too sure what your master of the city will like. I'm afraid that if I don't give him what he likes. The pig butcher said, hey, what are you worrying about? In fact, as long as it's from eldest uncle Xie Daozhang, I think our master of the city will be extremely happy. Yes. Even if it's a piece of waste paper, he'll definitely be happy. How can a gift from big Xie Daozhang's gift be the same as other people's? Xiao Yan dryly laughed twice. He felt that this kind of thinking was a little too narcissistic and frivolous. It wasn't solemn and sincere at all. He said, you can't say it like that. When choosing a gift, you must put your heart into it. Does anyone have any suggestions? No matter what, Hua Cheng had been in the ghost market for many years. Perhaps these ghosts would know more about his preferences. Perhaps by brainstorming, he could really find a suitable and unique gift. As expected, all the ghosts said, yes, yes, yes. As he spoke, more than 10 pairs of chicken feet, pig trotters, tentacles, and other miscellaneous items were passed to him. Xiao Yan had never seen these things before. Surrounded by them, he was amazed. He casually picked up a mysterious and elegant green jade bottle and asked, oh. What's this? The person who donated the bottle said, a peerless aphrodisiac. With just a few drops, it was guaranteed that the poisoned person would immediately fall head over heels for the person who had administered the medicine. And it won't hurt your body. Xiao Yan sternly said, many thanks for the suggestion. However, affection came from the heart, how could it be manipulated by drugs? It's better if everyone doesn't use it in the future. The ghost who offered the medicine said in fear and trepidation, yes, 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 no need, no need. However, we don't usually use it. Isn't this why Daozhang Xie asked what to give? Xiao Yan smiled and said, I think that your mayor probably doesn't need this kind of medicine. All the ghosts shouted, that's right, if the mayor wants someone, does he still need to drug them? Really? 7 or 8 hands and feet pressed the ghost down. Xiao Yan thought to himself, this is really the truth. For example, he didn't need any medicine at all. As soon as he saw Hua Cheng, he would almost fall head over heels for it. He was truly ashamed. In order to not let his shame turn into a red cloud on his face, he hurriedly picked up another box and opened it. What's inside this? The ghost who offered the treasure said, this is a begetting pill. Xiao Yan didn't even need to ask what this pill was for. He immediately closed the box with a pa sound and helplessly said, what the hell is this? Why did they want him to give Hua Cheng such an improper thing? In short, after a round of random discussion, Xiao Yan knew that he wouldn't be able to get any useful suggestions. He repeatedly told the group of ghosts to secretly prepare for the Ghost King's birthday celebration and give Hua Qing a surprise. Then, he left to slowly think about it. Perhaps it was because he had been thinking about this matter so much that his distress was written all over his face. On this day, when he was accompanying Hua Qing to practice calligraphy, he was racking his brains when he suddenly heard a voice from the side. Gidge. Xiao Yan finally snapped out of his daze and asked, "What?" Hua Qing was staring at him. He put down his brush and said, "Could it be my misconception? Gidge seems to be worried about something. Can you say it so San Lang can share his worries?" Xiao Yan's heart tightened. He immediately put on a stern face and warned, "Don't put down your brush. Don't be lazy. Pick it up and continue." Hua Qing laughed and picked up his brush again. He slowly sighed and said, "I've been discovered." Seeing that he had fooled him, Xiao Yan secretly relaxed. Who knew that Hua Qing would pick up his brush and write 2 lines before absent-mindedly saying, "However, recently, Gidge has indeed been a little abnormal." Xiao Yan's heart tightened again. However, he still pretended to be calm and composed on the surface. "Oh. Abnormal in what way?" Hua Qing carefully looked at him for a while before smiling. "You seem to be especially obedient." Xiao Yan smiled. "Haven't I always been like this?" Xiao Yan really couldn't come up with anything after racking his brains, so he decided to take a risk out of desperation. He first randomly said some irrelevant things before pretending to be absent-minded. "San Lang, let me ask you something." Hua Qing asked, What is it?" Xiao Yan asked, "Do you feel like you're missing something somewhere?" Hua Qing asked, "Missing? What is Gidge referring to? Are you missing something?" Xiao Yan replied, "Oh, no. I'm talking about you. I'm just asking." It was a pity that he didn't dare to ask too directly. For example, "What do you like? What do you want?" In case Hua Qing found out, he could only beat around the bush. However, beating around the bush didn't mean he wouldn't be able to scratch the itch. Hua Qing asked, "Me? Gidge, do you think I'm missing something?" "That's true." Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Hua Qing asked again, "Gidge, why are you asking me this?" Xiao Yan was afraid that he would notice, so he threw caution to the wind. He raised his hand and forcefully pushed. Hua Qing had never been on guard against him, so he was pushed back against the couch with a dong. His eyes widened, but he didn't seem to mind. With a smile, he asked, "Gidge, what are you doing? You're so passionate, you." Without waiting for him to finish, Xiao Yan braced himself and stopped him from speaking. This time, Hua Qing didn't have the mood to continue interrogating him. He turned his arm around Xiao Yan and flipped him over. He didn't care what was wrong with him anymore, since he couldn't figure it out by himself. Xiao Yan could only ask for help. The first help he thought of was naturally his 2 capable subordinates from back in the day. The 3 of them squatted in a hidden and broken temple. After a moment of awkward silence, Feng Xian asked, "Why are you guys looking at me?" The other 2 were still looking at him. Everything was understood without words. It couldn't be helped. Among the 3 of them, Feng Xian was the only one who had a wife. Logically speaking, he should know how to win the favor of those close to him. However, Feng Xian's face darkened under their stares. He said, "It's useless for you guys to look at me. I've only given him one thing. It was that golden belt. That was something that Xiao Yan had given him." Mu Qing felt it was inconceivable that he would also be asked this kind of question. Being able to restrain himself from rolling his eyes was already very polite of him. He only wanted to quickly resolve this matter. He said, "That's fine. The belt isn't bad. You might as well give him a golden belt as well." Xiao Yan automatically ignored his sarcasm and said, "I didn't have a single one a long time ago. All of them had been pawned." Mu Qing became even more sarcastic. You're now so smooth sailing. The streets are filled with your temples and believers. You can just casually ask for something in your dream and you'll still have to worry about not being able to get one. Xiao Yan said, that's meaningless. If I have to give someone a birthday gift from a believer, that would be too perfunctory. Mu Qing saw that no matter how sarcastic he was, this person remained unmoved. His tone finally returned to normal. He said, why are you so troublesome? Then you should personally make one for him. Xiao Yan hurriedly said, good idea. But I don't know how. You can learn if you don't know how. Xiao Yan said, well said. Who do you want to learn from? Mu Qing impatiently said, how would I know? You can do as you please. Before he finished speaking, Mu Qing noticed that this time, the other two people's gazes had coincidentally turned towards him. 4 hours later, Xiao Yan's 10 fingers had already been pierced 7 or 8 times. Only by wrapping them in bandages did his hands not become dripping with blood. Moreover, there was an additional strip of unknown meaning and shape on his hands. Mu Qing really couldn't stand it anymore and asked, what is this? Xiao Yan sighed. A belt. Mu Qing said, I know this is a belt. What I'm asking you is, what is embroidered on this belt? What is the meaning of these two potato-like patterns? Xiao Yan said, these aren't potatoes. Can't you see? These are two people. In order to let them see clearly, he even gestured. Two people's faces. These are the eyes, and the mouth is here. After confirming that these really were two people's heads, Mu Qing said in disbelief, why would someone embroider two big heads on a belt? Can this be worn out? Your taste in clothes isn't that bad, so how could you make this kind of thing? Xiao Yan couldn't do anything about it. In fact, if you asked him to repair a house, dig a well, or build a wall, he would be very good at it. However, he seemed to be innately bad at this kind of work that leaned towards women. Once he was asked to hold a needle and thread or a ladle, the scene would be out of control. He glanced at his hands that were tied up like a dumpling. Although he didn't feel any pain, the progress was slow. He couldn't help but feel helpless and said, I'll just change it. However, what was done could not be undone. How could he change it? At best, he could only add a layer of flower petals around the two little people's heads, turning them into two clumsy flowers that intimately intertwined with each other. Feng Xian and Mu Qing's expressions became even more tragic. The veins on Mu Qing's forehead slightly popped out. I've already taught pigs, why are you so clumsy? Why are you always stabbing your own hands? Feng Xian said, when have you ever taught pigs? You're really just talking big. Mu Qing unceremoniously said to Xiao Yan, forget it. You should just give up. You don't have the talent. It was rare for him to say something like, you don't have the talent, to Xiao Yan, yet he actually said it in such a righteous and confident manner. It felt pretty good. Feng Xian couldn't stand listening anymore and said, can you say a few words less? From just now, you haven't said a single word of praise for His Highness. Wearing clothes and making them yourself aren't the same thing. Besides, it's not that bad. At least this belt can still be worn. Mu Qing said, alright, I'll give this thing he made to you. If you dare to wear it, I'll be convinced. Before Feng Xian could reply, Xiao Yan hurriedly put away that hilariously ugly belt and said, I can't accept this, I can't accept this. I'll just keep this for myself. This kind of thing really couldn't be given away. Feng Xian and Mu Qing couldn't help much, so Xiao Yan turned to ask for help from the next person. Gift? Your Highness the Crown Prince, you've really asked the right person for this. Thinking back, what rare treasures have I not seen before? The two of them squatted on the side of the street. Shi Qingshuan's hair was disheveled and he was in high spirits. His mouth flowed like a river. With one look, it was obvious that he was an expert. Xiao Yan humbly asked for guidance. Shi Qingxian spoke frankly with assurance and said, "This ownerless treasure does exist, but if you want to get it, you'll definitely have to spend a lot of effort." Xiao Yan hurriedly said, "It's fine. It's just what I want." The more effort one had to spend, the more precious it was. Wouldn't that show one's intentions? It would be best if it was the most difficult to obtain in the world, a treasure that no one had successfully challenged. Like this, if he obtained it for Hua Cheng, then it would have extraordinary significance. As long as he thought about how he could make Hua Cheng slightly raise his eyebrows and smile, Xiao Yan's heart was filled with uncontrollable joy and anticipation. Shi Qingxian thought for a moment and said, "Heavenly Star Pot. Your Highness the Crown Prince, you should have heard of it, right? This pot is a treasure. If you place it in the middle of the night, the stars and moon in the sky will be reflected in the wine in the pot, allowing it to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the sun and the moon. Not only is it elegant, it can also greatly increase one's cultivation." Unexpectedly, the more Xiao Yan listened, the more an ominous premonition in his heart became. He hurriedly interrupted, "Wait. What's wrong?" Xiao Yan gestured and said, "Qingxian, are you talking about a small black jade pot this big? The black jade is embedded with fine starlight." Shi Qingxian curiously said, "Huh? Your Highness, how do you know? Have you seen it before?" Last month, when he wanted to pour some water to drink, he forgot that his hand was injured. He accidentally lost his grip and broke a pot like this. At that time, Hua Cheng immediately came over to ask about the injury on his hand. He saw that the pot was very beautiful and strange, so he asked Hua Cheng what to do and whether it could be repaired. However, Hua Cheng said it was fine, it was just a small toy. Without even looking at it, he ordered his subordinates to sweep away the broken pieces of the pot and grabbed Xiao Yan's arm. Now that he thought about it, could it be that what he broke was the rare treasure that Shi Qingxian mentioned, the heavenly star pot? Xiao Yan's heart went cold. After a while, he said, "This might not be suitable. Let's change it." Oh. Shi Qingxian didn't understand. He scratched his head and thought for a moment before saying, "Then the next one, the 8 Desolations brush. This brush is incredible. It was made from the tip of the spirit tail of an ancient demonic beast, and the shaft of the brush was made from the top of a jade bamboo spirit. When it isn't writing, it will grow." Xiao Yan said, "Jasper bamboo leaves?" Shi Qingxian said, "Yes." "Your Highness, how do you know? Have you seen it before?" How could he not have seen it before? That was the brush that Hua Cheng used to practice writing every day. Moreover, when his writing was ugly, he blamed the brush for not being good. He would often throw it to the ground, and sometimes he would kick it to who knows where. After that, Xiao Yan would often look everywhere for that poor brush, then pick it up and wipe it before putting it away. Xiao Yan said, "This might not be suitable either. Let's change it." Shi Qingxian said 7 or 8 things in a row. Xiao Yan thought, why did these rare treasures that other people spoke of sound so familiar? Moreover, they were all so miserable. If it wasn't Hua Cheng's stool, then it was his stall, if it wasn't used by him for fun, then it was lost by him. Thinking about it, it made sense. What rare treasures could there be in this world that Hua Cheng hadn't seen and couldn't get? Therefore, when he thought about the Ghost King's birthday gift, he couldn't figure it out that in a desperate situation, Xiao Yan looked for almost all the people he knew and could ask. However, Quan Yizhen only knew how to stuff gold bars, and Hua Cheng didn't lack money. Pei Ming only knew how to give gifts to women. If you asked him what he could give to a man, he couldn't say anything serious. Ling Wen, although she was protected by a few superior heavenly officials and the fact that the heavenly court really couldn't do without her, she was already buried in the sea of documents thrown at her and was about to lose consciousness. Other than reading documents, she couldn't do anything else. It was better to be locked up in prison and be quiet. There was no way to ask for help. When there were only 2 days left until Hua Cheng's birthday, Xiao Lian really had no other way. He thought for a whole night with bloodshot eyes. Finally, when the sky was about to brighten, he thought of what to give. With his mind in a mess, he quietly climbed up from the bed and looked at Hua Cheng, who was sleeping soundly at the side. Hua Cheng was as black as a crow. His eyelashes were long and his eyes were tightly shut. One couldn't tell that one of his eyes was gone. The natural aggression on his handsome face and expression was diluted after his eyes were closed. At this moment, he looked extremely gentle. Xiao Lian's heart moved. He couldn't help but stretch out his right hand and caress Hua Cheng's face. In the end, he was afraid of waking him up. He didn't dare to touch him and stopped. Unexpectedly, before he could get off the bed, he felt his waist tighten and was pulled back by a hand. A lazy voice came from behind, "Brother, why are you up so early?" Hua Cheng actually woke up. His voice was low and hoarse, as if he was still half asleep. Xiao Lian was suddenly pulled back by him. He suppressed his guilt and said calmly, "Oh, there's a wish." Hua Cheng leaned forward and kissed his ear. He said, "The sky isn't even bright. Who would go to the temple to pray so early in the morning? Are they tired of living?" He probably had a guilty conscience. When Xiao Lian heard him speak, his face became hotter and hotter. He said, "I didn't just receive it. It was accumulated before." As he spoke, he felt that it was difficult to speak normally in this position. Just as he was about to climb up again, Hua Cheng also sat up. He wrapped his arms around Xiao Lian's neck from behind and rested his head on his shoulder. He said, "Since you've accumulated it until now, what's the harm in accumulating it for a while longer? Brother must be tired from last night. You should rest for a while." Xiao Lian struggled against his arms and his enticing voice. With great difficulty, he said, "I have accumulated it for a long time. I can't suppress it anymore." Hua Cheng said, "Oh. Then should I go with you?" Xiao Lian hurriedly said, "No need. It won't take too long. I'll be back soon. You should rest first." Hua Cheng said, "You really don't need me to go." Xiao Lian said, "No need. You can't follow me. Absolutely can't follow me." Hua Cheng slightly opened his eyes and said, "Why?" Xiao Lian choked. In a flash, he suddenly turned around and grabbed Hua Cheng's shoulders. Looking straight at him, he solemnly said, "You have to practice calligraphy." Hua Cheng innocently looked at him and blinked. Xiao Lian braced himself and said, "Today, you must stay in the monastery and practice calligraphy. When I come back, I want to check it." Hua Cheng looked even more innocent. He tilted his head but still obediently said, "Oh." Xiao Lian managed to deal with it with great difficulty. He tumbled down the bed. Hua Cheng half leaned on the table and squinted at his fleeing back. He smiled and rested his head on his hands before lying down again. Xiao Lian first went to the barren mountains. After getting what he wanted, he went to the copper furnace. Within the territory of Bronze Furnace Mountain, in a small hut in the thick forest, Xiao Lian saw the state preceptor set up a table with 3 empty shells. He was currently playing cards with a serious expression. Without saying a word, he immediately turned around and walked out. The moment the state preceptor saw him, his eyes lit up and he shouted, "Stop." Xiao Lian knew that there was only one situation where the state preceptor would ask him to stop. As expected, the next moment, the state preceptor flipped the table and said, "I'm not playing anymore. I have something to do and I'm leaving. The crown prince is back. Why are you looking for me?" Xiao Lian turned around and saw the 3 empty shells on the ground. He knew that the state preceptor was about to lose. Against his will, he said, "Actually, it's not a big deal." However, the state preceptor hurriedly said, No, I see that your expression is serious. Something big must have happened. You can play cards for a while. Let me help you first. But when Xiao Yan explained the purpose of his visit, the state preceptor's expression changed again. The two of them sat on a simple bench. Xiao Yan could hear the state preceptor scolding him, "It's really not a big deal. It's just a birthday, is it worth it for you to think about it for so long? You even ran all over the world to personally retrieve that kind of thing." Xiao Yan knew that he couldn't explain it to others. Even if he explained, they wouldn't understand. He rubbed his eyebrows until they were red and said, "In any case, I've already retrieved the raw materials. It's just that I can't remember how to make the Xian Lu style longevity lock that I used to make when I was young. I hope the state preceptor can give me some pointers." "There's no need for you to do it. I can make it myself." The state preceptor seemed to be unable to calm down and said, "You don't need to prepare any birthday gift. You've already delivered yourself to his doorstep. What gift does he want? Was he saying that you yourself are the best gift?" Xiao Yan couldn't stand this kind of argument. He couldn't even think about it. He slapped his forehead and thought, "I'm not that narcissistic." The state preceptor saw him repeatedly shaking his head. He resisted and said, "You're too useless. You're the only celestial official who has ascended 3 times. Corolla Martial God. Xian Lu Crown Prince. 17 years old and you dare to say that you want to save the common people. 18 years old." Xiao Yan immediately said, "State Preceptor. Stop. State Preceptor. Don't say any more. Don't say any more. What was there to be proud of with this kind of dark history?" The state preceptor looked at him with a complicated expression. It was as if he hated iron for not becoming steel. He said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, you really don't need to put yourself so low." Xiao Yan said, "It's not that I'm putting myself very low. It's just that when facing someone you admire, you naturally want to give them the best in the world. However, you can't help but feel that you're still not good enough." The state preceptor looked at him and sighed. He folded his hands into his sleeves and thought for a while. Then, he said, "The longevity lock, right? Wait, let me think. It's been too long. I don't dare to say that I remember all of the craftsmanship and the opening ceremony." Xiao Yan said, "It doesn't matter. If you can't remember, then I'll make it from my memory. I believe it will work if you're sincere." In a flash, the state preceptor glanced at him and said, "Do you want to ask him?" He didn't say his name, but Xiao Yan knew who he was. Jun Wu was suppressed in the depths of this copper furnace. After a long silence, Xiao Yan still shook his head. After staying in Bronze Cauldron Mountain for half a day, Xiao Yan returned to the Ghost City. At this time, there were only a few hours left before Hua Cheng's birthday officially arrived. The group of ghosts and Xiao Yan had discussed it. On the surface, they all pretended that nothing was going on. But in the dark, they were all secretly arranging the Ghost City. Xiao Yan flashed into a small shop. Not long after, the group of ghosts surrounded him. They anxiously and noisily asked, "How was it? How was it?" Xiao Yan thought that this was practically like a thief. He asked, "How was your master? Did he notice anything unusual?" The group of ghosts replied, "No, no. The master was in Thousand Lanterns Monastery the entire day." Xiao Yan was a bit surprised. "He was here the entire day?" "Yes. The master seemed to be in a good mood today." "Duh. Xie Daozhang, have you prepared the birthday gift for the master?" Xiao Yan finally felt relieved. He stroked the longevity silver lock that he had painstakingly made and smiled. "I'm ready." The group of ghosts was overjoyed. They discussed He Sheng's arrangements for tomorrow before returning to Thousand Lanterns Monastery. As soon as they entered, they saw that Hua Cheng was actually practicing calligraphy. Without his urging, Hua Cheng actually took the initiative to practice calligraphy. This was truly a rare occurrence. It seemed that Hua Cheng was truly in a good mood. Xiao Yan saw that the pitiful and precious 8 desolation brush was writing such twisted and ugly characters under his hands. He found it inexplicably funny and shook his head. Hearing that Xiao Yan had returned, Hua Cheng put down the brush and finally stopped tormenting it. He smiled and said, "Brother, you're back. Just in time to see my results today." Xiao Yan smiled and said, "Okay." He was about to step forward. Unexpectedly, at this moment, his expression stiffened. His feet stopped, and he frowned. Hua Cheng immediately felt that something was wrong. In the next instant, he was by Xiao Yan's side. "What's wrong?" Xiao Yan's expression immediately returned to normal. "It's nothing." It wasn't that he was fine. Just now, in that instant, his heart felt a slight pain. Hua Cheng didn't allow him to be careless. He walked up and grabbed his wrist. "Where did you go? Did you get hurt again?" Xiao Yan replied, "No." This was the truth. Indeed, he hadn't. Although he had been rushing around these past few days, it had been smooth and he hadn't encountered any danger. Hua Cheng muttered to himself for a moment. Unable to find anything, he put down his hand. Xiao Yan circulated his breathing and didn't discover anything. He thought that it was probably just an illusion. He smiled and said, "Maybe it was just a twisted nerve." "Alright, let me see how your results are today." Only then did Hua Cheng reveal a smile. Holding his hand, he said, "Come here." Before Xiao Yan could respond, his heart suddenly hurt again. This time, it definitely wasn't an illusion. He clearly felt that if the first time was as painful as being pricked by a needle, the second time was as painful as being scratched by a sharp nail. If Hua Cheng hadn't coincidentally turned his face away, Xiao Yan probably wouldn't have been able to say that he was fine this time. Xiao Yan didn't want to disturb Hua Cheng for the time being. The two of them played at Thousand Lantern Monastery for a while. Then, he casually found an excuse to leave and carefully examine himself. After a while, he put down his hand. His expression was solemn. Of course, there were no problems. Otherwise, when Hua Cheng grabbed his hand, he would have found out. Then why did his heart hurt for no reason? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yan guessed that some evil spirit had entered his body or that he had been poisoned. However, he didn't panic. At least, there was no need for now. After a while, it would be Hua Cheng's birthday. If something happened to him at this time, Hua Cheng definitely wouldn't have the heart to think about this birthday. He was afraid that he would be forced to treat his injuries again. Xiao Yan was used to enduring pain. It wasn't like he hadn't experienced this kind of strange thing before, so he didn't take it to heart. He decided to endure this day first and think about it later. After that, he would quietly solve it himself. At night, it was almost time. Xiao Yan returned to Thousand Lantern Monastery. Inside, Hua Cheng was still bored to death. He pretended to scribble and make waste paper. Xiao Yan couldn't help but laugh. However, before his laughter could rise, he felt another wave of pain in his heart. Rubbing his chest with his fingers didn't seem to have any effect. He thought to himself, "It seems that this thing is quite powerful. I'll just endure it for a bit longer." He took a light breath and walked out. In a warm voice, he said, "San Lang. There's something that I'm afraid I need your help with." Hua Cheng put down his brush. "What help?" Xiao Yan said, "Please close your eyes first." Hua Cheng raised his eyebrows. He didn't ask any more questions and obediently closed his eyes. Xiao Yan held his hands and said with a smile, "Come with me." This was the complete opposite of that night on Mount Yujun. Hua Cheng smiled and said, "Okay." Xiao Yan pulled his hands and slowly walked to the door. "Be careful of the threshold." Hua Cheng didn't know how long he had been wandering around this Thousand Lantern Monastery. Naturally, he didn't need Xiao Yan to remind him where to go. However, he still waited for Xiao Yan to remind him before he lifted his boots. The silver chains on his boots jingled. The two of them walked out of the door and arrived on the long street. After walking for a while, Xiao Yan said, "All right, open your eyes." Only then did Hua Cheng open his eyes. In that instant, that pitch-black eye seemed to have been lit up like a bright lamp. The long street was decorated with lanterns and streamers. Compared to the messy street in the past, it was a lot cleaner and tidier. It was as if every household had put in a lot of effort to tidy up their house. Their worn-out houses had all been replaced with new ones. The cornices were also sparkling, looking brand new. They didn't know when this group of ghosts had surrounded them. Just now, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. As soon as Hua Cheng opened his eyes, he started blowing and beating with all his might. He chaotically shouted, "Happy birthday to the city lord." Taking advantage of the chaos, he blindly shouted things like, "Bliss for 100 years, and, have a son soon." Seeing this terrible effect, Xiao Yan slapped his forehead. They had clearly trained for a long time and could barely shout in unison. Why were they still shouting in a mess now? Hua Cheng's face was expressionless. It seemed he wasn't moved at all. He only raised his eyebrows and said, "What are you guys doing? So noisy." The group of ghosts had already given up on the results of their training. They said, "If we die, then we die. In any case, there's no one here." Hua Cheng sneered. When he turned around, he saw Xiao Yan standing behind him with both hands hidden behind his back. He said, "San Lang, I heard, today is your birthday." As if he had been waiting for a long time, Hua Cheng crossed his arms and tilted his head to look at him. He smiled and said, "MHM. That's right." Xiao Yan lightly coughed a few times. Suddenly, he jumped up and put the longevity lock around Hua Cheng's neck. He said, "This was made in a hurry. I hope you don't dislike it." The longevity lock was carved with the same patterns as his wrist guard. There were maple leaves, butterflies, fierce beasts, and so on. It was extremely exquisite and contained a powerful spiritual power. With one look, one could tell it wasn't an ordinary item. One after another, the group of ghosts shouted, "Amazing! It's too beautiful! What kind of treasure is this? Ah! Only the city lord is worthy of this kind of treasure. Only this kind of treasure is worthy of the city lord." Their shouting was extremely exaggerated, causing Xiao Yan to not know whether to laugh or cry. The more nervous he became, the more he didn't know whether he should ask Hua Cheng what he thought. Hua Cheng also didn't say a word. However, his eyes were extremely bright and a smile appeared on his lips. He picked up the silver lock and seemed to be about to speak. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. Xiao Yan's knees suddenly went soft and he fell to the ground. This was truly unexpected. The originally cheerful group of ghosts watching suddenly cried out in alarm. Hua Cheng's smile instantly disappeared. With sharp eyes and quick hands, he caught Xiao Yan and said, "Gidge. What's wrong?" Xiao Yan's face paled. He shook his head and forced a smile, saying, "Nothing." Before he could finish speaking, his throat choked. "Oh no, it's coming again." That inexplicable pain in his heart came again. This time, the pain was unprecedentedly intense, as if his heart was about to explode. Xiao Yan secretly cried out in alarm. He didn't expect the pain to come so fiercely. Moreover, each time it came, it was fiercer than the last. It just had to happen at this critical moment. He could still be considered calm, but the sharp pain continued. It was as if someone was waving a peachwood wedge and hammering it into his heart. Xiao Yan was in so much pain that it was difficult to breathe. He couldn't even lift his head as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Hua Cheng's expression completely changed. "Your Highness." He grabbed Xiao Yan's wrist, but he still couldn't find anything. He said, "Your Highness. Where did you go yesterday?" Panicked shouts could be heard from all directions. Xiao Yan opened his mouth, but it was as if something was nailed to his throat. He couldn't even speak. Hua Chang's arm that was holding him was trembling. Looking at Hua Chang's handsome face, which was usually calm and composed at all times, stained with frantic anxiety, Xiao Yan's heart felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Before he lost consciousness, his mind was filled with the words, "I'm sorry." Today was Hua Chang's birthday. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Yan suddenly woke up. Before he could even catch his breath, he blankly stared at the top of the sky. In a daze, he thought to himself, "This is Thousand Lanterns Monastery? How did I fall asleep?" He was still slowly waking up when suddenly, a hand supported him. Hua Chang's voice was close at hand. "Your Highness." Xiao Yan raised his head. Sure enough, he saw Hua Chang's face. Between his brows, there was a burning look. Xiao Yan was startled. Just as he was about to open his mouth, a sharp pain came from his heart. This time, he was completely awake. His entire body immediately curled up, his 5 fingers almost digging into the flesh of his chest. The strength was so great that it was as if he wanted to dig out his own heart. When Hua Cheng saw this, he immediately grabbed his wrist and said, "Your Highness." If he hadn't grabbed it quickly, Xiao Yan's chest would have 5 bloody holes. At this moment, a voice sounded from the side. "I think something's wrong. How about you let him go first?" Mu Qing was actually here. Hua Qing said, "If I let him go, what if he hurts himself?" Feng Xian's voice immediately rang out. "I'll help you hold him down. If we don't quickly figure out what's going on, his pain won't stop." Xiao Yan's body was bent over when he felt another hand grab his wrist. When he heard this, Hua Cheng's movements paused for a moment. Sure enough, he let go of him. Speaking of which, it was strange. When he let go of Xiao Yan, the pain dissipated quite a bit. In any case, Xiao Yan could finally move. When he turned over, he found that Feng Xian and Mu Qing were standing beside the bed. They had probably been called over to help. Meanwhile, Hua Cheng stood not too far away, staring at him without blinking. When he looked, Xiao Yan's pain, which had faded with great difficulty, returned. When Mu Qing saw Xiao Yan's expression change again, he said to Hua Cheng, "Stand further away. He seems to be in pain every time he gets close to you or sees you." When Hua Cheng heard this, his figure stiffened. His expression was extremely frightening and indescribable. However, he still immediately dodged and retreated outside the room. As soon as he disappeared from Xiao Yan's line of sight, the sharp pain in Xiao Yan's chest also abruptly stopped. Xiao Yan was almost driven crazy by the pain. He gasped for breath and said with difficulty, in the end, what's going on?" Mu Qing and Feng Xian still firmly held him down, preventing him from moving around and looking at Hua Cheng. Mu Qing said, "That's up to you. What's going on with you? You must have provoked something." Xiao Yan said, "I've checked. I don't have any evil spirits on me." Mu Qing asked, "Then did you go to any strange places these past few days?" Xiao Yan said, "The only places I've been to these past few days are Bronze Cauldron Mountain and the Imperial Tutor's Tomb." Mu Qing frowned and said, "What? Imperial Tutor's Tomb? What Imperial Tutor's Tomb?" Hua Cheng stood outside the room, but he already understood. He said, "Imperial Tutor Feng Xian's tomb." Xiao Yan said, "That's right. San Lang, you should come in." Hua Cheng's heavy voice came from outside. "Gage can just stay here and recuperate. I'll go take a look." Xiao Yan immediately said, "I'll go too." However, the moment he got up, he immediately lay back down in pain. After Hua Cheng said that sentence, he didn't make another sound. Presumably, he had already left. Xiao Yan tried to get up again, but Mu Qing said, I think you should stop moving around. You can't even walk. Xiao Yan was pressed down by 2 people and 4 hands, but he was still struggling. He said, it's not like I haven't felt pain before. I'll get used to it after a while. He couldn't just not see Hua Cheng just because he felt pain. However, Mu Qing said, you're willing to feel pain, but that San Lang of yours isn't. Xiao Yan stared blankly for a moment. He thought about the expression on Hua Cheng's face before he fainted from the pain, and then thought about the expression on Hua Cheng's face when he realized that he was in pain whenever he got close to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's breathing became sluggish, and his heart suddenly felt as if it was being torn apart. His face immediately turned deathly pale. Feng Xian and Mu Qing were both staring at him. Feng Xian asked in astonishment, didn't Bloodrain Tanhua leave? Why is he still in pain? Mu Qing was very sharp and said, were you thinking about him just now? Xiao Yan clenched his teeth and endured for a good while before reluctantly saying, what could it be? I can't even think about it. Mu Qing said, don't think about it. The more he thought about it, the more tormented he felt. Let me pour you a glass of water. Xiao Yan didn't even have the strength to shake his head and say that it was over. Mu Qing got up to pour some water while Xiao Yan closed his eyes and forced himself to calm down. But the calmer he was, the more worried he became. He didn't know what kind of evil creature had found him, but neither of them could find any clues. He really couldn't feel at ease leaving Hua Qing alone. At this time, Mu Qing handed over the teacup. The teacup was white and elegant. Hua Cheng had used it the night before. When he thought of this, Xiao Yan's face paled again. He laid on the ground without saying a word. With one look, Mu Qing knew that Xiao Yan couldn't control his own brain again. He couldn't even pass over the teacup in his hand. With a darkened face, he said, why do you always think about him? Do you not want your life anymore? Xiao Yan said. How is this something I can control? If he could say that he didn't want to be alone, then he wouldn't be alone. Then there wouldn't be so many worries and resentments in this world. Mu Qing said, I think we should just knock him unconscious. That way, he won't be able to control his own brain. However, as Xiao Yan's former attendant, Feng Xian would never hit Xiao Yan. Of course, he also wouldn't allow others to hit Xiao Yan in front of him. He immediately said, no. I think you should talk to him more and divert his attention. That way, he won't keep thinking about Bloodrain Tanhua. Mu Qing said, what can I say to him? No matter what I say, can't he think of Bloodrain Tanhua? It's better to just knock him unconscious. Feng Xian said, in any case, we can't hit him. This way, he won't have the mood to think about anything else, right? I guarantee he won't have the time. I'll go first, I'll live as long as Mount Nanshan. Mu Qing hated this game to the bone, but he still reluctantly continued. The mountains are poor, the rivers are evil. Xiao Yan really didn't have any other choice. He weakly continued. The evil purple seizes the vermilion. Just as he finished speaking, he curled up again. Mu Qing said in disbelief, how can you think of him like this? This isn't related at all, right? Xiao Yan thought to himself, how is it not related? Vermilion, vermilion, vermilion clothes, red clothes. When he thought of red clothes, how could he not think of Hua City? He couldn't endure such torture anymore. Using all his strength, he broke free from the 2 people who were holding him down. With a thud, he rolled off the bed. Even though Feng Xian and Mu Qing had long since anticipated that his explosive strength would be extremely strong and had secretly held back, they still weren't able to suppress him. Seeing him break free, they hurriedly went to restrain him. However, they were both slapped to the ground by his palm. Mu Qing raised his head and just happened to see him break through the door. He said, where are you going? Don't run around. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, was almost at his limit. He took out 2 exquisite dice from his sleeves and tossed them before stumbling into a door. Hua Cheng had said that if Xiao Yan wanted to see him, no matter how many dice he threw, he would be able to see him. Xiao Yan didn't know where the dice had brought him when he threw himself, but this time, he really did fall into someone's embrace. Hua Cheng's slightly startled voice sounded above his head, "Your Highness." Xiao Yan hurriedly hugged him, afraid that he would disappear again. He said, "San Lang. Don't go by yourself. I will go with you." Hua Cheng also seemed to want to immediately hug him, but his arms froze in midair. With great difficulty, he restrained himself and said, "Your Highness, quickly go back. You will be in terrible pain." However, Xiao Yan clenched his teeth and hugged him even tighter. With a trembling voice, he said, "If it hurts, then it hurts." Hua Cheng said, "Your Highness." Rather than sitting somewhere else and thinking about Hua Cheng and thinking about the pain, he might as well tightly hug Hua Cheng and let the pain kill him. The more painful it was, the tighter he had to hug him. Xiao Yan's forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. He said intermittently, "Wait for me for a moment, just a moment. I'll be fine soon. I'll get used to it. I'm very good at enduring pain. With you by my side, I can still endure the pain. If you leave, then it will really be so painful that I can't endure it anymore." Hearing these words, Hua Cheng was stunned for a long time. After a while, he said in a low voice, "Your Highness." This sound was like a sigh in pain, as if it was even more torturous than Xiao Yan's. Xiao Yan took the initiative to hug him tightly, waiting for the unbearable pain to pass. Just as he was trying his best to calm his breathing, a voice suddenly came from behind, "This was forged from your mask." In his dizziness, Xiao Yan finally realized that they were in a desolate and gloomy cemetery. It was the imperial tutor's tomb that he had visited the day before yesterday. Behind them stood another person. His figure was tall and straight. It was Lang Chinxiu. When he came over just now, he was already half delirious, so naturally he didn't notice the third person. Now that he noticed, he couldn't care less about being ashamed. At this time, Feng Xian and Mu Qin also caught up. Mu Qin was lying on the ground after being slapped by Lang Chinxiu. He was so angry that the veins on his forehead seemed as if they would never disappear. He shouted, "What are you running around for? Even 4 hands of 2 people can't hold you down. What kind of damned place is this? It's like a tomb." Feng Xian was also looking around and said, "This is the tomb, right? Furthermore, it's a tomb that has been dug up by someone. This is the imperial tutor Feng Xian's tomb." When he saw Lang Chinxiu, he was stunned and said, "Why is His Highness Tai Hua here?" Lang Chinxiu's expression wasn't very good. He said, "I heard that there were strange movements in front of the imperial tutor's tomb, so I came to take a look." When he came to take a look, he just happened to bump into Hua Cheng and Xiao Yan. He didn't know what he was thinking, but he wasn't in the mood to greet or explain. He stared at Xiao Yan and asked again, "Is that the longevity lock you forged from that silver mask? Did you come back the day before yesterday and take that mask away?" After hesitating for a while, Xiao Yan nodded. In the past, when he was the imperial tutor of Yong'an country, he always wore a silver mask on his face. That mask itself was a rare silver material. It was forged from 1/2 kilogram of silver demon. Aside from being able to cover one's face, its true miraculous effect was to reflect spells and protect one's life. After Imperial Tutor Feng Xian died, that mask was buried with her and was placed into the coffin. When giving a gift, of course, it had to be something that one would also cherish. Xiao Yan racked his brains and finally remembered that he had once obtained such a treasure. It was extremely useful and had helped him several times. He loved that mask so much that he couldn't bear to part with it. It was just that when he climbed out of the coffin, he didn't bring it with him. Thus, he rushed to Imperial Tutor Fong Xian's tomb that very night and dug up his own grave. Then, he melted it into silver liquid and once again refined it into a longevity lock. Everyone had a strange expression on their faces. After all, no one had ever worshipped Imperial Tutor Fong Xian's tomb. The grass had already grown a few feet tall, yet Xiao Yan didn't even sweep it when he came back. Not only did he not sweep the tomb, he even dug up his own grave. No one would do such a thing. After a moment of awkward silence, Xiao Yan saw Lang Qianqiu's strange expression and explained, "That mask wasn't taken from your clan. That was refined from a silver demon that I subdued in the past. If it was something that belonged to the Eternal Peace royalty, he definitely wouldn't have thought of using it as raw material to make a birthday gift for Hua Cheng." He also didn't know that Lang Qianqiu was still paying attention to the Imperial Tutor's tomb. He thought that Lang Qianqiu didn't care about it after burying him. Otherwise, he would at least fill up the soil that was dug up and wouldn't have alerted Lang Qianqiu to come and check. Lang Qianqiu was stunned and immediately said angrily, "I'm not fussing over this with you." Hua Cheng looked at him with a slightly cold gaze. Lang Qianqiu's expression turned cold. Xiao Yan looked at that silver lock and suddenly frowned as if he had thought of something. His gaze met with Lang Qianqiu's and realized that he also had the same gaze. Hua Cheng naturally wouldn't miss it and said, "Brother. Do you have an idea? The problem lies in this longevity lock." Xiao Yan indeed had an idea and guessed what was going on. However, he didn't know what to say. Lang Qianqiu's complexion was green as he spoke on his behalf. He said, "It's him." Hua Cheng coldly said, "What do you mean?" Xiao Yan hurriedly said, "Qianqiu." Lang Qianqiu glanced at him but continued to speak, saying, "After the gilded banquet, I was the one who brought him here." Xiao Yan said, "Don't say any more." Lang Qianqiu glanced at him and closed his mouth. He probably didn't know what to say next. However, even if he didn't say it, others could still continue. After the gilded banquet, Crown Prince Lang Qianqiu captured Imperial Tutor Fong Xian. For revenge, he nailed her to death in a wooden coffin and sealed the coffin in the wilderness, not allowing anyone to pay their respects or mourn. Of course, no one would pay their respects or mourn in the first place. At that time, after his heart was pierced by the peach wood nail, the blood that flowed out from Xiao Yan's chest dyed the silver mask that was used as a funerary object. The demonic energy of the silver demon preserved the blood, causing it to leave Xiao Yan's body. The day before, when Xiao Yan returned to dig up his own grave and took out the mask to forge a longevity lock, the blood was awakened by him and took the opportunity to return to his body. No wonder when Hua Cheng and himself investigated, they couldn't find anything abnormal. It was because the thing that caused the mischief was originally something in his body, his own blood. Of course, they couldn't find anything abnormal. Hua Cheng slightly moved. Xiao Yan couldn't see his expression, so he hurriedly held him down. San Lang. Lang Qianqiu killed him for revenge, and the old king of Yong'an had indeed died by his hands. Being nailed into the coffin by him was originally an eye for an eye. Xiao Yan panted a few times. His heart once again felt a sharp pain, and he couldn't help but moan. As a result, Hua Cheng's eyebrows were dyed red as he said, "Your Highness." Lang Qianqiu hesitated for a moment. Seeing that Xiao Yan's face was as white as paper, he said, "I. Do you need my help?" Xiao Yan knew what Lang Qianqiu would think based on his temperament, so he hurriedly said, "It's nothing, it's nothing. Qianqiu, I don't need your help. This has nothing to do with you, it's not your problem. It's my own carelessness. You don't have to worry about it." Mu Qin also felt that Lang Qianqiu, who was both the victim and the murderer, was really awkward in this situation. He said, "That's right, Your Highness Tai Hua, you don't need to worry about him. Go back." After a moment of silence, Lang Qianqiu said, "Okay." But even though he said okay, he still didn't leave. Everyone couldn't care about him anymore because Xiao Yan was in so much pain that he wanted to roll around. Yet, he still tightly hugged Hua Cheng and refused to let go. Seeing him like this, Hua Cheng felt like he was in a world of ice and fire. The desperate ghost king Blood Rain Tanhua, who was feared throughout the three realms, couldn't do anything to him. Feng Xian said, "Let's solve this first." "Your Highness. What happened to you?" Xiao Yan was struggling fiercely just now, but after a clear "ka" sound, he suddenly calmed down. His head was full of cold sweat as he laid in Hua Cheng's arms, motionless. Hua Cheng hugged him back tightly and whispered, "Your Highness, it's okay. It doesn't hurt anymore." Only then did everyone notice that he was holding a broken shimmering silver powder in his hand. And the longevity lock that he originally cherished and wore on his chest had disappeared. As long as he destroyed that longevity lock, the blood in Xiao Yan's heart that had been tainted by the demonic energy would naturally calm down. Thus, he grasped that longevity lock. With a light grip, it shattered. Xiao Yan's breathing gradually calmed down. To his side, he saw the silver dots flowing out from between Hua Cheng's fingers. Then, he met Hua Cheng's gaze. He didn't know why, but he felt a slight pain in his heart. He muttered, "It doesn't hurt anymore." Finally dispelling the curse, Xiao Yan bid farewell to Feng Xian, Mu Qing, Lang Qianxiu, and the others. Together with Hua Cheng, they slowly walked back in the direction of the ghost city. The two of them walked side by side. Xiao Yan's face was hot the entire way. This was all Feng Xian and Mu Qing's fault. Just now, before they parted ways, Feng Xian wiped his sweat. However, he still couldn't help but ask, so in the end, why did His Highness become like this when he saw Blood Rain Tanhua? What's going on with his heart blood? Is he deliberately not letting him have an easy time? Xiao Yan himself was well aware of what was going on. When he heard Feng Xian's question, he hurriedly said, "There's no need to delve into this." Feng Xian doubtfully asked, "Why not delve into this? Otherwise, what if it happens again next time? We still have to find out the truth." Mu Qing snorted, "You still can't figure this out. That blood has flowed out of his body for too many years. After he goes back, if he still can't adapt to it, he'll definitely make trouble. If his heart is like still water, without ripples like an ancient well, then it's fine. However, if his heart is restless, his heart will move, and that blood will surge endlessly, making him feel unbearable pain. He'll have to relive the pain of the peach wood piercing his heart again." At that time, Xiao Yan simply didn't dare to look at Hua Cheng's expression. He only felt that he had lost all his face in front of Hua Cheng. Didn't this mean that as long as he saw and thought of Hua Cheng, he couldn't help but feel his heart and spirit go wild? That's why he would roll around in pain. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's heart started to beat wildly again. Fortunately, right now, no matter how fast his heart beat, it wouldn't hurt anymore. Suddenly, Hua Cheng, who had been silent for a long time, said, "Your Highness." Xiao Yan immediately responded, "What?" Hua Cheng asked, "How long did you stay in that tomb?" Xiao Yan was startled, "I can't remember clearly." In any case, it was a very, very long time, so long that he didn't even want to count. Pain, hunger, blood loss, hallucinations. At first, he didn't move, but later, he couldn't help but regret it. He frantically knocked on the coffin, wanting to break out of it. However, in the end, he still allowed himself to sink into endless darkness. It didn't feel like the pain of 100 swords piercing his heart, as if it would never be born again. But it was a dull pain that seemed to stretch on endlessly. He sighed. Hua Cheng immediately asked, "What's wrong, Your Highness? Does it still hurt?" Xiao Yan shook his head. After a long time, he said in a muffled voice, "San Lang, I'm sorry." Hua Cheng asked curiously, "Why are you saying sorry to me?" After hesitating for a while, Xiao Yan said, "Today is clearly your birthday. I originally wanted to let you have a good time, but I've been tossing and turning for an entire day, thinking of a way to break the curse. Originally, he planned to endure until the end of his birthday, but he still couldn't hold it in. Xiao Yan said, even the birthday gift I gave you was destroyed because you wanted to help me break the curse. Moreover, it was personally crushed by Hua Cheng. Xiao Yan thought about it from beginning to end and felt that today was simply not a matter. He was extremely depressed. However, Hua Cheng softly said, Your Highness. He paused his steps and said, I've already received the birthday gift you gave me. Xiao Yan was startled. What did I give you? Don't ever say that you're the best gift and so on. That would make me feel even more ashamed. Hua Cheng stared at him and said in a low voice, Your Highness said that even if it hurts, you still want to come see me. Even if it hurts like that, you still don't want to leave. Hua Cheng said, I'm very happy. Xiao Yan thought of how miserable he looked when he grabbed Hua Cheng and said those words. He coughed lightly and wanted to pretend to cover his face naturally. However, Hua Cheng suddenly pulled him into his embrace. Xiao Yan was stunned. Pressed against his slightly trembling chest, he heard his deep voice. Hua Cheng said, Really? I'm very happy. I'm also very happy. Xiao Yan thought in his heart. In these 100 long years, no matter how much it hurt, Hua Cheng never thought of giving up on him. Xiao Yan, who realized this, was the happiest. Hua Cheng said, It's just that although I'm very happy, I don't want you to endure that kind of pain anymore. When the two of them returned to the ghost city, the crowd of ghosts had been anxious for a whole day. Seeing the two of them return safely, the chaotic scene immediately turned into a lively celebration. Like before, Hua Cheng didn't even bother to say a word and entered Thousand Lantern Monastery with Xiao Yan. However, when the two of them entered, they discovered that there were a lot more things in the monastery. Hua Cheng said, Who let them in? Xiao Yan picked them up and examined them one by one. Huh. They seem to be gift boxes. This must be a gift from the Rain Master. Such a fresh dish. This is a gift from the Wind Master. This must be General Pei's. He counted them and said with a smile, San Lang. These are the birthday gifts everyone gave to His Excellency the Ghost King. For the past few days, he had been asking everywhere what kind of birthday gifts to give. Although he didn't say who he wanted to give it to, everyone could roughly guess. However, Hua Cheng had no interest in these things. He said, Throw them all out. They take up space. Seeing that he really intended to send people to throw them out, Xiao Yan hurriedly said, Then let's not. In any case, it's still a token of goodwill. Wait, why are there these two? Who gave them? Xiao Yan actually saw the aphrodisiac and aphrodisiac mixed in the pile of proper gifts. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he tossed them aside like a hot potato. However, Hua Cheng seemed to be a little interested in these things. He picked them up and looked at them. What is this? Xiao Yan hurriedly stopped him. It's not anything good. Don't look. In the end, Xiao Yan hesitated for a while before giving the belt he had personally made to Hua Cheng to replace the longevity lock. When Hua Cheng saw this, he laughed so hard he almost couldn't breathe. Although ghosts didn't need to breathe. In short, he hugged and kissed Xiao Yan for a while, praising him until Xiao Yan was so ashamed that he pretended to be dead on the bed. The next day, Hua Cheng actually wore it and prepared to go out with a normal expression. When Xiao Yan saw this, he almost fainted. He immediately rolled off the bed and threw himself at Hua Cheng. After begging for a long time, Hua Cheng reluctantly agreed to use the belt in reverse and show the unembroidered side to the public. In this way, Xiao Yan avoided the fate of his craftsmanship being publicly shamed. As for Hua Cheng's display that day was too big, it caused everyone to know that Xiao Yan had fainted from the pain on his birthday. This caused everyone to know that Xiao Yan had been infatuated with the blood rain searching for flowers, and that he had hovered between life and death. However, this was a story for another time. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.